The Thousand Quilt from Rebecca Mary by Annie Hamilton Donnell. Recorded for Love Stories, Volume 3 by Rita Boutros. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Thousand Quilt from Rebecca Mary by Annie Hamilton Donnell. "Good afternoon," Rebecca Mary said politely. The minister's wife was cutting little trousers out of big ones, the minister's big ones. It was the old puzzle of how to steer clear of the thin places. "Boys grow so," sighed tenderly the minister's wife over her work. She had not heard the voice from the doorway. "Good afternoon," again. It was a quaint little figure in tight red calico standing there. It might easily have stepped down from some old picture on the wall. Rebecca Mary had a bundle in her arms. It was so large that it obscured breast and face, and only a pair of grave blue eyes, presided over by thin light brows, seemed visible to the minister's wife. The trousers puzzle merged into this one. Now who could... Oh, it's Miss Plummer's little girl Rebecca," she said cordially. Rebecca Mary, her niece, came, a little muffled, from behind the great bundle. "Rebecca Mary's niece? Oh, you mean Miss Plummer's niece, and your whole name is that. But I suppose she calls you Rebecca or Becky for short? Walk in, Rebecca." But Rebecca Mary was struggling with the paralyzing vision of Aunt Olivia calling her Becky. She had passed by the lesser wonder of being called Rebecca without the Mary. "Oh, no, I'm indeed. Aunt Livia never shortens me," gently gasped the child. And the minister's wife, measuring from the bundle down, smiled to herself. There did not seem much room for shortening. "But walk in, dear. You are going to walk in. I hope you have come to make me a little call." Rebecca Mary struggled out of her paralysis. Here was occasion for new embarrassment, for Rebecca Mary was honest. "No, I mean, not a little call. I've come to spend the afternoon," she said slowly, "and I've brought my work." The bundle, the great bundle, was her work. She advanced into the room and began carefully to unroll it. It was the turn of the minister's wife to be paralyzed. She pushed forward a chair, and the child sat down in it. "It's my thousand quilt that I'm making for Aunt Livia," explained Rebecca Mary. "It's most done. There's 1,000 pieces in it, and I'm on the 991th. I thought probably you'd have some work, so I brought mine." "Yes, I see." The minister's wife stood looking down at the tight little red figure among the gorgeous waves of the thousand quilt. They eddied and surged around it in dizzy reds and purples and greens. She was conscious of being a little seasick, and for relief she turned back to the puzzle of the little trousers. It had been in her mind at first to express sorrow at Rhoda's being unfortunately away, and the boys. Now she was glad she hadn't, for it was quite plain enough that the visitor had not come to spend the afternoon with the minister's children, but with the minister's wife. "It isn't she that's young, it's I," thought the minister's wife with kind, laughing eyes. "She's old enough to be my mother." "How old are you, dear?" she added aloud. "Me? I guess you mean Aunt Livia, don't you? It's Aunt Livia's birthday I'm making it for. It's going to be a present. Once she gave me a present on my birthday." Once! The minister's wife remembered Rhoda's birthdays and the boys'. Taken all together, such a host of little birthdays. But this little old visitor seemed to have had but one. "My birthday is 2 days quicker than Aunt Livia's is," volunteered the visitor sociably. "We're most twins, you see. Aunt Livia was 56 that time she gave me the present. She's a-going to be 59 when I give her this quilt. It's taken me ever since to make it." The minister's wife looked up from her cutting. So Rebecca Mary was only 59. "It's quite a long quilt," sighed Rebecca Mary. But pride woke in her eyes as she gazed out on the splendors of the green and purple sea. 1,000 quilt has so many stitches in it, but when you sew 'em all yourself, when you sew every single stitch... The pride in Rebecca Mary's grave blue eyes grew and grew. "Robert," the minister's wife said that night to the minister, "it's an awful quilt, but you ought to have seen her eyes. It's taken her 3 years to make it. Maybe you wouldn't be proud yourself." "Maybe you wouldn't if Rhoda had made it." "Rhoda! Robert, she sewed 1 square of patchwork once, and it made her sick. I had to put her to bed." Speaking of once reminds me. Once Rebecca Mary had a birthday present, Robert. She waited a little anxiously for him to understand. The minister always understood, but sometimes he made her wait. "Felicia, are you trying to make me cry?" he said, and she was satisfied. She went across to him, as she always did when she wanted to cry herself. The floor was strewn with the tiniest boys' engine and cars, and she remembered as she zigzagged among them that they had been one of his very last birthday presents. It was... Robert, what do you think the present was? I'll give you 3 guesses, but I advise you to guess a rooster. "Thomas Jefferson," murmured the minister, as one who was acquainted. "Yes, that is his name. How did you remember?" "She is very fond of him. He is her intimist friend, she says. So she is under great obligations to her aunt. It's a large quilt, but it's none too large to cover Thomas Jefferson. I'm going to help her buy a lining and cotton batting." "Cracked corn will make a good lining, but Robert, this is not a comedy. If you'd seen Rebecca Mary and the quilt, you'd call it a tragedy. You couldn't surprise me any if you told me she'd quilted it herself." Down the road from Aunt Olivia's farm, across its southern boundary fence, romped and shouted all day long the Tony Trumbullses. No one, except possibly their mother, was quite certain how many of them there were. It was a dizzy process to take their senses. They were never still in little brown bare limbs, nor shrill voices. From sunup to sundown, the Tony Trumbullses raced and laughed. Certainly they were happy. The minister's wife had not dared to tell her caller of the afternoon that the minister's children were down there shouting and racing with the little Tony Trumbullses. Dear no, not after Rebecca Mary, in the course of conversation, had said that Aunt Olivia did not countenance the Tony Trumbullses. Rebecca Mary did not say countenance, but it meant that. "Her aunt won't let her play with them, Robert. And she'd like to. You needn't tell me Rebecca Mary wouldn't like to. I saw it in her poor little solemn eyes. Besides, she said she asked her aunt once to let her. Robert, aunts are cruel. I never knew it before. They've no business bringing up little Rebecca Marys." "My dear Felicia." But in the minister's eyes was agreement. Aunt Olivia took afternoon naps with punctilious regularity. Aunt Olivia herself was punctilious regularity. At 1:30, day upon day, she hung up the dish towel, hung up her kitchen apron, and walked with unswerving course into her bedroom. There, disposed upon the dainty bed, in rigid lines of unrest, she rested. The naps were often long ones. A little after the afternoon that Rebecca Mary spent at the minister's, the birthday quilt was finished. The 1000th tiny piece was neatly over and overed to its gorgeous expanse. But Rebecca Mary was not content. She longed to make it complete. She wanted to surprise Aunt Livia with it, as Aunt Livia, on that momentous birthday of her own, had surprised her with the little fluff ball of yellow down that had grown into Thomas Jefferson. That had been such a beautiful surprise. But this... Aunt Livia had seen the quilt so many, many times. She had taught Rebecca Mary's stiff little fingers to set the first stitches in it. She had made her rip out this purple square and that pink checked one, and this one and that one and that. Oh, Aunt Livia was acquainted with the quilt. It would not be much of a surprise. But Rebecca Mary set her little pointed chin between her little brown palms and pondered. And out of the pondering grew a plan so ambitious and so daring that Rebecca Mary gasped in the throes of it. But she held her ground and entertained it intrepidly. She even grew on friendly terms with it in the end. Here was a way to surprise Aunt Livia. Rebecca Mary would do it. That it would entail an almost endless amount of work did not daunt her. Rebecca Mary was a plumber, and plumbers were not to be daunted. The long vista of patient hours of trying labor that the plan opened up before her set her blood tingling, like a warrior's on the eve of battle. What were long patient hours to a plumber? Rebecca Mary girded up her loins and went to meet them. Thereafter, at Aunt Olivia's nap times, Rebecca Mary disappeared. Day after day, week upon week, she stole quietly away when the door of Aunt Olivia's bedroom shut. The first time she went oddly loaded down with what would have appeared, if there had been anyone for it to appear, to be a bundle of long sticks. She made 2 trips into the unknown that first day. The second time, the bundle looked much like that one over which her grave blue eyes had peered at the minister's wife when she went to spend the afternoon with her. It was spring when the mysterious disappearances began. It was summer before Aunt Olivia woke up, not from her nap, but from her inattention. Quite suddenly she came upon the realization that Rebecca Mary was not about the house, nor about the grounds, for she instituted prompt search. She went to all the child's odd little haunts, the grapery, the orchard, the cornhouse, even to her own beloved backyard, full of sweet-scented hiding nooks dear to a child, but sacred ground to Aunt Olivia. Rebecca Mary sometimes did her stunts there as a special privilege. She might be there now, unprivileged. Aunt Olivia's backyard was almost as full of flowery delights to Rebecca Mary as it was to Aunt Olivia. The child was not there, not anywhere. Aunt Olivia sought for Thomas Jefferson to inquire of him, but Thomas Jefferson was missing too. She went the rounds again. Where could the child be? It was a hot, stinging day in late June when Aunt Olivia's suspicions awoke. They had been long in rousing, but once alert, they developed rapidly into certainties. Her pale eyes glistened, her thin nostrils dilated. Aunt Olivia's whole lean, sharp, unemotional person put on suspicion. The child had gone to see the Tony Trumboses. "My land!" ejaculated Aunt Olivia, "after all my forbidding, and she a plumber!" She sat down suddenly as though a little faint. She had never known a plumber to disobey before. It was a new experience. It took time to get used to it, and she sat still a long time, rigid and grim, on the edge of the chair. Then, as suddenly as she had sat down, she got up. It could not be. She refused to entertain the suspicion longer. Rebecca Mary had not gone there, to that forbidden place. She was in the garden somewhere. Aunt Olivia, a little stiff as if from a chill, went once more in search of the child. "Rebecca! Rebecca Mary!" she called at regular intervals. Then sharply, "Rebecca Mary Plummer!" Her voice had thin cadences of suspicion lurking in it against its will. But there seemed really no doubt. One by one, incriminating circumstances occurred to Aunt Olivia. Rebecca Mary had longed to go so much. The Tony Trumboses, one at a time or in a tumultuous body, had urged her so often. She herself had more than once caught the child gazing wistfully, in passing by, at the bewildering, deafening frolics of the little Tony Trumboses. Once Rebecca Mary had asked to go barefoot as they went. Once she had let out the tight little braids in her neck and rumpled her thin little hair. Once Aunt Olivia had come upon her playing. The remembrance of it now tightened the lines around Aunt Olivia's lips. The child had been running wildly about the yard, shouting in a strange, excited, ridiculous way. When Aunt Olivia, in stern displeasure, had demanded explanations, she had run on recklessly, calling back over her shoulder, "Don't stop me! I'm a Tony Trumbull!" "My land!" breathed Aunt Olivia, taking back the suspicion to her breast. "After all my forbidding, she's gone down there. She's been going down there dear knows how long. She's waited till I took my naps, and then went. A plumber!" There was really nowhere else she could have gone. She had never wanted to go anywhere else except to the minister's. And Rebecca Mary was punctilious, and would not think of going there again till the minister's wife had returned her visit. But Aunt Olivia waited. As usual, she went to her room next day at nap time and closed the door behind her. But when a little figure slipped down the road towards the forbidden place a moment later, she was watching behind her blinds. She was groaning as if in pain. The little figure began to run staidly. Aunt Olivia groaned again. The child was in a hurry to get there. She couldn't wait to walk. There was guilt in every motion of the little figure. "And she runs like a plumber," groaned Aunt Olivia. The next day and the next, Aunt Olivia watched behind her blinds. The fourth day she put on her afternoon dress and followed the hurrying little figure. Not at once. Aunt Olivia did not hurry. There was a sad reluctance in every movement. It seemed a terrible thing to be following Rebecca Mary Plummer, to a forbidden place. Afar off, Aunt Olivia heard faintly the shoutings that always heralded an approach to the Tony Trumboses, and shuddered. The tumult kept growing clearer. She thought she detected a wild, excited little shout that might be Rebecca Mary's. Her thin lips set into a stern, straight line. A splash of red caught Aunt Olivia's eye as she drew nearer the joyous whirl of little children. Rebecca Mary wore a little tight red dress. The coil seemed closing in about the child. Close to the southern boundary fence of Aunt Olivia's land stood an old empty barn. It had been a place for storing surplus hay once, when there had been surplus hay. For many years now it had been empty. As Aunt Olivia approached it, she noticed that its great sliding door was open. Strange, when for so long it had been shut. "If that old barn door ain't open," breathed Aunt Olivia, stopping in her astonishment. "I ain't seen it open before in these 10 years. Now what I want to know is, who opened it? Likely as not those screeching little wild Injuns." She strode across the stubby grass ground to the barn and peered into its cool, dim depths. Then Aunt Olivia uttered a little bewildered cry. Gradually the dimness took on light, and the whole startling picture within unfolded itself to her astonished eyes. Rebecca Mary was quilting. She was stooping earnestly over a gay expanse of purples and reds and greens. Her little tight red back was towards Aunt Olivia. It looked bent and strained. Rebecca Mary's eyes were very close to the gay expanse. Suddenly Rebecca Mary began to speak, and Aunt Olivia's widened eyes discovered a great white rooster pecking about under the quilt. His big snowy bulk stood out distinct in the shadow of it. "I'm glad we're almost through. Aren't you, Thomas Jefferson? It's been a pretty long quilt. You get sort of tired when you quilt a long quilt. It makes your back creak when you unbend it. And when you quilt in a barn, of course you can't see without squinching, and it hurts your eyes to squinch." Silence again, except for the industrious peck-peck of the great white rooster. Aunt Olivia stood very still. "You've been a great help, Thomas Jefferson," began again the voice of Rebecca Mary after a little. "I'm very much obliged to you, as I've said before. I don't know what I should have done without you. No, you needn't answer. I couldn't hear a word you said. You can't hear with cotton in both of your ears." Rebecca Mary sighed. There was no cotton in Aunt Olivia's ears to shut out the soft little sound. "But of course you have to wear it in, on account of your conscience. It's conscience cotton, Thomas Jefferson. I've explained before, but I don't know's you understood. It seems a little unpolite to wear it in my ears, with you here keeping me company. I suppose you think it's unsociable. But Aunt Olivia doesn't allow me to associate with the Tony Trumboses. Oh, Thomas Jefferson, I wish she'd allowed me to associate." Aunt Olivia found herself wishing she had conscience cotton in both of her ears. "They're such nice, cheerful little children. It makes you want to go right over their fence and hollow too." Rebecca Mary pronounced it hollow with careful precision. Aunt Olivia would not approve of holler. "And when you can't, you like to listen. But I suppose listening to them hollow would be associating, so I put the cotton in." The joyous hollowing broke in waves of glee on Aunt Olivia's eardrums. It seemed to be assaulting her heart. Oddly, Now it did not sound unmannerly and dreadful. It sounded nice and cheerful. A plumber even might be happy like that. Cotton is a very strange experience, Thomas Jefferson, ran on the little voice. At first you most can't stand it, but you get over the worst of it by and by. Besides, we're getting most through now. Ain't that splendid, Thomas Jefferson? And it's pretty lucky, too, because Aunt Livia's birthday is getting very near. It almost scares me. Doesn't it you? For I don't know how Aunt Livia looks when she's pleased. You think she'll look pleased, don't you, Thomas Jefferson? It's such a long quilt, and when you've sewed every stitch yourself. If Rebecca Mary had turned round then, she would have seen how Aunt Livia looked when she was pleased. But the little figure at the quilting frame bent steadily to its task, only another soft sigh stealing into Aunt Olivia's uncottoned ears. Thomas Jefferson pecked his way towards the open door, and the lean figure there started back guiltily. Aunt Olivia did not want to be recognized. You there under the quilt, Thomas Jefferson? The little voice put on tenderness. Because I'm a-going to tell you something. Once Aunt Livia gave me a birthday present, and it was you. Such a little mite of a yellow chicken. That's why I'm making the quilt for Aunt Livia. It was 3 years ago. I've loved you ever since, added Rebecca Mary simply. For an instant, Aunt Olivia stopped being a plumber. A sob crept into her throat. Rebecca Mary Plummer, she cried involuntarily. Then she stepped back hastily, glad for the cotton in Rebecca Mary's ears. For the surprise, she must not spoil the child's hard-earned surprise, and besides, Aunt Olivia wanted to be surprised. It was a relief to get away. She could not look any longer at the picture in the great cobwebby barn, the gorgeous quilt spread out to its full extent, the empty scaffolds above Rebecca Mary stooping to her work, Thomas Jefferson pecking about the floor. Aunt Olivia was not old. Through all the years ahead of her, she would remember that picture. She went straight to the southern boundary fence and looked across at the jubilant little Tony Trumboses. The one in a red dress like Rebecca Mary's she singled out with a pointing finger. You! Come here, she called. I won't hurt you. No need to look scared. Do you know who I am? I'm Rebecca Mary's aunt. You know who Rebecca Mary is, don't you? Gracious! Shrilled the little red Tony Trumbull, which Aunt Olivia took for yes. Well then, you know where I live. You see here, I want you all, the whole kit of you, to come to my house tomorrow morning to see Rebecca Mary. I'm going to say it over again. Tomorrow morning to see Rebecca Mary. Setting apart the syllables with the pointing finger. You can play in my backyard, said Aunt Olivia, sublimely unconscious of slang. End of The Thousand Quilt from Rebecca Mary by Annie Hamilton Donnell.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
For Herself or for Another by Valery Bryusov. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 3 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. For Herself or for Another by Valery Bryusov. Section 1. Is it she? No, it can't be. But yet, of course, it is, said Peter Andreevich Bosmanov to himself, as a lady who had previously attracted his attention passed for the 5th or 6th time the little table at which he was sitting. He no longer doubted that it was Elizaveta. Certainly, they had not met for nearly 12 years, and no woman's face could remain unchanged during such a period. The features, formerly thin and sharply defined, had become somewhat fuller, the glance once confiding as a child, was now cold and stern, and in the whole face there was an expression of self-confidence which used not to be there. But were they not the same eyes which Basmanov had loved to liken to St. Elma's fires? Was it not that same oval which by its purity of outline alone had often calmed his passion? Were they not the same tiny ears which he had found so sweet to kiss? Yes, it must be Elizaveta. There could not be two women so much alike as the reflections in two adjoining mirrors. Basmanov's mind went quickly over the history of his love for Elizaveta. Not for the first time did he thus survey it. For all of his memories, none was dearer or more sacred than this love. The young advocate, just stepping forth into life, had met a woman somewhat older than himself, who had loved him with all the blindness of a fierce, unreasoning, ecstatical passion. Elizaveta's whole soul had been absorbed by this love, and nothing else in the world had mattered to her except this one thing: to possess her beloved, give herself to him, worship him. She had been prepared to sacrifice all the conventions of their set. She had begged Basmanov to allow her to leave her husband and go live with him. And in society, not only had she not been ashamed of her connection with him, which of course had been talked about, but she had, as it were, gloried in it. Basmanov had never since come across a love so self-forgetful, so ready to sacrifice itself, and he could not have doubted that if at any time he had demanded of Elizaveta that she should kill herself, she would have fulfilled his behest with a calm, submissive rapture. How had Basmanov profited by such a love, which comes to us only once in life? He had been afraid of it, afraid of its immensity and its strength. He had understood that where infinite sacrifices are made, they were necessarily accompanied by great demands. He had been afraid to accept this love because it would have been necessary to give something in exchange for it, and he felt himself spiritually lacking. And he had been afraid that his just blossoming career might be checked. Basmanov, like a thief, had stolen half a year's love, which could not have been his had he been frank and shown his real character from the first. And then he had taken advantage of the first trifling excuse to break off the connection. Ah, how ashamed he was now to recall their last meeting before this took place. Elizaveta, blinded by her love for him, could not understand, could not see that her beloved was too low for her to abase herself before him, and she had begged him on her knees not to forsake her. He remembered how she, sobbing, had embraced his feet and let herself be dragged along the floor, how in despair she had beaten her head against the wall. He had learnt afterwards that his desertion had sent Elizaveta nearly out of her mind, that at one time she had wished to enter a convent, and that later, when she became a widow, she had gone abroad. Since then, he had lost all trace of her. Was it possible that here at Interlaken he was meeting her now again, 12 years after their rupture, calm, stern, beautiful as ever, with her inexplicable fascination for him and her tormentingly sweet reminders of the past? Basmanov, sitting at the little cafe table, watching the tall lady in the large Paris hat as she went by, and his whole being burned feverishly with images and sensations of the past, suffusing in a moment the memory of his mind and the memory of his body. It was she. It was she. Elizaveta, whom he had not allowed to love him as fully as she had wished, and whom he himself had not dared to love as fully as he might, as much as he had wished. It was she, his better half, restored again to him when his life had almost passed. She, alive still, the possibility incarnate of reviving that which had been, of completing and restoring it. In spite of his self-possession, Bosmanov's head was in a whirl. He paid the waiter for his ice, got up from his seat, and walked out by the path along which the tall lady had passed. Section 2. When Bosmanov overtook the tall lady, he raised his hat deferentially and bowed to her. But the lady showed no sign of recognition. "Is it possible you do not recognize me, Elizaveta Vassilievna?" asked Bosmanov, speaking in Russian. After some hesitation, the lady answered in Russian, though with a slight accent. "Pardon me, but you've probably made a mistake. I am not an acquaintance of yours." "Elizaveta Vassilievna!" exclaimed Bosmanov, deeply hurt by such a reply. "Surely you must recognize me. I am Peter Andreevich Bosmanov." "It's the first time I've heard that name," said the lady, "and I don't know you at all." For several seconds Bosmanov gazed at the lady who thus spoke to him, asking himself whether he had not made a mistake. But there was such an undoubted likeness, he so definitely recognized her as Elizaveta, that blocking up the pathway to this lady in the large Paris hat, he repeated insistently, "I recognize you, Elizaveta Vassilievna. I understand that you may have reasons for concealing your true name. I understand that you may not wish to meet your former acquaintances, but you must know that it's absolutely necessary for me to speak a few words to you. I have gone through too much since we separated. I must put myself right with you. I don't want you to despise me." Bosmanov hardly knew himself what he was saying. He wanted only one thing, that Elizaveta would acknowledge that it was she. He was afraid that she might go away, and not come back, might vanish for evermore, and that this meeting might prove to be a dream. The lady moved quietly to one side, and said in French, "Monsieur, laissez-moi passer, s'il vous plaît. Je ne vous connais pas." She showed no agitation whatever, and at Bosmanov's words the expression of her face did not change in the least. But all the same he could not let her go, but followed her. "Elizaveta," he cried, "curse me if you will, call me the most worthless of men, tell me that you no longer wish to know me. I will take it all humbly as I ought. But do not pretend that you do not recognize me. That I cannot endure. You dare not, ought not, to insult me so." "I assure you," the lady interrupted in a more severe tone, "that you mistake me for someone else. You call me Elizaveta Vassilievna, but that is not my name. I am Ekaterina Vladimirovna Sadikova, and my maiden name was Armand. Surely that is sufficient evidence for you to allow me to continue my walk as I wish to do." "But why, then," cried Bosmanov, making a last attempt, "why have you borne with me so long? If I am an utter stranger to you, why don't you at once order me to be silent, or call a policeman? No one behaves as gently as you have done towards a scoundrel of the street." "I see quite clearly," answered the lady, "that you are not a street scoundrel, and that you would not allow yourself to take any liberties. You've simply made a mistake. My likeness to some lady of your acquaintance has led you into an error. That is no crime, and I've no occasion whatever to call the police. But now everything has been explained. Goodbye." Bosmanov could insist no longer. He stood aside, and the lady walked slowly past him. But the whole of the conversation, the tone of the lady's voice, her movements, everything about her only accentuated his belief that this was Elizaveta. Disturbed and agitated, he went back to his room at the hotel. Beyond the green meadow, like some gigantic phantom, showed the eternal snow of the Jungfrau. It seemed near, but was immeasurably far. Was it not like to Elizaveta, who had seemed risen from the dead, but who had again retreated into the far unknown? It was not difficult for Bosmanov to discover the address of the lady whom he had met. After some hesitation, he wrote her a letter in which he said that he had no wish to argue about what was evident. He had clearly made a mistake in taking an unknown lady for an old acquaintance of his, but their short encounter had made a deep impression on him, and he begged permission to bow to her when they met, in memory of an accidental acquaintance. The letter was couched in extremely cautious and respectful terms. When on the following day Bosmanov met the lady who called herself Madame Sadikova, she bowed to him first, and herself began to speak to him. And so their acquaintance began. Section 3. Madame Sadikova gave no signs of ever having previously known Bosmanov. Quite the contrary. She treated him as someone whom she had never met before. They talked about unimportant matters, connected chiefly with the life at the watering place. Madame Sadikova's conversation was interesting and clever, and she appeared to be very well read. But when Bosmanov tried to pass to more intimate, more painful questions, his companion lightly and deftly evaded them. Everything convinced Bosmanov that she was Elizaveta. He recognized her voice, her favorite turns of speech, recognized that intangible something which expresses the individuality of a person, but which is difficult to define in words. He could have sworn that he was not mistaken. Certainly there were slight marks of difference, but could not these be explained by the interval of 12 years? It was natural that from Elizaveta's flaming passions the experience of life should have forged a steely coldness. It was natural that, living abroad for many years, Elizaveta could have somewhat forgotten her native tongue and speak it with an accent. Finally, it was natural that in her behavior, in her gestures, in her laughter, there should appear a few features which had not been there before. All the same, Bosmanov was sometimes seized by doubt, and then he began mentally to notice hundreds of tiny peculiarities which distinguished Ekaterina from Elizaveta. But he only needed to look once more into Madame Sadikova's face to hear her speak, and all his doubts would disperse like a mist. He felt in himself, and his soul was aware, that this was she whom he had once loved. Of course, he did all he could to unravel the mystery. He tried to confuse her by asking unexpected questions. She was always on her guard, and she easily escaped out of all of his snares. He tried to question her acquaintances. No one knew anything about her. He even went so far as to intercept a letter addressed to her. It proved to be from Paris, and consisted only of impersonal French phrases. One evening, when the two were together in a restaurant, Bosmanov could endure the continuous strain no longer, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Why do we keep up this tormenting game? You are Elizaveta, I am sure of it. You can't forget how you once loved me, and of course you can't forget how basely I cast you off. But now I bring you all my soul's repentance. I despise myself for my former conduct. This is what I propose. Take me for the whole of my life if you can forgive me. But I say this to Elizaveta. I give myself to her, not to any other woman." Madame Sadikova listened in silence to this little speech, transgressing as it did the limits of society's small talk, and answered calmly, "Dear Peter Andreevich, if you are speaking to me, I might answer you, perhaps. But as you warn me that you are speaking to Elizaveta, there is nothing for me to say." In the greatest excitement, Bosmanov got up from his seat and asked her, "Do you wish to insist that you are not Elizaveta? Well, say so once more to my face without blenching, and I will go away. I will at once hide myself from your eyes. I will vanish out of your life. Then there will be no more reason for my living." Madame Sadikova smiled sweetly. "Do you wish so much that I were Elizaveta?" asked she. "Very well. I will be Elizaveta." Section 4. Then the second game began, a more cruel one perhaps than the first. Madame Sadikova called herself Elizaveta and treated Bosmanov as an old acquaintance. When he spoke of the past, she pretended to remember the persons and events of which he spoke. When he, all trembling, reminded her of her love for him, she, laughing, agreed that she had loved him, but she hinted that in the course of time this love had died down, as every flame dies down. In order to play her part conscientiously, Madame Sadikova herself would sometimes speak of the happenings of the past, but she mixed up the dates, remembered the wrong names, imagined things which had never occurred. It was especially tormenting that when she spoke of her love for Bosmanov, she referred to it as a light flirtation, the accidental amusement of a lady in society. This seemed to Bosmanov an insult to sacred things, and almost with a wail he besought her to be silent. But this was little. Imperceptibly, step by step, Madame Sadikova poisoned all of Bosmanov's most holy recollections. By her hints, she discrowned all the most beautiful facts of the past. She gave him to understand that much of what had appeared to him as evidence of her self-forgetful love had been only hypocrisy and make-believe. "Elizaveta," implored Bosmanov once of her, "is it possible for me to believe that your passionate vows, your sobs, your despair when you threw yourself unconscious on the floor, that all this was feigned? The most talented dramatic actress could not act so well. You are defaming yourself." Madame Sadikova, answering to the name of Elizaveta, as she had been doing for some time, said with a smile, "How can one distinguish where acting ends and sincerity begins? I wanted at that time to feel strongly, and so I allowed myself to pretend to be despairing and out of my senses. If in your place had been not you, but some other, I should have acted just the same. And yet, at that very moment, it would have cost me nothing to overcome myself and not sob at all. Aren't we all like that in life? Actors? We don't so much live as act the part of living." "That's not true," exclaimed Bosmanov. "You say this because you do not know how Elizaveta loved. She would never have spoken so. You are only playing her part. It's evident that you are not she. You are Ekaterina." Madame Sadikova laughed, and then said in a different tone, "Just as you like, Peter Andreevich. I only played the part to please you. If you wish it, I will become myself again, Ekaterina Vladimirovna Sadikova." "How can I know where you are real?" For some minutes he doubted who he was himself. In the meantime, Madame Sadikova got up and proposed a walk, and she again began to speak to him as Elizaveta. Section 5. The days went by, The season at Interlaken came to an end. Bosmanov, obsessed by his connection with this mysterious acquaintance of his, began to forget everything else, forgot why he had come to Interlaken, forget all his business, answered no letters from home, lived a sort of senseless life. Like a maniac, he thought only of one thing, how to guess the secret of Elizaveta Ekaterina. Was he in love with this woman? He could not have said. She drew him to herself as to an abyss, as to a horror, to a place of destruction. Months and years might go by, and he would be glad to go on with this duel of mind and ready wit, this struggle of two minds, one of which sought to preserve her secret, and the other strove to tear it from her. But suddenly, early in October, Madame Sadikova left Interlaken. She went away, neither saying goodbye to Bosmanov nor warning him of her departure. On the following day, however, he received a letter from her, posted from Bran. "I will not deprive you of the satisfaction of guessing who I am," wrote Madame Sadikova. "I leave the solution of this problem to your sharp wit. But if you are tired of guessing and would like to have the simplest solution, I will tell it you. Suppose that I was really a complete stranger to you. Learning from your own agitated accounts how cruelly you had once treated a certain Elizaveta, I determined to avenge her. I think I have attained my object. My revenge has been accomplished. You will never forget these weeks of torture at Interlaken. And for whom I took this vengeance? For myself or for another? Is it not all the same in the long run? Goodbye. You will never see me again. Elizaveta Ekaterina. End of For Herself or For Another by Valery Bryusov.
The New Heloise, a short story excerpted from the full-length novel Julie, the New Heloise by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The editor-translators of this short arrangement are Arthur Mee and J.A. Hamerton, presented in an anthology called The World's Greatest Books, Volume 7. This story is recorded as a duet for Love Stories, Volume 3, by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida, and Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. William will read the letters of Saint Preux, Julie's lover, also the letters of Edouard Bonstone, Julie's, Claire's, and Saint Preux's best friend, and finally the letters of Monsieur de Woolmar. Michele will read the letters of Julie and her cousin Claire, and letters addressed from Madame de Orbe, that's Claire after she marries Monsieur de Orbe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Heloise. Excerpt from the introduction. Rousseau's Julie, the New Heloise, published in 1760, was founded on the historic love of Abelard and Heloise. Rousseau's primary intention was to reveal, through a series of letters, a very early form of an epistolary novel, the effect of passion upon persons of simple but lofty nature, unspoiled by the artificialities of society. And several passages in the book are ranked among the classics of French literature. So, without further ado,
The New Heloise by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Section 1, The Course of True Love. To Julie. I must escape from you, mademoiselle. I must see you no more. You know that I entered your house as tutor to yourself and your cousin, Mademoiselle Claire, at your mother's invitation. I did not foresee the peril. At any rate, I did not fear it. I shall not say that I am now paying the price for my rashness, for I trust I shall never fail in the respect due to your high birth, your beauty, and your noble character. But I confess that you have captured my heart. How could I fail to adore the touching union of keen sensibility and unchanging sweetness, the tender pity, all those spiritual qualities that are worth so much more to me than personal charms? I have lost my reason. I promise to strive to recover it. You, and you alone, can help me. Forbid me from appearing in your presence. Show this letter, if you like, to your parents. Drive me away. I can endure anything from you. I am powerless to escape of my own accord.
From Julie. I must then reveal my secret. I have striven to resist, but I am powerless. Everything seems to magnify my love for you. All nature seems to be your accomplice. Every effort that I make is in vain. I adore you in spite of myself. I hope and I believe that a heart which has seemed to me to deserve the whole attachment of mine will not belie the generosity that I expect of it. And I hope also that if you should prove unworthy of the devotion I feel for you, my indignation and contempt will restore to me the reason that my love has caused me to lose.
To Julie. Oh, how am I to realize the torrent of delights that pours into my heart? And how can I best reassure the alarms of a timid and loving woman? Pure and heavenly beauty, judge more truly, I beseech you, of the nature of your power. Believe me, if I adore your loveliness, it is because of the spotless soul of which that loveliness is the outward token. When I cease to love virtue, I shall cease to love you, and I shall no longer ask you to love me.
From Julie. My friend, I feel that every day I become more attached to you. The smallest absence from you is insupportable, and when you are not with me, I must needs write you so that I may occupy myself with you unceasingly. My mind is troubled with news that my father has just told me. He is expecting a visit from his old friend, Monsieur de Volmar, and I suspect it is to Monsieur de Volmar that he designs that I should be married. I cannot marry without the approval of those who gave me life, and you know what the fury of my father would be if I were to confess my love for you, for he would assuredly not suffer me to be united with one whom he deems my inferior in that mere worldly rank for which I care nothing. Yet I cannot marry a man I do not love, and you are the only man I shall ever love. It pains me that I must not reveal our secret to my dear mother, who esteems you so highly, but would she not reveal it from a sense of duty to my father? It is best that only my inseparable cousin Claire should know the truth. From Claire to Julie. I have bad news for you, my dear cousin. First of all, your love affair is being gossiped about. Secondly, this gossip has indirectly brought your lover into serious danger. You have met my Lord Edward Bonstone, the young English noble who is now staying at Vevey. Your lover has been on terms of such warm friendship with him ever since they met at Sion some time ago that I could not believe they would ever have quarreled. Yet they quarreled last night, and about you. During the evening, Monsieur de Orbe tells me, my Lord Edouard drank freely and began to talk about you. Your lover was displeased and silent. My Lord Edouard, angered at his coldness, declared that he was not always cold, and that somebody, who should be nameless, caused him to behave in a very different manner. Your lover drew his sword instantly. My Lord Edouard drew also, but stumbled in his intoxication and injured his leg. Oh! In spite of Monsieur de Orbe's efforts to reconcile them, a meeting was arranged to take place as soon as my Lord Edouard's leg was better. You must prevent this duel somehow, for my Lord Edward is a dangerous swordsman. Meanwhile, I am terrified lest the gossip about you should reach your father's ears. It would be best to get your lover to go away before any mischief comes to pass. From Julie to my Lord Edward. I am told that you are about to fight the man whom I love, for it is true that I love him, and that he will probably die by your hand. Enjoy in advance, if you can, the pleasure of piercing the bosom of your friend, but be sure that you will not have that of contemplating my despair. For I swear that I shall not survive by one day the death of him who is to me as my life's breath. Thus you will have the glory of slaying with a single stroke 2 hapless lovers who have never willingly committed a fault towards you, and who have delighted to honor you.
To Julie. Have no fear for me, dearest Julie. Read this, and I am sure that you will share in my feelings of gratitude and affection towards the man with whom I have quarrelled. This morning my Lord Edward entered my room, accompanied by 2 gentlemen. I have come, he said, to withdraw the injurious words that intoxication led me to utter in your presence. Pardon me, and restore me to your friendship. I am ready to endure any chastisement that you see fit to inflict upon me. My lord, I replied, I acknowledge your nobility of spirit. The words you uttered when you were not yourself are henceforth utterly forgotten. I embraced him, and he bade the gentleman to withdraw. When we were alone, he gave me the warmest testimonies of friendship, and, touched by his generosity, I told him the whole story of our love. He promised enthusiastically to do what he could to further our happiness, and this is the nobler in him, inasmuch as he admitted that he had himself conceived a tender admiration for you.
From Julie. Dearest, the worst has happened. My father knows of our love. He came to me yesterday, pale with fury. In his wrath he struck me. Then, suddenly, he took me in his arms and implored my forgiveness, but I know that he will never consent to our union. I shall never dare to mention your name in his presence. My love for you is unalterable. Our souls are linked by bonds that time cannot dissolve. And yet, my duty to my parents. How can I do right by wronging them? Oh, pity my distraction. It seems that my Lord Edward impulsively asked my father for his consent to our union, telling him how deeply we loved each other, and that he would mortally injure his daughter's happiness if he denied her wishes. My father replied in bitter anger that he would never suffer his child to be united to a man of humble birth. My Lord Edward hotly retorted that mere distinctions of birth were worthless when weighed in the scale with true refinement and true virtue. They had a long and violent argument, and parted in enmity. I must take counsel with Cousin Claire, who never suffers her reason to be clouded with those heart torments of which I am the unhappy victim. From Claire to Julie. On learning of your distress, dear cousin, I made up my mind that your lover must go away, for your sake and his own. I summoned Monsieur d'Orbe and my Lord Edward. I told Monsieur d'Orbe that the success of his suit to me depended on his help to you. You know that my friendship for you is greater than any love can be. My Lord Edward acted splendidly. He promised to endow your lover with 1/3 of his estate, and to take him to Paris and London, there to win the distinction that his talents deserve. Monsieur d'Orbe went to order a chaise, and I proceeded to your lover, and told him that it was his duty to leave at once. At first he passionately refused, then he yielded to despair. Then he begged to be allowed to see you once more. I refused. I urged that all delays were dangerous. His agony brought tears to my eyes, but I was firm. Monsieur d'Orbe led him away. My Lord Edward was waiting with the chaise, and they are now on their way to Besançon and Paris.
Section 2, The separation. To Julie. Why was I not allowed to see you before leaving? Did you fear that the parting would kill me? Be assured, I do not suffer. I think of you. I think of the time when I was dear to you. Nay, you love me yet, I know it. But why so cruelly drive me away? Say one word, and I return like the lightning. Ah, these babblings are but flung into empty air. I shall live and die far away from you. I have lost you forever. From my Lord Edward to Julie. Deep depression has succeeded violent grief in the mind of your lover, but I can count upon his heart. It is a heart framed to fight and to conquer. I have a proposition to make, which I hope you will carefully consider. In your happiness and your lover's, I have a tender and inextinguishable interest, since between you I perceive a deeper harmony than I have ever known to exist between man and woman. Your present misfortunes are due to my indiscretion. Let me do what I can to repair the fault. I have in Yorkshire an old castle and a large estate. They are yours and your lover's, Julie, if you will accept them. You can escape from Vevey with the aid of my valet when I have left there. You can join your lover, be wedded to him, and spend the rest of your days happily in the place of refuge I have designed for you. Reflect on this, I beseech you. I should add that I have said nothing of this project to your lover. The decision rests with you, and you alone.
From Julie to my Lord Edward. Your letter, my lord, fills me with gratitude and admiration. It would indeed be joy for me to gain happiness under the auspices of so generous a friend, and to procure from his kindness the contentment that fortune has denied me. But could contentment ever be granted to me if I had the consciousness of having pitilessly abandoned those who gave me birth? I am their only living child. All their pleasure, all their hope is in me. Can I deliver up their closing days to shame, regrets, and tears? No, my lord. Happiness could not be bought at such a price. I dare brave all the sorrows that await me here. Remorse I dare not brave. From Julie to her lover. I have just returned from the wedding of Claire and Monsieur d'Orbe. You will, I know, share my pleasure in the happiness of our dearest friend, and such is the worth of the friendship that joins us, that the good fortune of one of us should be a real consolation for the sorrows of the other two. Continue to write me from Paris, but let me tell you that I am not pleased with the bitterness of your letters, a bitterness unworthy of my philosophic tutor of the happy bygone days at Vevey. I wish my true love to see all things clearly, and to be the just and honest man I have always deemed him, not a cynic who seeks a sorry comfort in misfortune by carping at the rest of mankind. From Madame d'Orbe, Claire, to Julie's lover. I am about to ask of you a great sacrifice, but I know you will perceive it to be a necessary sacrifice, and I think that your devotion to Julie's true happiness will endure even this final test. Julie's mother has died, and Julie has tormented herself with the idea that her love troubles have hastened her parents' end. Since then she has had a serious illness, and is now in a depressed state both physically and mentally. Nothing, I am convinced, can cure her, save absolute oblivion of the past and the beginning of a new life, a married life. Monsieur de Vollmar is here once more, and Julie's father will insist upon her union with him. This quiet, emotionless, observant man cannot win her love, but he can bring her peace. Will you cease from all correspondence with her and renounce all claim to her? Remember that Julie's whole future depends upon your answer. Her father will force her to obey him. Prove that you are worthy of her love by removing all obstacles to her obedience.
From Julie's lover to her father. I hereby renounce all claims upon the hand of Julie Etange, and acknowledge her right to dispose of herself in matrimony without consulting her heart.
From Madame d'Orbe, Claire, to Julie's lover. Julie is married. Give thanks to the heaven that has saved you both. Respect her new estate. Do not write to her, but wait to hear from her. Now is the time when I shall learn whether you are worthy of the esteem I have ever felt for you.
From my Lord Edward to Julie's lover. A squadron is fitting out at Plymouth for the tour of the globe, under the command of my old friend George Anson. I have obtained permission for you to accompany him. Will you go? From Julie's lover to Madame d'Orbe. I am starting, dear and charming cousin, for a voyage round the world, to seek in another hemisphere the peace I cannot enjoy in this. Adieu, tender and inseparable friends. May you make each other's happiness. Section 3. The Philosophic Husband. From Monsieur de Volmar to Saint Preux, pseudonym of Julie's lover. I learn that you have returned to Europe after all these years of travel. Although I have not as yet the pleasure of knowing you, permit me nevertheless to address you. The wisest and dearest of women has opened her heart to me. I believe that you are worthy of having been loved by her, and I invite you to our home. Innocence and peace reign within it. You will find there friendship, hospitality, esteem, and confidence. Signed, Volmar.
P.S. Come, my friend, we wait you with eagerness. Do not grieve me by a refusal. Julie.
From Saint Preux to my Lord Edward. I have seen her, my lord. She has called me her friend, her dear friend. I am happier than ever I was in my life. Yet, when I approached Monsieur de Volmar's house at Clarence, I was in a state of frantic nervousness. Could I bear to see my old love in the possession of another? Would I not be driven to despair? As the carriage neared Clarence, I wished that it would break down. When I dismounted, I awaited Julie in mortal anxiety. She came running, and calling out to me, she seized me in her arms, and all my terrors were banished. I knew no feeling but joy. Monsieur de Volmar, meanwhile, was standing beside us. She turned to him, introduced me to him as her old friend. If new friends have less ardor than old ones, he said to me as he embraced me, they will be old friends in their turn, and will yield nothing to others. My heart was exhausted. I received his embraces passively. When we reached the drawing-room, she disappeared for a moment and returned, not alone. She brought her 2 children with her, darling little boys, who bore on their countenances the charm and the fascination of their mother. 1,000 thoughts rushed in my mind. I could not speak. I took them in my arms and welcomed their innocent caresses. The children withdrew, and Monsieur de Volmar was called away. I was alone with Julie. I was conscious of a painful restraint. She was seemingly at ease, and I became gradually reassured. We talked of my travels and of her married life. There was no mention of our old relations. I came to realize how Julie was changed, and yet the same. She is a matron, the happy mother of children, the happy mistress of a prosperous household. Her old love is not extinguished, but it is subdued by domestic peace and by her unalterable virtue. Let me add, by the trust and kindness of her elderly husband, whose unemotional goodness has been just what was needed to soothe her passion and sorrow. I am her old and dear friend. I can never be more. And believe me, I am content. Occasionally, pangs of regret tear at my heart, but they do not last long. My passion is cured, and I can never experience another. How can I describe to you the peace and felicity that reign in this household? Monsieur de Volmar is, above all things, a man of system. The life of the establishment moves with ordered regularity from the year's beginning to its end. But the system is not mechanical. It is founded on wide experience of men and governed by philosophy. In the home life of Julie and her husband and children, luxury is never permitted. Even the table delicacies are simple products of the country. But without luxury, there is perfect comfort and perfect confidence. I have never known a community so thoroughly happy, and it is a deep joy to me to be admitted as a cherished member of it. One day, Monsieur de Volmar drew Julie and myself aside, and where do you think he took us? To a plantation near the house which Julie had never entered since her marriage. It was there that she had first kissed me. She was unwilling to enter the place, but he drew her along with him and bade us be seated. Then he began, "Julie, I knew the secret of your love before you revealed it to me. I knew it before I married you. I may have been in the wrong to marry you, knowing that your heart was elsewhere, but I loved you, and I believed I could make you happy. Have I succeeded?"
My dear husband, you know you have succeeded,
said Julie in tears. "One thing only," he went on, "was necessary to prove to you that your old passion was powerless against your virtue, and that was the presence of your old lover. I trusted you. I believed from my knowledge of you that I could trust him. I invited him here, and since then I have been quietly watching. My high anticipations of him are justified. As for you, Julie, the haunting fears that your virtue would fail before the test inflicted by the return of your lover have once and for all been put to rest. Past wounds are healed. Monsieur," he added, turning to me, "you have proved yourself worthy of our fullest confidence and our warmest friendship." What could I answer? I could but embrace him in silence. Madame d'Orbe, now a widow, is about to come here to take permanent charge of the household, leaving Julie to devote herself to the training of the children. Hasten to join us, my lord. Your coming is anxiously awaited. For my own part, I shall not be content until you have looked with your own eyes upon the peaceful delights of our life at Clarence. From St. Preux to my Lord Edouard. Madame d'Orbe is now with us. We look forward to you to complete the party. When you have made a long stay at Clarence, I shall be ready to join you in your projected journey to Rome. Julie has revealed to me the one trouble of her life. Her husband is a free thinker. Will you aid me in trying to convince him of his error, and thus perfecting Julie's happiness? Section 4. The Veil. From St. Preux to Madame d'Orbe. My Lord Edward and I, after leaving you all yesterday, succeeded no further than Villeneuve. An accident to one of my lord's attendants delayed us, and we spent the night there. As you know, I had parted from Julie with regret, but without violent emotion. Yet strangely enough, when I was alone last night, the old grief came back. I had lost her. She lived and was happy. Her life was my death. Her happiness was my torment. I struggled with these ideas. When I lay down, they pursued me in my sleep. At length I started up from a hideous dream. I had seen Julie stretched upon her deathbed. I knew it was she, although her face was covered by a veil. I advanced to tear it off. I could not reach it. "Be calm, my friend," she said feebly. "The veil of dread covers me. No hand can remove it." I made another effort and awoke. Again I slept. Again I dreamt the dream. A third time I slept, and a third time it appeared to me. This was too much. I fled from my room to my Lord Edward's. At first he treated the dream as a jest, but seeing my panic-stricken earnestness, he changed his tune. "You will have a chance of recovering your reason tomorrow," he said. The next morning we set out on our journey, as I thought. Brooding over my dream, I never noticed that the lake was on the left-hand side of the carriage, that we were returning. When I roused myself, I found that we were back again at Clarence. "Now, go and see her again. Prove that the dream was wrong," said Edward. I went nervously, feeling thoroughly ashamed of myself. I could hear you and Julie talking in the garden. I was cured in an instant of my superstitious folly. It fled from my mind. I retired without seeing her, feeling a man again. I rejoined my Lord Edward and drove back to Villeneuve. We are about to resume the journey to Rome.
From Madame de Orbe, Claire, to Saint Preux, Julie's lover. Why did you not come to see us, instead of merely listening to our voices? You have transfixed the terror of your dream to me. Until your return, I shall never look upon Julie without trembling, lest I should lose her. Monsieur de Voulemar has let you know his wish that you should remain permanently with us and superintend the education of his children. I am sure you will accept. Rejoin us swiftly, then. I shall not have an easy moment until you are amongst us once more. From Madame de Orbe to Saint Preux. It has come to pass. You will never see her more. The veil, Julie is dead.
From Monsieur de Volmar to Saint Preux. I have allowed your first hours of grief to pass in silence. I was in no condition to give details, nor you to receive them. Now I may write, and you may read. We were on a visit to the castle of Chillon, guests of the baillie of Vevey. After dinner, the whole party walked on the ramparts, and our youngest son slipped and fell into the deep water. Julie plunged in after him. Both were rescued. The child was soon brought round, but Julie's state was critical. When she recovered a little, she was taken back to Clarence. The doctor told her she had but 3 days to live. She spent those 3 days in perfect cheerfulness and tranquillity of spirit, conversing with Madame de Orbe, the pastor, and myself, expressing her content that her life should end at a time when she had attained complete happiness. On the 4th morning, we found her lifeless. During the 3 days, she wrote a letter which I enclose. Fulfill her last request. There yet remains much for you to do on earth.
From Julie to Saint Preux. All is changed, my dear friend. Let us suffer the change without a murmur. It was not well for us that we should rejoin each other, for it was an illusion that my love for you was cured. Now, in the presence of death, I know that I still love you. I avow this without shame, for I have done my duty. My virtue is without stain, my love without remorse. Come back to Clarence. Train my children, comfort their noble father, lead him into the light of Christian faith. Claire, like yourself, is about to lose the half of her life. Let each of you preserve the other half by a union that in these latter days I have often wished to bring about. Adieu, sweet friend. Adieu. This ends the new Heloise. Excerpts from Julie, the New Heloise, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau.
Love in a Cottage by Francis A. Durivage. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 3 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Love in a Cottage by Francis A. Durivage. Tell me, Charlie, who is that fascinating creature in blue that waltzes so divinely? Asked young Frank Belmont of his friend Charles Hastings, as they stood playing wallflower for the moment at a military ball. Julia Heathcote, answered Charles with a half-sigh, an old flame of mine. I proposed, but she refused me. On what ground? Simply because I had a comfortable income. Her head is full of romantic notions, and she dreams of nothing but love in a cottage. She contends that poverty is essential to happiness, and money its bane. Have you given up all hopes of her? Entirely. In fact, I'm engaged. Then you have no objections to my addressing this dear romantic angel? None whatever. But I see my fiancée. Excuse me, I must walk through the next quadrille with her. Frank Belmont was a stranger in Boston, a New Yorker, immensely rich and fashionable, but his reputation had not preceded him, and Charlie Hastings was the only man who knew him in New England. He procured an introduction to the beauty from one of the managers, and soon danced and talked himself into her good graces. In fact, it was a clear case of love at first sight on both sides. The enamored pair were sitting apart, enjoying a most delightful tete-a-tete. Suddenly, Belmont heaved a deep sigh. "Oh, why do you sigh, Mr. Belmont?" asked the fair Julia, somewhat pleased with this proof of sensibility. "Is this not a gay scene?" "Alas, yes," replied Belmont gloomily, "but fate does not permit me to mingle habitually in scenes like this. They only make my ordinary life doubly gloomy, and even here I deem to see the shadow of a fiend waving me away. What right have I to be here?" "What fiend do you allude to?" asked Miss Heathcote with increasing interest. "A fiend hardly presentable in good society," replied Belmont bitterly. "One could tolerate a Mephistopheles, a dignified fiend, with his pockets full of money, but my tormentor, if personified, would appear with seedy boots and a shocking bad hat." "How absurd!" "It is too true," sighed Belmont, "and the name of this fiend is poverty." "Are you poor?" "Yes, madame, I am poor, and when I would fain render myself agreeable in the eyes of beauty, in the eyes of one I could love, this fiend whispers to me, 'Beware, you have nothing to offer her but love in a cottage.'" "Mr. Belmont," said Julia with sparkling eyes and a voice of unusual animation, "although there are sordid souls in this world who only judge of the merits of an individual by his pecuniary possessions, I am not one of that number. I respect poverty. There is something highly poetical about it, and I imagine that happiness is oftener found in the humble cottage than beneath the palace roof." Belmont appeared enchanted with this encouraging avowal. The next day, after cautioning his friend Charlie to say nothing of his actual circumstances, he called on the widow Heathcote and her fair daughter in the character of the poor gentleman. The widow had very different notions from her romantic offspring, and when Belmont candidly confessed his poverty on soliciting permission to address Julia, he was very politely requested to change the subject and never mention it again. The result of all this maneuvering was an elopement. The belle of the ball jumping out of a chamber window on a shed and coming down a flight of steps to reach her lover, for the sake of being romantic, when she might just as well have walked out the front door. The happy couple passed a day in New York City, and then Frank took his beloved to his cottage. An Irish hack conveyed them to a miserable shanty in the environs of New York, where they alighted, and Frank, escorting the bride into the apartment, which served for parlor, kitchen, and drawing-room, and was neither papered nor carpeted, introduced her to his mother, much in the way Claude Melnotte presents Pauline. The old woman, who was peeling potatoes, hastily wiped her hands and face with a greasy apron and saluted her daughter, as she called her, on both cheeks. "Can it be possible," thought Julia, "that this vulgar creature is my Belmont's mother?" "Frank," screamed the old woman, "you'd better go right upstairs and take off them clothes, for the boy's been sent outer 'em more'n 50 times. Frank borrowed the clothes, ma'am," she added to Julia by way of explanation, "to look smart when he went down east." The bridegroom retired on this hint, and soon reappeared in a pair of faded nankeen pantaloons, reaching to about the calf of the leg, a very shabby black coat, out at the elbows, a ragged black vest, and instead of his varnished leather boots, a pair of immense cowhide brogans. "Now," said he, sitting quietly down by the cooking stove, "I began to feel at home. Ah, this is delightful, isn't it, dearest?" And he warbled, "Though never so humble, there's no place like home." Julia's heart swelled so that she could not utter a word. "Dearest," said Frank, "I think you told me you had no objections to smoking?" "None in the least," said the bride. "I rather like the flavor of a cigar." "Oh, a cigar," replied Belmont. "That would never do for a poor man." And, oh horror, he produced an old clay pipe, and filling it from a little newspaper parcel of tobacco, began to smoke with keen relish. "Dinner! Dinner!" he exclaimed at length. "Ah, thank you, mother. I'm as hungry as a bear. Codfish and potatoes, Julia. Not a very tempting fare, but what of that? Our aliment is love." "Yes, and by way of a treat," added the old woman, "I've been and gone and bought a whole pint of Albany ale and 3 cream cakes from the candy shop next block." Poor Julia pleaded indisposition and could not eat a mouthful. Before Belmont, however, the codfish and potatoes and the ale and cream cakes disappeared with a very unromantic and unlover-like velocity. At the close of the meal, a thundering double knock was heard at the door. "Come in," cried Belmont. A low-browed man in a green waistcoat entered. "Now, Mr. Belmont," he exclaimed in a strong Hibernian accent, "are you ready to go to work? By the powers, if I don't see ye sail tomorrow on the shopboard, I'll discharge ye without a character, and ye shall starve on the top of that." "Tomorrow morning, Mr. Maloney," replied Belmont meekly, "I'll be at my post." "And it'll be mighty healthy for you to do that same," replied the man as he retired. "Belmont, speak! Tell me," gasped Julia. "Who is that man, that loafer?" "He is my employer," answered Belmont, smiling. "And his profession?" "He is a tailor." "And you?" I am a journeyman tailor at your service. A laborious and thankless calling it ever was to me. But now, dearest, as I drive the hissing goose across the smoking steam, I shall think of my own angel and my dear cottage, and be happy. That night Julia retired weeping to her room in the attic. "That 'ere counterpin darter," said the old woman. "I worked with these here old hands. Ain't it putty? I hope you'll sleep well here. There's a broken pane of glass, but I've put one of Frank's old hats in it, and I don't think you'll feel the draught. There used to be a good many rats here, but I don't think they'll trouble you now, for Frank's been a paisanin of them." Left alone, Julia threw herself into a chair and burst into a flood of tears. Even Belmont had ceased to be attractive in her eyes. The stern privations that surrounded her banished all thoughts of love. The realities of life had cured her in one day of all her quixotic notions. "Well, Julia, how do you like poverty and love in a cottage?" asked Belmont, entering in his bridal dress. "Not so well, sir, as you seem to like that borrowed suit," answered the bride, reddening with vexation. "Very well. You shall suffer it no longer. My carriage awaits your orders at the door." "Your carriage? Indeed?" "Yes, dearest. It waits but for you, to bear us to Belmont Hall, my lovely villa on the Hudson." "And your mother?" "I have no mother, alas. The old woman downstairs is an old servant of the family." "Then you've been deceiving me, Frank. How wicked!" "It was all done with a good motive. You were not born to endure a life of privation, but to shine, the ornament of an elegant and refined circle. I hope you will not love me the less when you learn that I am worth nearly $500,000. That's the melancholy fact, and I can't help it." "Oh, Frank!" cried the beautiful girl, and hid her face in his bosom. She presided with grace at the elegant festivities of Belmont Hall, and seemed to support her husband's wealth and luxurious style of living with the greatest fortitude and resignation, never complaining of her comforts, nor murmuring a wish for living in a cottage. End Love in a Cottage by Francis A. Durivage.
The Lady of Scalot, from number 82 of Il Novellino, Le 100 Novelle Antiche, by anonymous Florentine of the 13th century, translated in English by Thomas Roscoe, read by Liber on the 2nd of June 2020 for Love Stories Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lady of Scalot, from Il Novellino. We here learn how the Lady of Scalot died for love of Lancelot of the Lake. A daughter of the great Barbasoro became passionately attached to Lancelot of the Lake, but so far from returning her love, he bestowed all his affections on the fair Queen Ginevra. To such a degree did her unhappy attachment arise that she at length fell a victim to it, and died, leaving a bequest that as soon as her soul had departed, her body should be transported on board a barge fitted up for the purpose, with a rich couch, and adorned with velvet stuffs, and precious stones and ornaments. And thus arrayed in her proudest attire, with a bright golden crown upon her brows, she was to be borne alone to the place of residence of her beloved. Beneath her silver zone was found a letter to the following tenor, but we must first mention what ought to precede the letter itself. Everything was exactly fulfilled as she had appointed. respecting the vessel without a sail or oars, helmsman or hands to guide her. And so, with its lifeless freight, it was launched upon the open waves. Thus she was borne along by the winds, which conveyed her direct to Camelot, where the barge rested of itself upon the banks. A rumour immediately spread through the court, and a vast train of barons and cavaliers ran out of the palace, followed soon by King Arthur himself. They stood mute with astonishment on observing the strange vessel there, without a voice or a hand to stir her out of the dead calm in which she lay. The king was the first to set his foot upon her side, and he there beheld the gentle lady surrounded with the pomp of death. He too first unclasped the zone, and cast his eye over the letter, directed to all the knights of the Round Table, greeting from the poor lady of Scalot, who invokes long health and fortune for the proudest lances in the world. Do they wish to learn how I am thus fearfully brought before them? Let my last hand witness that it was at once for the sake of the noblest and vilest of the cavaliers of the land, for the proud knight Launcelot of the Lake, for neither tears nor sighs of mine availed with him to have compassion on my love. And thus, alas, you behold me dead, fallen a victim only for loving too true. End of The Lady of Scalot, from Il Novellino, Le 100 Novelle Antiche. This recording is in the public domain.
The Way of the Winning of Anne by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Recorded for Love Stories, Volume 3 by Rita Boutros. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of the Winning of Anne by Lucy Maud Montgomery, 1899. From Lucy Maud Montgomery Short Stories, 1896 to 1901. Jerome Irving had been courting Anne Stockard for 15 years. He had begun when she was 20, and he was 25. And now that Jerome was 40, and Anne, in a village where everybody knew everybody else's age, had to own to being 35, the courtship did not seem any nearer a climax than it had at the beginning. But that was not Jerome's fault, poor fellow. At the end of the first year he had asked Anne to marry him, and Anne had refused. Jerome was disappointed, but he kept his head and went on courting Anne just the same. That is, he went over to Essex Stockard's house every Saturday night and spent the evening. He walked home with Anne from prayer meeting and singing school and parties when she would let him, and asked her to go to all the concerts and socials and quilting frolics that came off. Anne never would go, of course, but Jerome faithfully gave her the chance. Old Essex rather favored Jerome's suit, for Anne was the plainest of his many daughters, and no other fellow seemed at all anxious to run Jerome off the track. But she took her own way with true Stockard firmness, and matters were allowed to drift on at the will of time or chance. 3 years later, Jerome tried his luck again, with precisely the same result. And after that he had asked Anne regularly once a year to marry him. And just as regularly Anne said no, a little more brusquely and a little more decidedly every year. Now, in the mellowness of a 15-year-old courtship, Jerome did not mind it at all. He knew that everything comes to the man who has patience to wait. Time, of course, had not stood still with Anne and Jerome, or with the history of Deep Meadows. At the Stockard homestead, the changes had been many and marked. Every year or two there had been a wedding in the big brick farmhouse, and one of old Essex girls had been the bride each time. Julia and Grace and Celia and Betty and Theodosia and Clementina Stockard were all married and gone. But Anne had never had another lover. There had to be an old maid in every big family, she said, and she was not going to marry Jerome Irving just for the sake of having Mrs. on her tombstone. Old Essex and his wife had been put away in the Deep Meadows burying ground. The broad, fertile Stockard acres passed into Anne's possession. She was a good businesswoman, and the farm continued to be the best in the district. She kept 2 hired men and a servant girl, and the 16-year-old of her oldest sister lived with her. There were few visitors at the Stockard place now, but Jerome dropped in every Saturday night with clockwork regularity and talked to Anne about her stock and advised her regarding the rotation of her crops and the setting out of her orchards. And at 10 o'clock he would take his hat and cane and tell Anne to be good to herself and go home. Anne had long since given up trying to discourage him. She even accepted attentions from him now that she had used to refuse. He always walked home with her from evening meetings and was her partner in the games at quilting parties. It was great fun for the young folks. Old Jerome and Anne were a standing joke in Deep Meadows, but the older people had ceased to expect anything to come of it. Anne laughed at Jerome as she had always done, and would not have owned for the world that she could have missed him. Jerome was useful, she admitted, and a comfortable friend, and she would have liked him well enough if he would only omit that ridiculous yearly ceremony of proposal. It was Jerome's 40th birthday when Anne refused him again. He realized this as he went down the road in the moonlight, and doubt and dismay began to creep into his heart. Anne and he were both getting old. There was no disputing that fact. It was high time that he brought her to terms if he was ever going to. Jerome was an easygoing mortal and always took things placidly, but he did not mean to have all those 15 years of patient courting go for nothing. He had thought Anne would get tired of saying no, sooner or later, and say yes, if for no other reason than to have a change. But getting tired did not seem to run in the Stockard blood. She had said no that night just as coolly and decidedly and unsentimentally as she said it 15 years before. Jerome had the sensation of going around in a circle and never getting any further on. He made up his mind that something must be done, and just as he got to the brook that divides Deep Meadows West from Deep Meadows Central, an idea struck him. It was a good idea and amused him. He laughed aloud and slapped his thigh, much to the amusement of 2 boys who were sitting unnoticed on the railing of the bridge. "There's old Jerome going home from seeing Anne Stockard," said one. "Wonder what on earth he's laughing at. Seems to me if I couldn't get a wife without hoeing a 15-year row, I'd give up trying." But then the speaker was a Hamilton, and the Hamiltons never had any perseverance. Jerome, although a well-to-do man, owning a good farm, had, so to speak, no home of his own. The old Irving homestead belonged to his older brother, who had a wife and family. Jerome lived with them, and was so used to it he didn't mind. At 40, a lover must not waste time. Jerome thought out the details that night, and next day he opened the campaign. But it was not until the evening after that Anne Stockard heard the news. It was her niece Octavia who told her. The latter had been having a chat up the lane with Sam Mitchell, and came in with a broad smile on her round rosy face and a twinkle in her eyes. "I guess you've lost your beau this time, Aunt Anne. It looks as if he meant to take you at your word at last." "What on earth do you mean?" asked Anne a little sharply. She was in the pantry counting eggs, and Octavia's interruption made her lose her count. "Now I can't remember whether it was 6 or 7 dozens I said last. I shall have to count them all over again. I wish, Octavia, that you could think of something besides beaux all the time." "Well, but listen," persisted Octavia wickedly. "Jerome Irving was at the social at the Cherry Valley Parsonage last night, and he had Harriet Warren there, took her there, and drove her home again." "I don't believe it," cried Anne before she thought. She dropped an egg into the basket so abruptly that the shell broke. "Oh, it's true enough. Sam Mitchell told me. He was there and saw him. Sam says he looked quite beaming and was dressed to kill and followed Harriet around like her shadow. I guess you won't have any more bother with him, Aunt Anne." In the process of picking the broken egg out of the whole ones, Anne had recovered her equanimity. She gave a careful little laugh. "Well, it's to be hoped so. Goodness knows it's time he tried somebody else. Go and change your dress for milking, Octavia, and don't spend quite so much time gossiping up the lane with Sam Mitchell. He always was a fetch and carry. Young girls oughtn't to be so pert." When the subdued Octavia had gone, Anne tossed the broken eggshell out of the pantry window viciously enough. "There's no fool like an old fool. Jerome Irving always was an idiot. The idea of his going after Harriet Warren. He's old enough to be her father. And a Warren, too. I've seen the time an Irving wouldn't be seen on the same side of the road with a Warren. Well, anyhow, I don't care, and he needn't suppose I will. It will be a relief not to have him hanging around any longer." It might have been a relief, but Anne felt strangely lonely as she walked home alone from prayer meeting the next night. Jerome had not been there. The Warrens were Methodists, and Anne rightly guessed that he had gone to the Methodist prayer meeting at Cherry Valley. "Dancing attendance on Harriet," she said to herself scornfully. When she got home, she looked at her face in the glass more critically than she had done for years. Anne Stockard at her best had never been pretty. When young, she had been called gawky. She was very tall, and her figure was lank and angular. She had a long, pale face and dusky hair. Her eyes had been good, a glimmering hazel, large and long-lashed. They were pretty yet, but the crow's feet about them were plainly visible. There were brackets around her mouth, too, and her cheeks were hollow. Anne suddenly realized, as she had never realized before, that she had grown old, that her youth was left far behind. She was an old maid, and Harriet Warren was young and pretty. Anne's long, thin lips suddenly quivered. "I declare I'm a worse fool than Jerome," she said angrily. When Saturday night came, Jerome did not. The corner of the big old-fashioned porch where he usually sat looked bare and lonely. Anne was short with Octavia and boxed the cat's ears and raged at herself. What did she care if Jerome Irving never came again? She could have married him years ago if she had wanted to. Everybody knew that. At sunset she saw a buggy drive past her gate. Even at that distance she recognized Harriet Warren's handsome, high-colored profile. It was Jerome's new buggy, and Jerome was driving. The wheel spokes flashed in the sunlight as they crept up the hill. Perhaps they dazzled Anne's eyes a little. At least, for that or some other reason, she dabbed her hand viciously over them as she turned sharply about and went upstairs. Octavia was practicing her music lesson in the parlor below and singing in a sweet, shrill voice. The hired men were laughing and talking in the yard. Anne slammed down her window and banged her door, and then lay down on her bed. She said her head ached. The Deep Meadows people were amused and made joking remarks to Anne, which she had to take amiably because she had no excuse for resenting them. In reality, they stung her pride unendurably. When Jerome had gone, she realized that she had no other intimate friend, and that she was a very lonely woman whom nobody cared about. One night, it was 3 weeks afterward, she met Jerome and Harriet squarely. She was walking to church with Octavia, and they were driving in the opposite direction. Jerome had his new buggy and crimson lap robe. His horse's coat shone like satin and had rosettes of crimson on his bridle. Jerome was dressed extremely well and looked quite young, with his round, ruddy, clean-shaven face and clear blue eyes. Harriet was sitting primly and consciously by his side. She was a very handsome girl with bold eyes and was somewhat overdressed. She wore a big flowery hat and a white lace veil, and looked at Anne with a supercilious smile. Anne felt dowdy and old. She was very pale. Jerome lifted his hat and bowed pleasantly as they drove past. Suddenly Harriet laughed out. Anne did not look back, but her face crimsoned darkly. Was that girl laughing at her? She trembled with anger and a sharp hurt feeling. When she got home that night, she sat a long while by her window. Jerome was gone, and he let Harriet Warren laugh at her, and he would never come back to her. Well, it did not matter, but she had been a fool. Only it had never occurred to her that Jerome could act so. If I'd thought he would, I mightn't have been so sharp with him, was as far as she would let herself go, even in thought. When 4 weeks had elapsed, Jerome came over one Saturday night. He was fluttered and anxious, but hid it in a masterly manner. Anne was taken by surprise. She had not thought he would ever come again, and was off her guard. He had come around the porch corner abruptly as she stood there in the dusk, and she started very perceptibly. "Good evening, Anne," he said, easily and unblushingly. Anne choked up. She was very angry, or thought she was. Jerome appeared not to notice her lack of welcome. He sat coolly down in his old place. His heart was beating like a hammer, but Anne did not know that. "I suppose," she said cuttingly, "that you're on your way down to the bridge. It's almost a pity for you to waste time stopping here at all, any more than you have of late. No doubt Harriet'll be expecting you." A gleam of satisfaction flashed over Jerome's face. He looked shrewdly at Anne, who was not looking at him, but was staring uncompromisingly out over the poppy beds. A jealous woman always gives herself away. If Anne had been indifferent, she would not have given him that slap in the face. "I don't know she will," he replied coolly. "I didn't say for sure whether I'd be down tonight or not. It's so long since I had a chat with you, I thought I'd drop in for a spell. But of course, if I'm not wanted, I can go where I will be." Anne could not get back her self-control. Her nerves were all strung up, as she would have said. She had a feeling that she was right on the brink of a scene, but she could not help herself. "I guess it doesn't matter much what I want," she said stonily. "At any rate, it hasn't seemed that way lately. You don't care, of course. Oh, no, Harriet Warren is all you care about. Well, I wish you joy of her." Jerome looked puzzled, or pretended to. In reality, he was hugging himself with delight. "I don't just understand you, Anne," he said hesitatingly. "You appear to be vexed about something." "I? Oh, no, I'm not, Mr. Irving. Of course old friends don't count now. Well, I've no doubt new ones will wear just as well." "If it's about my going to see Harriet," said Jerome easily, "I don't see as how it can matter much to you. Goodness knows you took enough pains to show me you didn't want me. I don't blame you. A woman has a right to please herself, and a man ought to have sense to take his answer and go. I hadn't, and that's where I made my mistake. I don't mean to pester you any more, but we can be real good friends, can't we? I'm sure I'm as much your friend as ever I was." Now I hold that this speech of Jerome's, delivered in a cool, matter-of-fact tone, as of a man stating a case with dispassionate fairness, was a masterpiece. It was the last cleverly executed movement of the campaign. If it failed to effect a capitulation, he was a defeated man. But it did not fail. Anne had got to that point where an excited woman must go mad or cry. Anne cried. She sat flatly down on a chair and burst into tears. Jerome's hat went one way and his cane another. Jerome himself sprang across the intervening space and dropped into the chair beside Anne. He caught her hand in his and threw his arm boldly around her waist. "Goodness gracious, Anne, do you care after all? Tell me that." "I don't suppose it matters to you if I do," sobbed Anne. "It hasn't seemed to matter anyhow." "Anne, look here. Didn't I come after you for 15 years? It's you I always have wanted and want yet, if I can get you. I don't care a rap for Harriet Warren or anyone but you. Now that's the truth right out, Anne." No doubt it was, and Anne was convinced of it. But she had to have her cry out on Jerome's shoulder, and it soothed her nerves wonderfully. Later on, Octavia, slipping noiselessly up the steps in the dusk, saw a sight that transfixed her with astonishment. When she recovered herself, she turned and fled wildly around the house, running bump into Sam Mitchell, who was coming across the yard from a twilight conference with the hired men. "Goodness, Tavie, what's the matter? You look as if you'd seen a ghost." Octavia leaned up against the wall in spasms of mirth. "Oh, Sam," she gasped, "old Jerome Irving and Aunt Anne are sitting round there in the dark on the front porch, and he had his arms around her, kissing her, and they never saw nor heard me, no more'n if they were deaf and blind." Sam gave a tremendous whistle and then went off into a shout of laughter whose echoes reached even to the gloom of the front porch and the ears of the lovers. But they did not know he was laughing at them, and would not have cared if they did. They were too happy for that. There was a wedding that fall, and Anne Stockard was the bride. When she was safely his, Jerome confessed all, and was graciously forgiven. "But it was kind of mean to Harriet," said Anne rebukingly, "to go with her and get her talked about, and then drop her as you did. Don't you think so yourself, Jerome?" Her husband's eyes twinkled. "Well, hardly that. You see, Harriet's engaged to that Johnson fellow out west. 'Tain't generally known, but I knew it, and that's why I picked on her. I thought it probable that she'd be willing enough to flirt with me for a little diversion, even if I was old. Harriet's that sort of girl. And I made up my mind that if that didn't fetch it, nothing would, and I'd give up for good and all. But it did, didn't it, Anne?" "I should say so. It was horrid of you, Jerome. But I dare say it's just as well you did, or I'd likely never have found out that I couldn't get along without you. I did feel dreadful. Poor Octavia could tell you I was as cross as X. How did you come to think of it, Jerome?" "A fellow had to do something," said Jerome oracularly, "and I'd have done most anything to get you, Anne, that's a fact. And there it was, courting 15 years and nothing to show for it. I don't know, though, how I did come to think of it. Guess it was a sort of inspiration. Anyhow, I've got you, and that's what I set out to do in the beginning." End of The Way of the Winning of Anne by Lucy Maud Montgomery.
The Birth of Bran by James Stephens, recorded for Love Stories, Volume 3 by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in June 2020. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Birth of Bran by James Stephens. Chapter 1. There are people who do not like dogs a bit. They are usually women, but in this story there is a man who did not like dogs. In fact, he hated them. When he saw one, he used to go black in the face, and he threw rocks at it until it got out of sight. But the power that protects all creatures had put a squint in this man's eye, so that he always threw crooked. This gentleman's name was Fergus Fionlaith, and his stronghold was near the harbor of Galway. Whenever a dog barked, he would leap out of his seat, and he would throw everything that he owned out of the window in the direction of the bark. He gave prizes to servants who disliked dogs, and when he heard that a man had drowned a litter of pups, he used to visit that person and try to marry his daughter. Now Fune, the son of Wale, was the reverse of Fergus Fionlaith in this matter, for he delighted in dogs, and he knew everything about them, from the setting of the first little white tooth to the rocking of the last long yellow one. He knew the affections and antipathies which are proper in a dog, the degree of obedience to which dogs may be trained without losing their honorable qualities or becoming servile and suspicious. He knew the hopes that animate them, the apprehensions which tingle in their blood, and all that is to be demanded from or forgiven in a paw, an ear, a nose, an eye, or a tooth. And he understood these things because he loved dogs, for it is by love alone that we understand anything. Among the 300 dogs which Fionn owned, there were 2 to whom he gave an especial tenderness, and who were his daily and nightly companions. These 2 were Bran and Scalot. But if a person were to guess for 20 years, he could not find out why Fionn loved these 2 dogs, and why he would never be separated from them. Fionn's mother, Muireann, went to wide Allan of Leinster to visit her son, and she brought her young sister Turine with her. The mother and aunt of the great captain were well treated among the Fianna, first because they were family to Fionn, and second because they were beautiful and noble women. No words can describe how delightful Muireann was. She took the branch. And as to Turine, a man could not look at her without becoming angry or dejected. Her face was fresh as a spring morning, her voice more cheerful than the cuckoo calling from the branch that is highest in the hedge, and her form swayed like a reed and flowed like a river, so that each person thought she would surely flow to him. Men who had wives of their own grew moody and downcast because they could not hope to marry her, while the bachelors of Fianna stared at each other with truculent, bloodshot eyes, and then they gazed on Turine so gently that she may have imagined she was being beamed on by the mild eyes of the dawn. It was to an Ulster gentleman, Allan, that she gave her love, and this chief stated his rights and qualities, and asked for her in marriage. Now, Fionn did not dislike the man of Ulster, but either he did not know them well, or else he knew them too well, for he made a curious stipulation before consenting to the marriage. He bound Allan to return the lady if there should be occasion to think her unhappy, and Allan agreed to do so. The sureties to this bargain were Count de Macaronen, Gol Macamorna, and Lugaith. Lugaith himself gave the bride away, but it was not a pleasant ceremony for him, because he also was in love with the lady, and he would have preferred keeping her to giving her away. When she had gone, he made a poem about her, beginning, "There is no more light in the sky," and hundreds of sad people learned the poem by heart. Chapter 2. When Allan and Turine were married, they went to Ulster, and they lived together very happily. But the law of life is change. Nothing continues in the same way for any length of time. Happiness must become unhappiness, and will be succeeded again by the joy it has displaced. The past also must be reckoned with. It is seldom as far behind us as we could wish. It is more often in front, blocking the way, and the future trips over it just when we think that the road is clear and joy our own. Allan had a past. He was not ashamed of it. He merely thought it was finished, although in truth it was only beginning, for it is that perpetual beginning of the past that we call the future. Before he joined the Fianna, he had been in love with a lady of the Sidhe, named Oakdelve Fairbreast, and they had been sweethearts for years. How often he had visited his sweetheart in Faery! With what eagerness and anticipation he had gone there! The lover's whistle that he used to give was known to every person in that Sidhe. He had been discussed by more than one of the delicate sweet ladies of Faery. "That is your whistle, Fairbreast," her sister of the she would say. And Delve would reply, "Yes, that is my mortal, my lover, my pulse, and my one treasure." She laid her spinning aside, or her embroidery if she was at that, or if she were baking a cake of fine wheaten bread mixed with honey, she would leave the cake to bake itself and fly to Allan. Then they went hand in hand in the country that smells of apple blossom and honey, looking on heavy-boughed trees and on dancing and beaming clouds. Or they stood dreaming together, locked in a clasping of arms and eyes, gazing up and down on each other, Allan staring down into sweet grey wells that peeped and flickered under thin brows, and Delve looking up into great black ones that went dreamy and went hot in endless alternation. Then Allan would go back to the world of men, and Delve would return to her occupations in the land of the ever-young. "What did he say?" his sister of the she would ask. "He said I was the berry of the mountain, the star of knowledge, and the blossom of the raspberry." "They always say the same thing," her sister pouted. "But they look other things," Delve insisted. "They feel other things," she murmured, and an endless conversation recommenced. Then for some time Allan did not come to Fairy, and Delve marvelled at that, while her sister made 100 surmises, each one worse than the last. "He is not dead, or he would be here," she said. "He has forgotten you, my darling." News was brought to Tir na Nong of the marriage of Allan and Turenne, and when Delve heard that news, her heart ceased to beat for a moment, and she closed her eyes. "Now," said her sister of the she, "that is how long the love of a mortal lasts," she added, in the voice of sad triumph which is proper to sisters. But on Delve there came a rage of jealousy and despair, such as no person in the she had ever heard of, and from that moment she became capable of every ill deed. For there are 2 things not easily controlled, and they are hunger and jealousy. She determined that the woman who had supplanted her in Allan's affections should rue the day she did it. She pondered and brooded revenge in her heart, sitting in thoughtful solitude and bitter recollectedness, until at last she had a plan. She understood the arts of magic and shape-changing, so she changed her shape into that of Foon's female runner, the best-known woman in Ireland. Then she set out from Fairy and appeared in the world. She travelled in the direction of Allan's stronghold. Allan knew the appearance of Foon's messenger, but he was surprised to see her. She saluted him. "Health and long life, my master." "Health and good days," he replied. "What brings you here, dear heart?" "I come from Foon." "And your message?" "The royal captain intends to visit you." "He shall be welcome," said Allan. "We shall give him an Ulster feast." "The world knows what that is," said the messenger courteously. "And now," she continued, "I have messages for your queen." Turenne then walked from the house with the messenger, but when they had gone a short distance, Delve drew a hazel rod from beneath her cloak and struck it on the queen's shoulder. And on the instant Turenne's figure trembled and quivered, and it began to whirl inwards and downwards, and she changed into the appearance of a hound. It was sad to see the beautiful slender dog standing shivering and astonished, and sad to see the lovely eyes that looked out pitifully in terror and amazement. But Delve did not feel sad. She clasped a chain about the hound's neck, and they set off westward towards the house of Fergus Fionlaith, who was reputed to be the unfriendliest man in the world to a dog. It was because of his reputation that Delve was bringing the hound to him. She did not want a good home for this dog. She wanted the worst home that could be found in the world, and she thought that Fergus would revenge for her the rage and jealousy which she felt towards Tureen. Chapter 3. As they paced along, Delve railed bitterly against the hound and shook and jerked her chain. Many a sharp cry the hound gave in that journey, many a mild lament. "Ah, supplanter, ah, taker of another girl's sweetheart," said Delve fiercely. "How would your lover take it if he could see you now? How would he look if he saw your pointy ears, your long thin snout, your shivering skinny legs, and your long gray tail? Would he not love you now, bad girl?" "Have you heard of Fergus Fionlaith?" she said again, "the man who does not like dogs?" Tureen had indeed heard of him. "It is to Fergus I shall bring you," cried Delve. "He will throw stones at you. You have never had a stone thrown at you? Ah, bad girl, you do not know how a stone sounds as it nips the ear with the whirling buzz, nor how jagged and heavy it feels as it thumps against a skinny leg. Robber, mortal, bad girl, you have never been whipped, but you will be whipped now. You shall hear the song of a lash as it curls forward and bites inward and drags backward. You shall dig up old bones stealthily at night and choose them against famine. You shall whine and squeal at the moon and shiver in the cold, and you will never take another girl's sweetheart again." And it was in those terms and in that tone that she spoke to Tureen as they journeyed forward, so that the hound trembled and shrank and whined pitifully and in despair. They came to Fergus Fionlaith's stronghold, and Delve demanded admittance. "Leave that dog outside," said the servant. "I will not do so," said the pretended messenger. "You can come in without the dog, or you can stay out with the dog," said the surly guardian. "By my hand," cried Delve, "I will come in with this dog, or your master shall answer for it to Foon." At the name of Foon, the servant almost fell out of his standing. He flew to acquaint his master, and Fergus himself came to the great door of the stronghold. "By my faith," he cried in amazement, "it is a dog." "A dog it is," growled the glum servant. "Go you away," said Fergus to Delve, "and when you have killed the dog, come back to me, and I will give you a present." "Life and health, my good master, from Foon, the son of Wale, the son of Biscayne," said she to Fergus. "Life and health, back to Foon," he replied. "Come into the house and give your message, but leave the dog outside, for I don't like dogs." "The dog comes in," the messenger replied. "How is that?" cried Fergus angrily. "Foon sends you this hound to take care of until he comes for her," said the messenger. "I wonder at that," Fergus growled, "for Foon knows well that there is not a man in the world has less of a liking for dogs than I have. However that may be, master, I have given Foon's message, and here at my heel is the dog. Do you take her or refuse her?" "If I could refuse anything to Foon, it would be a dog," said Fergus. "But I cannot refuse anything to Foon, so give me the hound." Delve put the chain in his hand. "Bad dog," said she. And then she went away well satisfied with her revenge, and returned to her own people in the Sidhe. Chapter 4. On the following day, Fergus called his servant. "Has that dog stopped shivering yet?" he asked. "It has not, sir," said the servant. "Bring the beast here," said the master, "for whoever else is dissatisfied, Foon must be satisfied." The dog was brought, and he examined it with a jaundiced and bitter eye. "It has the shivers indeed," he said. "The shivers it has," said the servant. "How do you cure the shivers?" his master demanded, for he thought that if the animal's legs dropped off, Foon would not be satisfied. "There is a way," said the servant doubtfully. "If there is a way, tell it to me," cried the master angrily. "If you were to take the beast up in your arms and hug it and kiss it, the shivers would stop," said the man. "What do you mean?" the master thundered, and he stretched his hand for a club. "I've heard that," said the servant humbly. "Take that dog up," Fergus commanded, "and hug it and kiss it, and if I find a single shiver left in the beast, I'll break your head." The man bent to the hound, but it snapped a piece out of his hand and nearly bit his nose off as well. "That dog doesn't like me," said the man. "Nor do I," roared Fergus. "Get out of my sight." The man went away, and Fergus was left alone with the hound, but the poor creature was so terrified that he began to tremble 10 times worse than before. "Its legs will drop off," said Fergus. "Foon will blame me," he cried in despair. He walked to the hound. "If you snap at my nose, or if you put as much as the start of a tooth into the beginning of a finger," he growled. He picked up the dog, but it did not snap. It only trembled. He held it gingerly for a few moments. "If it has to be hugged," he said, "I'll hug it. I'll do more than that for Foon." He tucked and tightened the animal into his breast and marched moodily up and down the room. The dog's nose lay along his breast under his chin, and as he gave it dutiful hugs, 1 hug to every 5 paces, the dog put out its tongue and licked him timidly under the chin. "Stop!" roared Fergus. "Stop that forever!" And he grew very red in the face and stared truculently down along his nose. A soft brown eye looked up at him, and the shy tongue touched again on his chin. "If it has to be kissed," said Fergus gloomily, "I'll kiss it. I'll do more than that for Foon," he groaned. He bent his head, shut his eyes, and brought the dog's jaw against his lips. And at that the dog gave little wriggles in his arms, and little barks and little licks, so that he could scarcely hold her. He put the hound down at last. "There's not a single shiver left in her," he said, and that was true. Everywhere he walked, the dog followed him, giving little prances and little pats against him, and keeping her eyes fixed on his with such eagerness and intelligence that he marveled. "That dog likes me," he murmured in amazement. "By my hand," he cried the next day, "I like that dog." The day after, he was calling her "my one treasure, my little branch," and within a week he could not bear her to be out of his sight for an instant. He was tormented by the idea that some evil person might throw a stone at the hound, so he assembled his servants and retainers and addressed them. He told them that the hound was the queen of creatures, the pulse of his heart, and the apple of his eye, and he warned them that the person who as much as looked sideways on her or knocked 1 shiver out of her would answer for the deed with pains and indignities. He recited a list of calamities which would befall such a miscreant, and these woes began with flaying and ended with dismemberment, and had inside bits of such complicated and ingenious torment that the blood of the men who heard it ran chill in their veins, and the women of the household fainted where they stood. Chapter 5. In course of time, the news came to Foon that his mother's sister was not living with Allan. He at once sent a messenger calling for fulfillment of the pledge that had been given to Fianna and demanding the instant return of Turin. Allan was in a sad condition when this demand was made. He guessed that Delve had a hand in the disappearance of his queen, and he begged that time should be given him in which to find the lost girl. He promised if he could not discover her within a certain period that he would deliver his body into Foon's hands and would abide by whatever judgment Foon might pronounce. The great captain agreed to that. "Tell the wife loser that I will have the girl, or I will have his head," said Foon. Allan set out then for Faery. He knew the way, and in no great time he came to the hill where Delve was. It was hard to get Delve to meet him, but at last she consented, and they met under the apple boughs of Faery. "Well," said Delve. "Ah, breaker of vows and traitor to love," said she. "Hail and a blessing," said Allan humbly. "By my hand," she cried, "I will give you no blessing, for it was no blessing you left with me when we parted." "I am in danger," said Allan. "What is that to me?" she replied fiercely. "Foon may claim my head," he murmured. "Let him claim what he can take," said she. "No," said Allan proudly, "he will claim what I can give." "Tell me your tale," she said coldly. Allan told his story then, and concluded, "I am certain that you have hidden the girl." "If I save your head from Foon," the woman of She replied, "then your head will belong to me." "That is true," said Allan. "And if your head is mine, the body that goes under it is mine. Do you agree to that?" "I do," said Allan. "Give me your pledge," said Delve, "that if I save you from this danger, you will keep me as your sweetheart until the end of life and time." "I give that pledge," said Allan. Delve went then to the house of Fergus Fionlaith, and she broke the enchantment that was on the hound, so that Turin's own shape came back to her. But in the matter of two small whelps, to which the hound had given birth, the enchantment could not be broken, so they had to remain as they were. These two whelps were Bran and Scalot. They were sent to Foon, and he loved them forever after, for they were loyal and affectionate as only dogs can be, and they were as intelligent as human beings. Besides that, they were Foon's own cousins. Turin was then asked in marriage by Lugard, who had loved her so long. He had to prove to her that he was not any other woman's sweetheart, and when he proved that, they were married, and they lived happily ever after, which is the proper way to live. He wrote a poem beginning, "Lovely the day, dear is the eye of the dawn," and 1,000 merry people learned it after him. But as to Fergus Fionlaith, he took to his bed, and he stayed there for a year and a day, suffering from blighted affection, and he would have died in the bed, only that Foon sent him a special pup, and in a week that young hound became the star of fortune, and the very pulse of his heart, so that he got well again, and he also lived happily ever after. End of The Birth of Bran, an Irish fairy tale by James Stephens.
The Marble Bust, a Tramps story by Valery Bryusov. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 3 by Caveat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marble Bust, a Tramps story by Valery Bryusov. He had been tried for burglary and sentenced to a year's imprisonment. I was struck by the behaviour of the old man in court, and by the circumstances under which the crime had been committed. I obtained permission to visit the prisoner. At first he would have nothing to do with me, and would not speak, but finally he told me the story of his life. "You are right," said he. "I have seen better days, and I haven't always been a miserable wanderer about the streets, nor always slept in night-houses. I had a good education. I am an engineer. In my youth I had a little money, and I lived a gay life. Every evening I went to a party or to a ball, and ended up with a drinking bout. I remember that time well. Even trifling details I remember. And yet there is a gap in my recollections that I would give all the rest of my unworthy life to fill up. Everything which has to do with Nina. She was called Nina, dear sir. Yes, Nina. I am sure of that. Her husband was a minor official on the railway. They were poor, but how clever she was in making of the pitiful surroundings of her life something elegant and, as it were, specially refined. She herself did the cooking, but her hands were, as it were, carefully wrought. Of her poor clothes she made a marvellous dream. Yes, and the whole everyday world on contact with her became fantastical. I myself, meeting her, became other than I was, better, and shook off, as rain from my clothes, all the sordidness of life. May God forgive her sin in loving me. Everything around her was so coarse that she couldn't help falling in love with me, young and handsome as I was, knowing so much poetry by heart. But when I first made her acquaintance, and how, this I cannot now recall to mind. Separate pictures draw themselves out from the darkness. See, we are at the theatre. She, happy, gay, this was so rare with her, is drinking in every word of the play, and she is smiling at me. I remember her smile. Afterwards we were together at some place or other. She bent her head down to me and said, "I know that you will not be my happiness for very long. Never mind, I shall have lived." I remember these words. But what happened directly afterwards, and whether it is really true that all this happened when I was with Nina, I don't know. Of course, it was I who first gave her up. This seems to me so natural. All my companions acted in this way. They flirted with some married woman, and then, after a while, cast her off. I only acted as everyone else did, and it didn't even enter my mind that I was behaving badly. To steal money, not to pay one's debts, to turn informer, this was bad. But to cast off a woman whom one has loved was only the way of the world. A brilliant future was before me, and I could not bind myself to a sort of romantic love. It was painful, very painful. But I gained the victory over myself, and I even saw a small podvig in my resolution to overcome this pain. I heard that Nina went away afterwards with her husband to the south, and that soon after she died. My memories of Nina were so tormenting that I avoided at that time all news of her. I tried to know nothing about her, and not to think of her. I had not kept her portrait, I had returned her letters. We had no mutual acquaintances. And so, little by little, the image of Nina was erased from my soul. Do you understand? I gradually came to forget Nina, forget her entirely, her face, her name, and all her love. It came to be as if she had actually never existed at all in my life. There's something shameful for a man in this ability to forget. The years went by. I won't tell you now how I made a career. Without Nina, of course, I dreamed only of external success, of money. At one time I had nearly obtained the complete success at which I aimed. I could spend thousands, could travel abroad. I married and had children. Afterwards, everything turned to loss. The works which I designed were unsuccessful. My wife died. Finding myself left with children on my hands, I sent them away to relatives. And now, God forgive me, I don't even know if my little boys are alive. As you may guess, I drank and played cards. I started an agency. It did not succeed. It swallowed up my last money and energy. I tried to get straight by gambling, and only just escaped being sent to prison. Yes, and not entirely without reason. My friends turned against me, and my downfall began. Little by little I got to the point where you now see me. I, so to speak, dropped out of intellectual society, and fell into the abyss. What place could I presume to take? Badly dressed, almost always drunken. Of late years I have worked for months, when not drinking, as a labourer in various factories. And when I had a drinking bout, I would turn up in the thieves' market and doss-houses. I passionately detested the people I met, and was always dreaming that suddenly my fate would change, and I should be rich once more. I expected to receive some sort of non-existent inheritance or something of that kind, and I despised my companions because they had no such hope. Well, one day, all shivering with cold and hunger, I wander into someone's yard without knowing why, and something happens. Suddenly the cook calls out to me, "Hello, my boy, you don't happen to be a locksmith, do you?" "Yes, I'm a locksmith," says I. They wanted someone to mend the lock of a writing table. I found myself in a luxurious study, gold all about, and pictures. I began to work and did what was wanted, and the lady gave me a rouble. I took the money, and all of a sudden I saw on the little white pedestal a marble bust. At first I felt faint. I didn't know why. I stared at it and couldn't believe. Nina! I tell you, dear sir, I had quite forgotten Nina, and at this moment specially, for the first time, I understood it, understood that I had forgotten her. Suddenly her image swam before my eyes, and a whole universe of feelings, dreams, thoughts, buried in my soul as in some sort of Atlantis, woke, rose again, lived again. I look at the marble bust all trembling, and I say, "Permit me to ask, lady, whose bust is that?" "Oh, that," says she, "is a very valuable thing. It was made 500 years ago, in the 15th century. She told me the name of the sculptor, but I didn't catch it. And she said that her husband had bought this bust from Italy, and that because of it there had arisen a whole diplomatic correspondence between the Italian and Russian cabinets. But," says the lady to me, "you don't mean to say it pleases you? What an up-to-date taste you have. Don't you see that the ears," says she, "are not in the right place, and the nose is irregular?" And she went away. She went away. I rushed out as if I was suffocating. This was not a likeness, but an actual portrait. Nay, more, it was some sort of recreation of life in marble. Tell me, by what miracle could an artist in the 15th century make those same tiny ears set on awry, which I knew so well, those same eyes just a tiny bit aslant, that irregular nose, and the high sloping forehead, out of which unexpectedly you got the most beautiful, the most captivating woman's face? By what miracle could there live two women so much alike, one in the 15th century, the other in our own day? And that she whom the sculptor had modelled was absolutely the same, and the like to Nina, not only in face but in character and in soul, I could not doubt. That day changed the whole of my life. I understood all the meanness of my behaviour in the past, and all the depths of my fall. I understood Nina as an angel, sent to me by destiny, and not recognised by me. To bring back the past was impossible, but I began eagerly to gather together my remembrances of Nina, as one might gather up the shattered bits of a precious vase. How few they were! Try as I would, I could get nothing whole. All were fragments, splinters. But how I rejoiced when I succeeded in making out in my soul something new. Thinking over these things and remembering, I would spend whole hours. People laughed at me, but I was happy. I was old. It was late for me to begin life anew, but I could still cleanse my soul from base thoughts, from malice towards my fellows, and from murmuring against my Creator. And in my remembrance of Nina, I found this cleansing. I desperately wanted to look once more at the statue. I wandered whole evenings near the house where it was, and I tried to see the marble bust. But it stood a long way from the windows. I spent whole nights in front of the house. I knew all the people who lived there, how the rooms were arranged, and I made friends with a servant. In the summer the lady went away into the country, and then I could no longer fight against my desire. I thought that if I could see the marble Nina once again, I should at once remember everything to the end, and that would be for me ultimate bliss. So I made up my mind to do that for which I have been sentenced. You'd know I didn't succeed. They caught me in the hall, and at the trial it came out that I'd been in the rooms on pretence of being a locksmith, and that I had often been seen near the house. I was a beggar. I had forced the locks. However, the story's ended now, dear sir. But we'll make an appeal for you, said I. They will acquit you. But why? Objected the old man. No one grieves over my sentence, and no one will go bail for me. And isn't it just the same where I shall think about Nina, in a doss-house or in a prison? I didn't know what to answer, but the old man suddenly looked up at me with his strange and faded eyes and went on. Only one thing worries me. What if Nina never existed, and it was merely my poor mind, weakened by alcohol, which invented the whole story of this love, whilst I was looking at the little marble head? End of The Marble Bust, a Tramps story by Valery Bryusov.
The Californian's Tale by Mark Twain, recorded for Love Stories Volume 3 by Theoden Humphrey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Californian's Tale by Mark Twain. 35 years ago, I was out prospecting on the Stanislaus, tramping all day long with pick and pan and horn, and washing a hatful of dirt here and there, always expecting to make a rich strike, and never doing it. It was a lovely region, woodsy, balmy, delicious, and had once been populous, long years before, but now the people had vanished, and the charming paradise was a solitude. They went away when the surface diggings gave out. In one place, where a busy little city with banks and newspapers and fire companies and a mayor and alderman had been, was nothing but a wide expanse of emerald turf, with not even the faintest sign that human life had ever been present there. This was down toward Tuttletown. In the country neighborhood thereabouts, along the dusty roads, one found at intervals the prettiest little cottage homes, snug and cozy, and so cobwebbed with vines snowed thick with roses that the doors and windows were wholly hidden from sight, sign that these were deserted homes, forsaken years ago by defeated and disappointed families who could neither sell them nor give them away. Now and then, half an hour apart, one came across solitary log cabins of the earliest mining days, built by the first gold miners, the predecessors of the cottage builders. In some few cases these cabins were still occupied, and when this was so, you could depend upon it that the occupant was the very pioneer who had built the cabin. And you could depend on another thing, too, that he was there because he had once had his opportunity to go home to the States rich, and had not done it, had rather lost his wealth, and had then, in his humiliation, resolved to sever all communication with his home relatives and friends, and be to them thenceforth as one dead. Round about California in that day were scattered a host of these living dead men, pride-smitten poor fellows, grizzled and old at 40, whose secret thoughts were made all of regrets and longings, regrets for their wasted lives, and longings to be out of the struggle and done with it all. It was a lonesome land. Not a sound in all those peaceful expanses of grass and woods but the drowsy hum of insects. No glimpse of man or beast. Nothing to keep up your spirits and make you glad to be alive. And so, at last, in the early part of the afternoon, when I caught sight of a human creature, I felt a most grateful uplift. This person was a man about 45 years old, and he was standing at the gate of one of those cozy little rose-clad cottages of the sort already referred to. However, this one hadn't a deserted look. It had the look of being lived in, and petted, and cared for, and looked after. And so had its front yard, which was a garden of flowers, abundant, gay, and flourishing. I was invited in, of course, and required to make myself at home. It was the custom of the country. It was delightful to be in such a place after long weeks of daily and nightly familiarity with miners' cabins, with all which this implies of dirt floor, never-made beds, tin plates and cups, bacon and beans and black coffee, and nothing of ornament but war pictures from the Eastern illustrated papers tacked to the log walls. That was all hard, cheerless, materialistic desolation. But here was a nest, which had aspects to rest the tired eye and refresh that something in one's nature which, after long fasting, recognizes when confronted by the belongings of art, howsoever cheap and modest they may be, that it has unconsciously been famishing, and now has found nourishment. I could not have believed that a rag carpet could feast me so, and so content me, or that there could be such solace to the soul in wallpaper and framed lithographs, and bright-colored tidies and lamp mats, and Windsor chairs, and varnished whatnots with seashells and books and china vases on them, and the score of little unclassifiable tricks and touches that a woman's hand distributes about a home, which one sees without knowing he sees them, yet would miss in a moment if they were taken away. The delight that was in my heart showed in my face, and the man saw it and was pleased, saw it so plainly that he answered it as if it had been spoken. All her work, he said caressingly. She did it all herself. Every bit. And he took the room in with a glance which was full of affectionate worship. One of those soft Japanese fabrics with which women drape with careful negligence the upper part of a picture frame was out of adjustment. He noticed it and rearranged it with cautious pains, stepping back several times to gauge the effect before he got it to suit him. Then he gave it a light finishing pat or two with his hand and said, "She always does that. You can't tell just what it lacks, but it does lack something until you've done that. You can see it yourself after it's done. But that is all you know. You can't find out the law of it. It's like the finishing pats a mother gives a child's hair after she's got it combed and brushed, I reckon. I've seen her fix all these things so much that I can do them all just her way, though I don't know the law of any of them. But she knows the law. She knows the why and the how both. But I don't know the why. I only know the how." He took me into a bedroom so that I might wash my hands. Such a bedroom as I had not seen for years. White counterpane, white pillows, carpeted floor, papered walls, pictures, dressing table with mirror and pincushion and dainty toilet things. And in the corner, a washstand with real chinaware bowl and pitcher, and with soap in a china dish, and on a rack more than a dozen towels. Towels too clean and white for one out of practice to use without some vague sense of profanation. So my face spoke again, and he answered with gratified words. All her work. She did it all herself. Every bit. Nothing here that hasn't felt the touch of her hand. Now you would think, but I mustn't talk so much. By this time, I was wiping my hands and glancing from detail to detail of the room's belongings, as one is apt to do when he is in a new place, where everything he sees is a comfort to his eye and his spirit. And I became conscious in one of those unaccountable ways, you know, that there was something there somewhere that the man wanted me to discover for myself. I knew it perfectly, and I knew he was trying to help me by furtive indications with his eye. So I tried hard to get on the right track, being eager to gratify him. I failed several times, as I could see out of the corner of my eye without being told. But at last I knew I must be looking straight at the thing, knew it from the pleasure issuing in invisible waves from him. He broke into a happy laugh and rubbed his hands together and cried out, "That's it! You found it! I knew you would! It's her picture." I went to the little black walnut bracket on the farther wall and did find there what I had not yet noticed, a daguerreotype case. It contained the sweetest girlish face and the most beautiful, as it seemed to me, that I had ever seen. The man drank the admiration from my face and was fully satisfied. 19, her last birthday, he said, as he put the picture back. And that was the day we were married. When you see her, just wait till you see her. Where is she? When will she be in? Oh, she's away now. She's gone to see her people. They live 40 or 50 miles from here. She's been gone 2 weeks today. When do you expect her back? This is Wednesday. She'll be back Saturday in the evening. About 9 o'clock, likely. I felt a sharp sense of disappointment. I'm sorry, because I'll be gone then, I said regretfully. Gone? No. Why should you go? Don't go. She'll be disappointed. She would be disappointed. That beautiful creature. If she had said the words herself, they could hardly have blessed me more. I was feeling a deep, strong longing to see her, a longing so supplicating, so insistent, that it made me afraid. I said to myself, I will go straight away from this place, for my peace of mind's sake. You see, she likes to have people come and stop with us, people who know things and can talk, people like you. She delights in it, for she knows nearly everything herself and can talk, like a bird. And the books she reads, why, you would be astonished. Don't go. It's only a little while, you know, and she'll be so disappointed. I heard the words, but hardly noticed them. I was so deep in my thinkings and strugglings. He left me, but I didn't know. Presently he was back, with the picture case in his hand, and he held it open before me and said, There now, tell her to her face, you could have stayed to see her, and you wouldn't. That second glimpse broke down my good resolution. I would stay and take the risk. That night we smoked the tranquil pipe and talked till late about various things, but mainly about her. And certainly I had had no such pleasant and restful time for many a day. The Thursday followed and slipped comfortably away. Toward twilight, a big miner from 3 miles away came, one of the grizzled, stranded pioneers, and gave us warm salutation, clothed in grave and sober speech. Then he said, I only just dropped over to ask about the little madam. When is she coming home? Any news from her? Oh yes, a letter. Would you like to hear it, Tom? Well, I should think I would, if you don't mind, Henry. Henry got the letter out of his wallet and said he would skip some of the private phrases if we were willing. Then he went on and read the bulk of it. A loving, sedate, and altogether charming and gracious piece of handiwork, with a postscript full of affectionate regards and messages to Tom and Joe and Charlie and other close friends and neighbors. As the reader finished, he glanced at Tom and cried out, Oh, you're at it again. Take your hands away and let me see your eyes. You always do that when I read a letter from her. I will write and tell her. Oh, no, you mustn't, Henry. I'm getting old, you know. Any little disappointment makes me want to cry. I thought she'd be here herself, and now you've only got a letter. Well, now, what put that in your head? I thought everybody knew she wasn't coming till Saturday. Saturday? Why, come to think, I did know it. I wonder what's the matter with me lately. Certainly I knew it. Ain't we all getting ready for her? Well, I must be going now, but I'll be on hand when she comes, old man. Late Friday afternoon, another grave veteran tramped over from his cabin a mile or so away, and said the boys wanted to have a little gaiety and a good time Saturday night, if Henry thought she wouldn't be too tired after her journey to be kept up. Tired? She tired? Oh, hear the man. Joe, you know she'd sit up 6 weeks to please any one of you. When Joe heard that there was a letter, he asked to have it read, and the loving messages in it for him broke the old fellow all up. But he said he was such an old wreck that would happen to him if she only just mentioned his name. Lord, we miss her so, he said. Saturday afternoon, I found I was taking out my watch pretty often. Henry noticed it and said with a startled look, You don't think she ought to be here soon, do you? I felt caught and a little embarrassed, but I laughed and said it was a habit of mine when I was in a state of expectancy. But he didn't seem quite satisfied, and from that time on, he began to show uneasiness. 4 times he walked me up the road to a point whence we could see a long distance, and there he would stand, shading his eyes with his hand and looking. Several times he said, "I'm getting worried. I'm getting right down worried. I know she's not due till about 9 o'clock, and yet something seems to be trying to warn me that something's happened." "You don't think anything has happened, do you?" I began to get pretty thoroughly ashamed of him for his childishness. And at last, when he repeated that imploring question still another time, I lost my patience for the moment and spoke pretty brutally to him. It seemed to shrivel him up and cow him, and he looked so wounded and so humble after that I detested myself for having done the cruel and unnecessary thing. And so I was glad when Charlie, another veteran, arrived toward the edge of the evening and nestled up to Henry to hear the letter read and talked over the preparations for the welcome. Charlie fetched out one hearty speech after another and did his best to drive away his friend's bodings and apprehensions. "Anything happened to her? Henry, that's pure nonsense. There isn't anything going to happen to her. Just make your mind easy as to that. What did the letter say? Said she was well, didn't it? And said she'd be here by 9 o'clock, didn't it? Did you ever know her to fail of her word? Why, you know you never did. Well then, don't you fret. She'll be here, and that's absolutely certain, and as sure as you are born. Come now, let's get to decorating. Not much time left." Pretty soon Tom and Joe arrived, and then all hands set about adorning the house with flowers. Toward 9, the 3 miners said that as they had brought their instruments, they might as well tune up, for the boys and girls would soon be arriving now, and hungry for a good old-fashioned breakdown. A fiddle, a banjo, and a clarinet, these were the instruments. The trio took their places side by side and began to play some rattling dance music and beat time with their big boots. It was getting very close to 9. Henry was standing in the door with his eyes directed up the road, his body swaying to the torture of his mental distress. He had been made to drink to his wife's health and safety several times, and now Tom shouted, "All hands stand by! One more drink, and she's here." Joe brought the glasses on a waiter and served the party. I reached for one of the 2 remaining glasses, but Joe growled under his breath, "Drop that! Take the other!" Which I did. Henry was served last. He had hardly swallowed his drink when the clock began to strike. He listened till it finished, his face growing pale and paler. Then he said, "Boys, I'm sick with fear. Help me. I want to lie down." They helped him to the sofa. He began to nestle and drowse, but presently spoke like one talking in his sleep and said, "Did I hear horses' feet? Have they come?" One of the veterans answered close to his ear, "It was Jimmy Parrish, come to say the party got delayed, but they're right up the road a piece and coming along. Her horse is lame, but she'll be here in half an hour." "Oh, I'm so thankful nothing has happened." He was asleep almost before the words were out of his mouth. In a moment those handy men had his clothes off and had tucked him into his bed in the chamber where I had washed my hands. They closed the door and came back. Then they seemed preparing to leave, but I said, "Please don't go, gentlemen. She won't know me. I am a stranger." They glanced at each other. Then Joe said, "She? Poor thing. She's been dead 19 years. "Dead?" "That or worse. She went to see her folks half a year after she was married, and on her way back on a Saturday evening, the Indians captured her within 5 miles of this place, and she's never been heard of since." "And he lost his mind in consequence?" Never has been sane an hour since. But he only gets bad when that time of year comes round. Then we begin to drop in here 3 days before she's due to encourage him up and ask if he's heard from her. And Saturday we all come and fix up the house with flowers and get everything ready for a dance. We've done it every year for 19 years. The first Saturday there was 27 of us, without counting the girls. There's only 3 of us now, and the girls are gone. We drug him to sleep, or he would go wild. Then he's all right for another year. Think she's with him till the last 3 or 4 days come round. Then he begins to look for her and gets out his poor old letter, and we come and ask him to read it to us. Lord, she was a darling. End of The Californian's Tale by Mark Twain.
A Walk Up the Avenue by Richard Harding Davis. Recorded for Love Stories 3 by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in July 2020. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Walk Up the Avenue by Richard Harding Davis. He came down the steps slowly and pulling mechanically at his gloves. He remembered afterwards that some woman's face had nodded brightly to him from a passing brougham, and that he had lifted his hat through force of habit and without knowing who she was. He stopped at the bottom of the steps and stood for a moment uncertainly, and then turned toward the north, not because he had any definite goal in his mind, but because the other way led toward his rooms, and he did not want to go there yet. He was conscious of a strange feeling of elation which he attributed to his being free, and to the fact that he was his own master again in everything. And with this he confessed to a distinct feeling of littleness, of having acted meanly or unworthily of himself or of her. And yet he had behaved well, even quixotically. He had tried to leave the impression with her that it was her wish, and that she had broken with him, not he with her. He held a man who threw a girl over as something contemptible, and he certainly did not want to appear to himself in that light, or for her sake that people should think he had tired of her or found her wanting in any one particular. He knew only too well how people would talk, how they would say he had never really cared for her, that he didn't know his own mind when he had proposed to her, and that it was a great deal better for her as it is than if he had grown out of humor with her later. As to the saying she had jilted him, he didn't mind that. He much preferred they should take that view of it, and he was chivalrous enough to hope she would think so too. He was walking slowly and had reached 30th Street. A great many young girls and women had bowed to him or nodded from the passing carriages, but it did not tend to disturb the measure of his thoughts. He was used to having people put themselves out to speak to him. Everybody made a point of knowing him, not because he was so very handsome and well-looking and an over-popular youth, but because he was as yet unspoiled by it. But in any event, he concluded, it was a miserable business. Still, he had only done what was right. He had seen it coming on for a month now, and how much better it was that they should separate now than later, or that they should have had to live separated in all but location for the rest of their lives. Yes, he had done the right thing, decidedly the only thing to do. He was still walking up the avenue, and had reached 32nd Street, at which point his thoughts received a sudden turn. A half-dozen men in a club window nodded to him, and brought to him sharply what he was going back to. He had dropped out of their lives as entirely of late as though he had been living in a distant city. When he had met them, he had found their company uninteresting and unprofitable. He had wondered how he had ever cared for that sort of thing, and where had been the pleasure of it. Was he going back now to the gossip of that window, to the heavy discussions of traps and horses, to late breakfasts and early suppers? Must he listen to their congratulations on his being one of them again, and must he guess at their whispered conjectures as to how soon it would be before he again took up the chains and harness of their fashion? He struck the pavement sharply with his stick. No, he was not going back. She had taught him to find amusement and occupation in many things that were better and higher than any pleasures or pursuits he had known before, and he could not give them up. He had her to thank for that, at least, and he would give her credit for it, too, and gratefully. He would always remember it, and he would show in his way of living the influence and the good effects of these 3 months in which they had been continually together. He had reached 42nd Street now. Well, it was over with, and he would get to work at something or other. This experience had shown him that he was not meant for marriage, that he was intended to live alone. Because if he found that a girl as lovely as she undeniably was palled on him after 3 months, it was evident that he would never live through life with any other one. Yes, he would always be a bachelor. He had lived his life, had told his story at the age of 25, and would wait patiently for the end, a marked and gloomy man. He would travel now and see the world. He would go to that hotel in Cairo she was always talking about, where they were to have gone on their honeymoon. Or he might strike further into Africa and come back bronzed and worn with long marches and jungle fever, and with his hair prematurely white. He even considered himself, with great self-pity, returning and finding her married and happy, of course, and he enjoyed in anticipation the secret doubts she would have of her later choice when she heard on all sides praise of this distinguished character. And he pictured himself meeting her reproachful glances with fatherly friendliness, and presenting her husband with tiger skins, and buying her children extravagant presents. This was at 45th Street. Yes, that was decidedly the best thing to do, to go away and improve himself and study up all those painters and cathedrals with which she was so hopelessly conversant. He remembered how out of it she had once made him feel, and how secretly he had admired her when she had referred to a modern painting as looking like those in the long gallery of the Louvre. He thought he knew all about the Louvre, but he would go over again and locate that long gallery and become able to talk to her understandingly about it. And then it came over him like a blast of icy air that he could never talk over things with her again. He had reached 55th Street now, and the shock brought him to a standstill on the corner, where he stood gazing blankly before him. He felt rather weak physically, and decided to go back to his rooms. And then he pictured how cheerless they would look, and how little comfort they contained. He had used them only to dress and sleep in of late, and the distaste with which he regarded the idea that he must go back to them to read and sit and live in them showed him how utterly his life had become bound up with the house on 27th Street. Where was he going to go in the evening, he asked himself with pathetic hopelessness, or in the morning, or afternoon for that matter? Were there to be no more of those journeys to picture galleries and to the big publishing houses, where they used to hover over the new book counter and pull the books about and make each other innumerable presents of dainty-bound volumes, until the clerks grew to know them so well that they never went through the form of asking where the books were to be sent? And those tete-a-tete luncheons at her house, when her mother was upstairs with a headache or a dressmaker, and the long rides and walks in the park in the afternoon, and the rush downtown to dress, only to return to dine with them 10 minutes late, always, and always with some new excuse, which was allowed if it was clever, and frowned at if it was commonplace. Was all this really over? Why, the town had only run on because she was in it, and as he walked the streets, the very shop windows had suggested her to him. Florists only existed that he might send her flowers, and gowns and bonnets in the milliners' windows were only pretty as they would become her, and as for the theatres and the newspapers, they were only worthwhile as they gave her pleasure. And he had given all this up, and for what, he asked himself, and why? He could not answer that now. It was simply because he had been surfeited with too much content, he replied passionately. He had not appreciated how happy he had been. She had been too kind, too gracious. He had never known until he had quarreled with her and lost her how precious and dear she had been to him. He was at the entrance to the park now, and he strode on along the walk, bitterly upbraiding himself for being worse than a criminal, a fool, a common blind mortal to whom a goddess had stooped. He remembered with bitter regret a turn off the drive into which they had wandered one day, a secluded, pretty spot with a circle of box around it, and into the turf of which he had driven his stick and claimed it for them both by the right of discovery. And he recalled how they had used to go there, just out of sight of their friends in the ride, and sit and chatter on a green bench beneath a bush of box, like any nursery maid and her young man, while her groom stood at the brougham door in the bridle path beyond. He had broken off a sprig of the box one day and given it to her, and she had kissed it foolishly and laughed and hidden it in the folds of her riding skirt, in burlesque fear lest the guards should arrest them for breaking the much-advertised ordinance. And he remembered with a miserable smile how she had delighted him with her account of her adventure to her mother, and described them as fleeing down the avenue with their treasure, pursued by a squadron of mounted policemen. This and 100 other of the foolish, happy fancies they had shared in common came back to him, and he remembered how she had stopped one cold afternoon just outside of this favorite spot, beside an open iron grating sunk in the path into which the rain had washed the autumn leaves, and pretended it was a steam radiator, and held her slim gloved hands out over it as if to warm them. How absurdly happy she used to make him, and how light-hearted she had been. He determined suddenly and sentimentally to go to that secret place now, and bury the engagement ring she had handed back to him under that bush as he had buried his hopes of happiness, and he pictured how some day when he was dead she would read of this in his will, and go and dig up the ring, and remember and forgive him. He struck off from the walk across the turf, straight down this dell, taking the ring from his waistcoat pocket and clenching it in his hand. He was walking quickly with rapt interest in this idea of abnegation, when he noticed, unconsciously at first, and then with a start, the familiar outlines and colors of her brougham drawn up in the drive, and not 20 yards from their old meeting-place. He could not be mistaken. He knew the horses well enough, and there was old Wallace on the box, and young Wallace on the path. He stopped breathlessly, and then tipped on cautiously, keeping the encircling line of bushes between him and the carriage. Then he saw through the leaves that there was someone in the place, and that it was she. He stopped, confused and amazed. He could not comprehend it. She must have driven to the place immediately on his departure. But why? And why to that place of all others? He parted the bushes with his hands and saw her, lovely and sweet-looking as she had always been, standing under the box bush beside the bench and breaking off one of the green branches. The branch parted and the stem flew back in its place again, leaving a green sprig in her hand. She turned at that moment directly toward him, and he could see from his hiding-place how she lifted the leaves to her lips, and that a tear was creeping down her cheek. Then he dashed the bushes aside with both arms, and with a cry that no one but she heard, sprang toward her. Young Van Bibber stopped his mail phaeton in front of the club and went inside to recuperate, and told how he had seen them driving home through the park in her brougham and unchaperoned. "Which I call very bad form," said the punctilious Van Bibber, "even though they are engaged." End of A Walk Up the Avenue by Richard Harding Davis.
The Graven Image by Hamlin Garland. Read for Love Stories Volume 3 by Daniel Davison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Graven Image. Roger Barnes, son of an elder in the little Iowa Society of Friends and himself a man of weight, found his faith sorely tried by the death of his young wife. And as the weeks passed without a perceptible lightening of his face, the meeting came at last to consider his deep grief unseemly and rebellious. He remained deaf to all words of comfort, and occupied his Sabbath seat in moody silence, his heart closed to the Spirit, his thought bitter toward life and forgetful of God's grace. The admonition of the elders at last roused him to defense. "Why should I not ache?" he demanded. "I have been smitten of the rod." And when old Nicholas Ashe again reproved him before the assembly, he arose, went out, refusing to return, and several of his friends were greatly troubled, for it was known that for a long time he had been increasingly impatient of the discipline and on terms of undue intimacy with Orrin Bailey, one of the world's people. As the spring came on, his passionate grief calmed, but a new consideration came, one which troubled him more and more, until at last he opened his heart to his friend. "Thee knew my wife, friend Bailey. Thee knew her loveliness. Well, now she is gone, and does thee know I am utterly disconsolate? For I have no portrait of her, no image, no shadow of her exists, and I fear I shall lose the memory of her sweet face. Already it is growing dim in my mind. What can I do?" This was in the days when even daguerreotypes were rare, and Bailey, who had never seen a painted portrait and could not conceive of an artist skilful enough to depict an object he had never known, was not able to advise, and the grieving man's fear remained unassuaged, till some months later, on a trip to Decorah, he came by accident past the gate of a newly established stone-cutter's yard. And there, for the first time in his life, he saw human figures cut enduringly in marble, cunning cherubs and angels with calm faces and graceful half-furled wings, surrounded granite soldiers standing stiff and straight. Roger was amazed. The sculptor's magic was an astonishment to him. He had never seen the like. And as he looked upon these figures, there came into his sad eyes the light of a startling purpose. "I will have this workman cut for me an image of my dear Rachel," he resolved, and, following this impulse, approached the stone-cutter. "Friend," he said abruptly, "I would have thee chisel for me the form of my dead wife." Although an aspiring and self-confident artist, Conrad Hefner was, nevertheless, a little shaken as he drew from his visitor the conditions of this commission. "The lack of even a small drawing or portrait of the subject is discouraging," he said. "If she had a sister now," he added slowly, "someone about her build, to wear her clothes, I might be able to do the figure." "She has a sister, Ruth," Roger eagerly answered. "She is slimmer than Rachel was, but her cast of features is much the same. I am sure she will help thee, for she loved Rachel. I will bring her down to see thee." "Very well," replied Conrad. "If she will sit for me, I will see what I can do for you." Resting upon this arrangement, Roger drove away to his prairie home lighter of heart than he had been for many weeks. Truly, an artist is of use in the world after all, one to be honored, he thought. To Ruth he told the story and expressed his wish, but enjoined secrecy. "Thee knows how some of our elders would pother about this," he added. "Let us conspire together, therefore, so that thee may make the trip to the city without exciting undue comment." Ruth was quite willing to adventure, for the town far down on the shining river was a lure to her. But the road was long, and after a great deal of thought, Roger decided to ask the young stone-cutter to come first to Hesper, which he could do without arousing suspicion. "We will contrive to see him afterward in his shop if necessary," he ended decisively, for he could not bring himself to lead Ruth into the society of the world's people to serve as a model, an act which might be mistaken as a wrongdoing. The sculptor, anticipating a goodly fee, as well as an increase in orders for gravestones, readily enough consented to visit Hesper, but only to study his problem. He immediately insisted on Ruth's coming to his studio. "I can't do all the work here. I want to make this my best piece," he remarked in explanation. "It is hard to remember the details of face and form. It may require several sittings." Thereafter, as often as he dared, Roger called at his father-in-law's house for Ruth, and drove her down to the sculptor's shop. And although there were many smiling comments on these trips, no one knew their real purpose. Slowly the figure grew from a harsh marble block into an ever more appealing female figure, and Roger loved to stand beside the artist while he chipped the stone, for Conrad was in very truth a sculptor, a stalwart fist at the chisel, not a weak modeler in clay. He often hummed a tune as he swung his maul. And so to the lively beat of worldly melodies, the fair form of the Quaker maid emerged from its flinty covering. One day in early autumn, conditions favoring, Ruth went to town with Roger for the 5th time and ventured timidly into the stone-cutter's yard to gaze with awe upon the nearly finished snow-white image, and to the artist's skill gave breathless words of praise. "Truly thee is a magician," she said. "Thee has made a beautiful bonnet out of marble, and likewise slippers," she added, looking down to where one small foot in its square-toed shoe peeped from the plain skirt. "Thee does right to make it lovely, for my sister was most comely," she ended with a touch of pride. "My model was also comely," replied Conrad, with a glance which made her flush with pleasure. During all these months Roger had maintained such careful logic in his comings and goings that only Bailey and one or two of his most intimate friends had even a suspicion of what was happening, though many predicted that he and Ruth would wed, for it was known that she had taken his little son to her father's house and was caring for him. Nevertheless, Roger well knew that a struggle was preparing for him, and that some of the elders would be shocked by the audacity of his plan, but no fear of man or church could avail against the force of his resolution. On this final visit, even as they both stood beside him, Conrad threw down his mallet, saying, "I can do no more. It is finished." And turning to Ruth, "What do you think of it?" he demanded. She, gazing upon the finished statue, and seeing only her sister in it, said, "I think it is beautiful." And Roger, deeply wrapped in worship of the sculptured face, said, "Thee has done wonders. The sweet smile of my beloved is fixed in marble forever, and my heart is filled with gratitude to thee." All his training was against the graven art, but he gave his hand to the sculptor. "Friend Conrad, I thank thee. Thee has made me very happy. Truly, thee has caused this cold marble to assume the very image of my Rachel." As Roger turned again to gaze upon the statue, Conrad touched Ruth upon the arm and drew her aside, leaving the bereaved man alone with his memories. It was all so wonderful, so moving to Roger, that he remained before it a long time, absorbed, marveling, exultant. Safe against the years he seemed now, and yet, as he gazed, his pleasure grew into a pain, so vividly did the chiseled stone bring back the grace he had known. Close upon the exultant thought, "Now she can never fade from my memory," came the reflection that his little son would never know how like to his mother this image was. He will know only the cold marble. His mother will not even be a memory. One 6th-day morning in the 8th month, word was brought to Nicholas Ashe, leader of the meeting, that Roger Barnes was about to erect a graven image among the low headstones of the burial grounds, and in amazement and indignation the old man hastened that way. He found his 2 sons and several others of the congregation already gathered, gazing with surprise and a touch of awe upon the statue which Conrad and young Bailey had already securely based beneath a graceful young oak in the very center of his family plot. Gleaming, life-size, it rose above the modest records of the other graves. As the stern old elder rode up, the throng of onlookers meekly gave way for him. He halted only when he had come so near the offending monument that he could touch it. For a full minute he regarded it with eyes whose anger lit the shadow of his broad brim, glaring with ever-increasing resentment as he came fully to realize what it meant to have a tall statue thus set up to dwarf the lowly records of its neighbors. It seemed at once impious and rebellious. Harshly he broke forth, "What has come to thee, Roger Barnes, that thee has broken all the rules of the discipline relative to burial? Thee well knows our laws. No one could convey a greater insult to the elders, to the dead beneath these other stones, than thee has done by this act. Lay that impious object low, or I will fetch thee before the meeting." "I will not," replied the young man. "I was even thinking of exalting it still more, by putting beneath it another foot of granite block." "Thee knows full well that by regulation no gravestone can be more than 3 hands high," Nicholas stormed. "I know that well, but this is not a gravestone," Roger retorted. "It is a work of art. It is at once a portrait and a thing of beauty." "That is but paltry. Thee knows well it is at once a forbidden thing and a monument beyond the regulation in height, and therefore doubly offensive to the meeting. We will not tolerate such folly. I say to thee again, take the unholy thing down. Will thee urge disrespect to the whole society? Thee knows it is in opposition to all our teaching. What devil's spirit has seized upon thee?" "Thee may storm," stoutly answered Roger, "but I am not to be frightened. This plot of ground is mine. This figure is also mine. It is a blessed comfort, a sign of love and not a thing of evil, and I will not take it away from here for thee, nor for all the elders." Nicholas, perceiving that Roger was not to be coerced at the moment, ceased argument, but his wrath did not cool. "Thee shall come before the meeting forthwith." The following day a summons was issued calling a council, and a messenger came to Roger calling him before his elders in judgment. Thereupon a sharp division was set up among the neighbors, and the discussion spread among the friends. The question of free will in burial stones was hotly debated wherever 2 or 3 of the members met, so that the mind of each was firmly made up by the time the meeting came together to try the question publicly. "I see no wrong in it," said some. "It is disgraceful," others heatedly charged. Roger's act was denounced by his own family as treason to the meeting, as well as heretical to the faith, and his father, old Nathan Barnes, rising with solemn and mournful dignity, admitted this. "I know not what I have done that a son of mine should bring such shame and sorrow to my old age. It is the influence of the world's people, whose licentious teachings corrupt even the most steadfast of our youth. We came here to this lonely place to get away from the world's people. They thicken about us now, these worldlings. Hence I favor another journey into a far wilderness, where we can live at peace, shut away from the contamination of these greedy and blasphemous idolaters." All realized that he spoke in anger as well as in sorrow, and the more candid and cool-headed of the friends deplored his words, for they had long since determined that the world's forces must be met and endured. But Jacob Farnham was quick to declare himself. "The welfare of our society demands the punishment of Roger Barnes. I move that a committee be appointed to proceed to the burial ground and throw down and break in pieces this graven image." Here something unexpectedly hot and fierce filled Roger's heart to the exclusion of his peaceful teaching and his lifelong awe of his elders. Rising to his feet, he violently exclaimed, "By what right will thee so act? Is it more wicked to have a marble portrait than an ambrotype? It is true that I learned the secrets of sculpture from one of the world's people. It is true that an outsider has cut the stone, but I believe his trade to be worthy and his work justifiable. I believe in such portraits." He addressed himself to Nicholas Ashe. "Had thee permitted Rachel to have had a daguerreotype, it would not have been necessary for me to treat with this carver of stone, who is notwithstanding a man of probity. I will not have him traduced by anyone present," he ended with a threat in his eyes. "He is my friend." Thereupon Nicholas Ash curtly answered, "There also thee is gravely at fault. Thee has brought my daughter Ruth under the baleful influence of this worldling, and she is even now filled with admiration for him. She too needs be admonished of the elders for too much thinking upon light affairs. Thee is a traitor to thy sister-in-law, Roger Barnes, as thee is a traitor to the meeting. To permit thee to go thy present ways would be to open our gates to vanity and envy and all imaginable folly. If thee does not at once remove this graven image from our burial grounds, we will ourselves proceed against it and break it and throw it into the highway." Then again young Roger rose in his seat, and with his strong hands doubled into weapons cried out, "Thee will do well to take this matter guardedly, and my words to heart. For I tell thee that whosoever goes near to lay rude hands on that fair form will himself be thrown down. I will break him like a staff across my knee." He stood thus for a moment, like a proud young athlete meeting the eye of his opponent, then, as no one spoke, turned and strode out, resolute to be first on the ground, ready to defend with his whole strength the marble embodiment of his vanished wife. And yet, even as he walked away from the church, hot and blinded with anger, he began to ache with an indefinable increasing sorrow. He had expected opposition, but not such fury as this. He had noted the downcast eyes of his friends. It seemed as if something very precious had gone out of his life, as though the whole world had suddenly become inimical. "They were ashamed of me," he said, and his heart sank, for notwithstanding his resentment, he loved the meeting and its ways. For the most part, the faces of the congregation were dear to him, and the pain that sprang from a knowledge that he had cut himself off from those he respected soon softened his indignation. Nevertheless, he hurried on to the burying ground. It was a glorious September day, and all through the fields the crickets were softly singing, as if in celebration of the gathered ample harvest. They spoke from the green grass above the graves with the same insistent cheers from the sere stubble. But Roger heard them not, for his ears still rang with the elder's stern voice, and his eyes were darkened by the lowering brows of his father's moody face. Only when the statue rose before him, white and still and fair in the misty sunlight, did his mood lighten. "How beautiful it is!" he exclaimed. "How can they desire to destroy it?" Nevertheless, he was smitten with a kind of dismay as he looked around upon the low, drab headstones and perceived with what singular significance the marble rose above them. In truth, I have dared much in doing this. It was as if he had been led by some inner spirit braver than himself. And then, even as he raised a first glance to the statue, a pang of keen surprise shot through his heart. The face was changed. Something new had come into it. It was not his Rachel. With hand pressed upon his chilling heart, he studied it with new understanding. He had known that it somewhat resembled Ruth, for Ruth indeed resembled Rachel, but that it was verily in every line and shadow a portrait of the living and not of the dead he now realized for the first time. "The sculptor has deceived me," he cried. "He loves Ruth. With the craft of a lover has wrought out his design deliberately and with cunning. He's carved the cold stone to the form of his own desire. How blind I have been!" In complete comprehension, he addressed the statue. "Thee is but a symbol of this artist's love for another after all. Nicholas Ash was right. This sculptor, under cover of my love, in pretending to work out my ideal, has betrayed me and bewitched Ruth. Ruth, his constant sunny companion, the keeper, the almost second mother of his child, had been snared by the fowler. He no longer doubted it. He recalled the gladness with which she always accompanied him to the sculptor's studio, and her silence and preoccupation on the homeward drive. She loved the artist. She was about to be taken away. Something fierce and wild clutched at his throat, and with a groan he fell upon the ground beneath the figure. "Oh, Ruth, Ruth, am I to lose thee too?" At this moment he forgot all else but the sweet girl who had become so necessary to his life. Truly, to lose all hope of her was to be doubly bereaved. I am now most surely solitary, he mourned. What will become of me hereafter? Who will care for my little son? While still he lay there, dark with despair and lax with weakness, Ruth and the sculptor came up the walk to the gate and saw his prostrate form. Ruth checked the sculptor's advance. "Let me go up to him alone," she said, and approached where Roger lay. She did not know the true cause of his grief, but she pitied him. "Do not grieve, Roger. They will not dare to touch the figure." He looked up at her with a glance which was at once old and strange, but uttered no word of reply, only steadfastly regarded her. Then his head dropped upon his arm, and his body shook only with sobbing. She spoke again. "Thee must not despair. There are quite as many for thee as there are against thee. All the young people are on thy side. No one will dare to harm the statue." As they stood thus, Conrad approached and said, "What does it matter? Come out from among these narrow folk. Ruth is to come out and be my wife. Why do you stay to be worried by the elders who—" He spoke no further, for Roger waved his hand in dismissal of them and cried out in a most lamentable voice, leave me, and again hid his face in his hands. In troubled wonder, the young people moved away slowly, Ruth with tear-filled eyes, Conrad very grave. Together they took their stand at the gate to guard against the approach of others less sympathetic. "His grief is profound," said Ruth, "but the statue will comfort him." Roger, overwhelmed now by another emotion, a sense of shame, of deep contrition, was face to face with a clear conception of his disloyalty to the dead. Aye, the statue was Ruth. Its youth, its tender, timid smile, its arch brow, all were hers. And as he remembered how Conrad had taken the small, unresisting hand in his, he knew himself to be baser than Nicholas Ashe had dared imagine. "I loved thee," he confessed, "not as I loved Rachel, but in a most human way. My life has closed round thee. I have unconsciously thought of thee as the guardian of my child. Thy shining figure I have placed in the glow of my fire." This was true. Ruth had not displaced the love he still bore for his sweet wife, but she had made it an echo of passion, a dim song, a tender and haunting memory of his youth. The sun sank, and dusk came on while still he lay at the statue's feet in remorseful agony of soul. And those who came near enough to speak with him respected his wish and left him undisturbed. Softly the darkness rose, and a warm and mellow night covered the mourner, clothing the marble maid with mystery. The crickets singing innumerably all about him came at last to express in some subtle way the futility of his own purpose, the smallness of his own affairs, and as he listened, he lost the sharpness of his grief. His despair lightened, he ceased to accuse, his desire of battle died. How could Conrad know that I had grown disloyal, and how was Ruth to perceive my change of heart? The treachery is mine, all mine, dear angel, but I will atone. Forgive me, come to me, and forgive me, comfort me. Within his heart, the spirit of resentment gave way to one of humbleness, of submission. The contest for a place among these grey old monuments no longer seemed worthy, or rather he felt himself no longer worthy to wage it. His disloyalty to his dead disqualified him, as a base act disqualified the knights of old. "My cause is lost, because my heart was false," he said. So during the long hours of the night he kept remorseful vigil. The moon set, darkness deepened, cool, odorous, musical with lulling songs of insects. And still he lingered, imploring solace, seeking relief from self-reproach. At last, just before dawn, the spirit of his dead Rachel stepped from the shadow. She approached him, and bending above him, softly said, "Dear heart, it is true, I am not within the graven image. You have no need of it. Go home. There I am, always near thee and the child. I am not for others. I am thine. Return. Make thy peace with the elders. thee must not live solitary and sad. Our son waits for thee, and when thee sits beside his bed, I will be there. He woke chilled and wet with the midnight damp, but in his heart a new-found sense of peace had come. His interest in the statue was at an end. He now knew that it was neither the monument he had desired, nor the image of his love. How gross I have been, he said, addressing himself to the unseen presence, to think that the beauty of my dead could be embodied in stone. Ruth shall go her ways to happiness with my blessing. In this mood he rose and went to his home, deeply resolved to put aside his idolatry of Ruth, even as he had put behind him the gleaming, beautiful figure beneath the shadow of the oak. End of The Graven Image by Hamlin Garland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
From The Wonder Clock by Howard Pyle. The Princess Goldenhair and the Great Black Raven. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Linda Sonrisa, Survision.org. The Princess Goldenhair and the Great Black Raven by Howard Pyle. Once upon a time, there was a king who had 3 daughters. The 2 elder were handsome enough, but the youngest, whose name was Goldenhair, was the prettiest maiden to be found within the 4 ends of the earth. One day the king went out hunting with all his people. Towards evening he found himself in the forest at a place where he had never been before, and where he was not able to tell the north from the south, nor the east from the west, for he was lost. He wandered up and down and here and there, but the farther he went, the less able he was to find the road home again. As he wandered thus, he came to a place where a great raven, as black as the soot in the chimney, and with eyes that glowed like 2 coals of fire, sat in the middle of the path in front of him. "Whither away, king?" said the great black raven. "That I cannot tell," said the king, "for I am lost." "See now," said the raven, "I will show you the way out of the forest, if you will give me your youngest daughter to be my wife." "Oh, no," said the king, "I can never do such a thing as that, for my daughter is as dear to me as the apple of my eye." "Very well, then," said the raven. "Off I go, and then there will be no getting out of the forest for you, but here you will have to stay as long as you live." Now one will do much before one will stay in a dark forest forever, and though it was a bad piece of business to be sure, the king promised at last that if the raven would show him the way home again, it should have the Princess Goldenhair for its wife, though it was a pity for the girl, and that was the truth. So the raven flapped on ahead of the king and showed him the way out of the forest. "Tomorrow," it said, "I will come for my bride." Sure enough, when the next morning came, there was the great black raven sitting outside of the castle gateway, waiting for the Princess Goldenhair to be sent to him. But it was not the princess whom he got after all, for the king had bade them dress the swineherd's daughter in the princess's dress, and it was she who went to the great black raven. "A great black raven," said the king to himself, "will never be able to tell a swineherd's daughter from a real princess." Well, the raven took the swineherd's daughter on its back, and away it flew over woods and meadows, hills and valleys, until by and by it came to a rude little hut that stood on the tip-top of a great bleak hill, and not a living soul was there, only a great number of birds of different kinds. In the hut was a table, and on the table stood a golden goblet of red wine, a silver cup of white wine, and an earthenware jug full of bitter beer. "This is our home," said the raven, "and now will my dear one drink refreshment after her long journey?" Yes, indeed, the swineherd's daughter would do that, for she was weary after her ride through the air. So she went to the table and took a good drink of the beer. For, said she to herself, the golden goblet and the silver cup are too fine for the likes of me. Then the raven knew that she was no true princess to be contented with bitter beer out of an earthenware jug, when she could have good red wine from a golden goblet. Come, said he, home we go again, for you are not the bride I seek. Therewith he took her upon his back once more, and away they flew over hill and valley, till they had come back to the king's castle again. See, said the raven, this is not the one I want. Let me have my true bride, or you will suffer for it. At this the king was frightened. Very well, said he, come tomorrow, and you shall have your true bride. Well, when the next morning came, there was the raven, waiting outside of the castle gateway. But after all, it was not the princess that he got, for the king had ordered that the steward's daughter should be dressed in the princess's dress. For surely, said he to himself, she is a good enough bride for a great black raven. So the raven took her on his back, and away he flew, till he had come to the little hut on top of the bleak hill. There stood the golden goblet, the silver cup, and the earthenware jug, just as they had done before. And now would not the dear maiden drink a drop after her long journey? Yes, indeed she would, so she took a good hearty drink of the white wine in the silver cup. For, said she to herself, silver is none too good for a steward's daughter. But the raven saw very well that she was no true princess, or she would never have been contented with the silver cup. Come, said he, home we go again, for you are not the bride I seek. So he took her on his back once more, and away he flew to the king's castle. See how you treat me, said he to the king. You promise me one bride and give me another. Tomorrow morning I will come for the true one again, and if I do not get her this time, you will suffer for it, for I will pick out your eyes and tear down your castle about your ears. And away he flew. And now the king was terribly frightened, and saw that there must be no trickery this time. So the next morning, when the raven came, it was the Princess Golden Hair herself whom he got, and none other. Up he took her on his back, and away he flew with her. As for the princess, she did nothing but weep and weep, so that when they came to the little hut on top of the bleak hill, she was glad enough to drink a drop for refreshment's sake. She never looked at the earthen jug or the silver cup, but going straight to the golden goblet, she wet her lips with the good red wine. And then, what do you think happened? Why, the hut grew and grew until it changed into a splendid castle all built of pure silver and gold, and all of the many birds outside changed into men and women servants. As for the great black raven, it was a raven no longer, but the handsomest prince in all of the world, and the only thing black about him was the long curling locks of his hair. He kissed the Princess Golden Hair and said, Now indeed have I found my true bride and none other. You have freed me and my castle and all of my people from enchantment which no one but a real princess could do. For my wicked stepmother laid spells upon us, which could only be broken when a real princess drank out of the golden goblet. Then they were married, and a fine wedding they had of it, I can tell you. Well, a year passed by, and the princess was as happy as the days were long. But at the end of the 12 months she began to long to see her father and her sisters again. So she spoke of her longing to the Raven Prince, but he only shook his head. No, he would not hear of her going, for he felt that nothing but misfortune would come of it. But the princess begged and begged so prettily that at last the prince said she might go if she would be contented to stay only 3 days. Then he gave her a napkin of the finest linen, and told her that whenever she wanted anything, she had only to spread the napkin and wish, and it would be there. But there was one thing she must not wish for, and that was for him himself, for of that misfortune would come, for sure and certain. So off the princess went to her father's house, and a fine sight she made of it, I can tell you, for she rode in a golden coach drawn by 4 milk-white horses, so that every one she passed stopped and looked after her, and the little boys cried, "Hi!" and ran along beside. Her father and her sisters wondered what fine lady it was that was coming to the castle, and when the coach stopped, they came out to look. Dear, dear, but the king was glad to see her. As for her 2 sisters, they grew as green as grass with envy. For when they heard where she dwelt, and what a fine castle it was, all built of pure gold and silver, and what a handsome prince it was that she had for a husband, they were ready to burst with spite, for each felt that she might have had all this for herself, if the Raven Prince had only chosen her instead of Golden Hair. So when the princess had told them all about what had happened, they only nodded and winked at one another, as though they did not believe a word of it. "Yes, yes," said they, "it is all very well to talk about your handsome prince, but why did he not come along with you, we should like to know?" The princess could not tell them that, but she could bring him quickly enough whenever she chose, for all she had to do was to spread her napkin and wish, and he would be there. She would show them that what she had said was true, had her prince not forbidden her. But the envious sisters only jeered and laughed, as though all that the princess said was the best jest in the world. Now one can bear anything better than laughter. So the end of the matter was that the princess spread the linen napkin on the floor and wished that the Raven Prince might be with them. No sooner had she wished it than there he stood, but he looked at no one but her. "Did I not tell you that misfortune would come of it if you wished for me?" said he. "Now I must leave you and go where you are not likely ever to see me again." Then the princess would have spoken, but he gave her no time for that. He snatched up the napkin, and becoming a raven once more, he flew through the open window and across the treetops, and was gone. At the same time, her golden coach vanished, and the coachman and footmen became so many birds and flew away, so that not one of her fine things was left. The poor princess wept and cried for a whole day and a whole night, but at the end of that time she dried her eyes, and tucking up her skirts, started off into the wide world to find her dear prince again. Well, she traveled on and on and on for more days than she could count, until she had been over nearly all of the world, but in all that time she could learn no news of the prince, nor of whither he had gone. At last one day, about nightfall, she came to a little hut in a deep forest, and in the hut sat an old woman with hair as white as snow. "What do you want, child?" said the old woman. "Do you not know that this is Death's house, and that if he returns and finds you here, he will kill you? I tell you that he spares neither the young nor the old, the plain nor the handsome. As for me, I am his grandmother." But all this was one to the princess, and went in one ear and out of the other. She could no longer drag one foot after the other, so there she must stay, even if Death should find her when he came home. Then she told Death's grandmother all that had happened to her, and Death's grandmother took pity on her because she was so pretty and so tired. She gave the princess something to eat, and then hid her in the tall clock that stood in the corner, so that Death might not find her when he came home. By and by in came Death, and hung up his great scythe behind the door. "Ooh!" cried he, "I smell Christian blood in the house for sure." "Christian blood indeed," said his grandmother, "as though a Christian would come to this house if he had anywhere else to go. But now I think of it, a crow flew overhead today and dropped a bone down the chimney. I threw it out as soon as I could, but perhaps that is what you smell." So Death said nothing more, but sat down to supper and ate heartily, for he had had a long journey that day. "See," said his grandmother, "I had a dream today. A princess is out in the world hunting for her raven sweetheart and cannot tell where to find him." "That is easy enough to tell," said Death. "He lives in a great castle that stands at the end of the earth on a high hill of smooth glass." "That is good," said Death's grandmother, "but I dreamt that after she found where he lived, she was too weary to journey thither." "That is easy enough, too," said Death. "Out in the forest yonder stands my pale horse tied to an oak tree. If she could only find the horse and loose the bridle and mount his back, he would take her there quickly enough, for he can travel more rapidly than the north wind." "Yes, yes, that is all very well," said Death's grandmother, "but I had a third dream. I thought that when she came to the smooth hill of glass, she did not know how to climb to the top. What is the answer to that?" "Prut," said Death. "That is easy to tell. Over by the glass hill are 7 birds fighting in the tree-top for an old hat. If she will throw a stone in the midst of them, they will drop the hat and fly away. It is Wish's own hat, and if she will put it on her head and wish herself at the top of the hill, she will be there quickly enough, I can tell you." After that, Death put on his cloak and took up his scythe and was off like a whirlwind, for he has little time to spare for talking, folks say. Then Death's grandmother opened the clock, and the princess came out and thanked her and went on her way. She hunted here and there through the forest until sure enough she found Death's great pale horse tied to an oak tree. She loosened the bridle and mounted upon his back, and away they went till the chips and the stones flew behind them. So they soon came to the high hill of smooth glass that stood at the end of the earth, and there, on top of it, was the castle of the prince. The princess dismounted from the pale horse, and away he galloped home again. Then the princess hunted for the birds that Death said fought for Wish's hat, and presently she heard them making a great hubbub, and looking up, saw them in the tree-top above her, fighting for the old hat, just as Death said they would be doing. She picked up a stone and threw it in the midst of them, and they dropped the hat and flew away screaming. Then she put on the hat and wished herself at the top of the hill, and there she was, quick as a wink. Now her shoes were worn into holes by long journeying, and her clothes were torn to threads and tatters by the brambles through which she had passed, and hung fluttering all about her, and she looked for all the world like nothing else than a common beggar-maid, except for her golden hair. So it was that when she knocked at the door of the prince's castle and the porter came and opened it and heard that she wanted to see the prince, he snapped his fingers and laughed. All the same, he told her that the cook wanted a serving wench in the kitchen, and that she might have the place if she liked. If that did not suit her, she might be jogging the way that she had come. Well, there was nothing for it but for the princess to serve in the kitchen or to go away again. So she bound up her hair in a tattered kerchief so that the beautiful golden tresses might not be seen, and down she went to serve the cook. The prince's dinner was cooking at the fire, and the princess was to watch it so that it might not be burned. So she watched it, and as she watched it, she wept. "Why do you weep, hussy?" said the cook. "Ah, me," said the princess. "Once I ate with my love, and drank with my love, and lived by his side. If he did but know to what I have come, how his heart would ache." After that the dinner was served, but while nobody was looking, the princess plucked a strand of her golden hair and laid it upon a white napkin, and the napkin upon an empty plate. Over all she placed a silver cover, and when the Raven Prince lifted it, there lay the strand of golden hair. "Where did this come from?" said he. But nobody could tell him that. The next day the same thing happened. The princess watched the dinner, and as she watched, she wept. "Why do you weep, hussy?" said the cook. And thereto the princess answered as she had done before. "Ah, me! Once I ate with my love, and drank with my love, and lived by his side. If he did but know to what I have come, how his heart would ache." Then, while nobody was looking, she plucked another strand of golden hair, and the prince found it as he had done the other, and no one could tell him whence it came. The third day the same thing happened as had happened twice before. The princess watched and wept, and when nobody was looking, plucked a third strand of golden hair and sent it to the prince as she had the others. Then the prince sent for the cook. "Who has been serving this and that with my dinner?" said he. The cook shook his head, for he knew nothing, but perhaps the new serving wench could tell, for she wept and said things that none of them understood. When the prince heard this, he sent for her, and the princess came and stood before him. He looked at her and knew her, for her golden hair shone through a hole in the ugly headdress that she wore. Then he reached out his hand and snatched it off her head, and her golden hair fell down all about her shoulders until it reached the floor. Then he took her in his arms and kissed her, and that was the end of all her troubles. After that they had a grand time at the castle. Everyone who came had all that he could eat, and wine and beer flowed like water. I too was there, but I brought nothing away with me in my pockets. End of The Princess Goldenhair and the Great Black Raven by Howard Pyle.
Bhaktika Miraj Jenare by Kabir. Read for Love Stories Volume 3 by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Subtle is the path of love. Therein there is no asking and no not asking. There one loses oneself at his feet. There one is immersed in the joy of the seeking. Plunged in the depths of love as the fish in the water, the lover is never slow in offering his head for his Lord's service. Kabir declares the secret of this love. End of Bhaktika Miraj Jenare by Kabir.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Prussian Officer, A Fragment of Stained Glass by D.H. Lawrence. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 3 by Linda Sonrisa, Survision.org. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Prussian Officer, A Fragment of Stained Glass by D.H. Lawrence. Beauvale is, or was, the largest parish in England. It is thinly populated, only just netting the stragglers from shoals of houses in 3 large mining villages. For the rest, it holds a great tract of woodland, fragment of old Sherwood, a few hills of pasture and arable land, 3 collieries, and finally the ruins of a Cistercian abbey. These ruins lie in a still rich meadow at the foot of the last fall of woodland, through whose oaks shines a blue of hyacinths like water in Maytime. Of the abbey there remains only the east wall of the chancel standing, a wild thick mass of ivy waiting one shoulder, while pigeons perch in the tracery of the lofty window. This is the window in question. The vicar of Beauvale is a bachelor of 42 years. Quite early in life, some illness caused a slight paralysis of his right side, so that he drags a little, and so that the right corner of his mouth is twisted up into his cheek with a constant grimace, unhidden by a heavy moustache. There is something pathetic about this twist on the vicar's countenance. His eyes are so shrewd and sad. It would be hard to get near to Mr. Colbrand. Indeed, now his soul had some of the twist of his face, so that when he is not ironical, he is satiric. Yet a man of more complete tolerance and generosity scarcely exists. Let the boors mock him. He merely smiles on the other side, and there is no malice in his eyes, only a quiet expression of waiting till they have finished. His people do not like him, yet none could bring forth an accusation against him save that you never can tell when he's having you. I dined the other evening with the vicar in his study. The room scandalizes the neighborhood because of the statuary which adorns it, a Laocoon and other classic copies with bronze and silver Italian Renaissance work. For the rest, it is all dark and tawny. Mr. Colbrand is an archaeologist. He does not take himself seriously, however, in his hobby. so that nobody knows the worth of his opinions on the subject. "Here you are," he said to me after dinner. "I found another paragraph for my great work." "What's that?" I asked. "Haven't I told you I was compiling a Bible of the English people, the Bible of their hearts, their exclamations in presence of the unknown? I found a fragment at home, a jump at God from Beauvale." "Where?" I asked, startled. The vicar closed his eyes whilst looking at me. "Only on parchment," he said. Then slowly he reached for a yellow book and read, translating as he went. Then, while we chanted, came a crackling at the window, at the great east window, where hung our Lord on the cross. It was a malicious, covetous devil, wrathed by us, rended the lovely image of the glass. We saw the iron clutches of the fiend pick the window, and a face, flaming red like fire in a basket, did glower down on us. Our hearts melted away, our legs broke, we thought to die. The breath of the wretch filled the chapel. But our dear saint, etc., etc., came hastening down heaven to defend us. The fiend began to groan and bray. He was daunted and beat off. When the sun uprose, and it was morning, some went out in dread upon the thin snow. There the figure of our saint was broken and thrown down, whilst in the window was a wicked hole, as from the holy wounds the blessed blood was run out at the touch of the fiend. And on the snow was the blood, sparkling like gold. Some gathered it up for the joy of this house. "Interesting," I said. "Where's it from?" "Beauvale Records, 15th century. "Beauvale Abbey," I said. "They were only very few, the monks. What frightened them, I wonder?" "I wonder," he repeated. "Somebody climbed up, I supposed, and attempted to get in." "What?" he exclaimed, smiling. "Well, what do you think?" "Pretty much the same," he replied. "I glossed it out for my book." "Your great work. Tell me." He put a shade over the lamp so that the room was almost in darkness. "Am I more than a voice?" he asked. "I can see your hand," I replied. He moved entirely from the circle of light. Then his voice began, sing-song, sardonic. "I was a serf in Rollston's Newthorpe Manor. Master of the stables I was. One day a horse bit me as I was grooming him. He was an old enemy of mine. I fetched him a blow across the nose. Then, when he got a chance, he lashed out at me and caught me a gash over the mouth. I snatched at a hatchet and cut his head. He yelled, fiend as he was, and strained for me with all his teeth bare. I brought him down. For killing him, they flogged me till they thought I was dead. I was sturdy, because we horse serfs got plenty to eat. I was sturdy, but they flogged me till I did not move. The next night, I set fire to the stables, and the stables set fire to the house. I watched, and saw the red flame rise and look out of the window. I saw the folk running, each for himself, master no more than one of a frightened party. It was freezing, but the heat made me sweat. I saw them all turn again to watch, all rimmed with red. They cried, all of them, when the roof went in, when the sparks splashed up at rebound. They cried then, like dogs at the bagpipes howling. Master cursed me, till I laughed as I lay under a bush quite near. As the fire went down, I got frightened. I ran for the woods, with fire blazing in my eyes and crackling in my ears. For hours I was all fire. Then I went to sleep under the bracken. When I woke, it was evening. I had no mantle, was frozen stiff. I was afraid to move, lest all the sores of my back should be broken like thin ice. I lay still until I could bear my hunger no longer. I moved then to get used to the pain of movement when I began to hunt for food. There was nothing to be found but hips. After wandering about till I was faint, I dropped again in the bracken. The boughs above me creaked with frost. I started and looked round. The branches were like hair among the starlight. My heart stood still. Again there was a creak, and suddenly a whoop that whistled in fading. I fell down in the bracken like dead wood, yet by the peculiar whistling sound at the end, I knew it was only the ice bending or tightening in the frost. I was in the woods above the lake, only 2 miles from the manor, and yet, when the lake whooped hollowly again, I clutched the frozen soil, every one of my muscles as stiff as the stiff earth. So all the night long I dare not move my face, but pressed it flat down, and taut I lay, as if pegged down and braced. When morning came, still I did not move. I lay still in a dream. By afternoon my ache was such it enlivened me. I cried, rocking my breath in the ache of moving. Then again I became fierce. I beat my hands on the rough bark to hurt them so that I should not ache so much. In such a rage I swung my limbs to torture till I fell sick with pain. Yet I fought the hurt, fought it by twisting and flinging myself until it was overcome. Then the evening began to draw on. All day the sun had not loosened the frost. I felt the sky chill again towards afternoon. Then I knew the night was coming. And remembering the great space I had just come through, horrible so that it seemed to have made me another man, I fled across the wood. But in my running, I came upon the oak where hanged 5 bodies. There they must hang, bar stiff, night after night. It was a terror worse than any. Turning, blundering through the forest, I came out where the trees thinned, where only hawthorns, ragged and shaggy, went down to the lake's edge. The sky across was red. The ice on the water glistened as if it were warm. A few wild geese sat out like stones on the sheet of ice. I thought of Martha. She was the daughter of the miller at the upper end of the lake. Her hair was red like beech leaves in a wind. When I had gone off into the mill with the horses, she had brought me food. "I thought," said I to her, "'twas a squirrel sat on your shoulder. 'Tis your hair fallen loose." "They call me the fox," she said. "Would I were your dog," said I. She would bring me bacon and good bread when I called at the mill with the horses. The thought of cakes of bread and of bacon made me reel as if drunk. I had torn at the rabbit holes. I had chewed wood all day. In such a dimness was my head that I felt neither the soreness of my wounds nor the cuts of thorns on my knees, but stumbled towards the mill, almost past fear of man and death, panting with fear of the darkness that crept behind me from trunk to trunk. Coming to the gap in the wood, below which lay the pond, I heard no sound. Always I knew the place filled with the buzz of water, but now it was silent. In fear of this stillness I ran forward, forgetting myself, forgetting the frost. The wood seemed to pursue me. I fell, just in time, down by a shed wherein were housed the few wintry pigs. The miller came riding in on his horse, and the barking of dogs was for him. I heard him curse the day, curse his servant, curse me whom he had been out to hunt, in his rage of wasted labor, curse all. As I lay, I heard inside the shed a sucking. Then I knew that the sow was there, and that the most of her sucking pigs would be already killed for tomorrow's Christmas. The miller, from forethought to have young at that time, made profit by his sucking pigs that were sold for the midwinter feast. When in a moment all was silent in the dusk, I broke the bar and came into the shed. The sow grunted, but did not come forth to discover me. By and by I crept in towards her warmth. She had but 3 young left, which now angered her, she being too full of milk. Every now and again she slashed at them, and they squealed. Busy as she was with them, I in the darkness advanced towards her. I trembled so that scarce dared I trust myself near her, for long dared not put my naked face towards her. Shuddering with hunger and fear, I at last fed of her, guarding my face with my arm. Her own full young tumbled squealing against me, but she, feeling her ease, lay grunting. At last I too lay drunk, swooning. I was roused by the shouting of the miller. He, angered by his daughter who wept, abused her, driving her from the house to feed the swine. She came, bowing under a yoke, to the door of the shed. Finding the pin broken, she stood afraid, Then, as the sow grunted, she came cautiously in. I took her with my arm, my hand over her mouth. As she struggled against my breast, my heart began to beat loudly. At last, she knew it was I. I clasped her. She hung in my arms, turning away her face, so that I kissed her throat. The tears blinded my eyes, I know not why, unless it were the hurt of my mouth, wounded by the horse, was keen. "They will kill you," she whispered. "No," I answered, and she wept softly. She took my head in her arms and kissed me, wetting me with her tears, brushing me with her keen hair, warming me through. "I will not go away from here," I said. "Bring me a knife, and I will defend myself." "No," she wept. "Ah, no." When she went, I lay down, pressing my chest where she had rested on the earth, lest being alone were worse emptiness than hunger. Later she came again. I saw her bend in the doorway, a lanthorn hanging in front. As she peered under the redness of her falling hair, I was afraid of her, but she came with food. We sat together in the dull light. Sometimes still I shivered, and my throat would not swallow. "If," said I eat all this you have brought me, I shall sleep till somebody finds me." Then she took away the rest of the meat. "Why," said I, "should I not eat?" She looked at me in tears of fear. "What?" I said, but still she had no answer. I kissed her, and the hurt of my wounded mouth angered me. "Now there is my blood," said I, "on your mouth." Wiping her smooth hand over her lips, she looked thereat, then at me. "Leave me," I said. "I am tired." She rose to leave me. "But bring me a knife," I said. Then she held the lanthorn near my face, looking as at a picture. "You look to me," she said, "like a stirk that is roped for the axe. Your eyes are dark, but they are wide open." "Then I will sleep," said I, "but will not wake too late." "Do not stay here," she said. "I will not sleep in the wood," I answered, and it was my heart that spoke. "For I am afraid. I had better be afraid of the voice of man and dogs than the sounds in the woods. Bring me a knife, and in the morning I will go. Alone will I not go now." "The searchers will take you," she said. "Bring me a knife," I answered. "Ah, go," she wept. "Not now, I will not." With that, she lifted the lanthorn, lit up her own face and mine. Her blue eyes dried of tears. Then I took her to myself, knowing she was mine. "I will come again," she said. She went, and I folded my arms, lay down and slept. When I woke, she was rocking me wildly to rouse me. "I dreamed," said I, "that a great heap, as if it were a hill, lay on me and above me." She put a cloak over me and gave me a hunting knife and a wallet of food and other things I did not note. Then under her own cloak she hid the lanthorn. "Let us go," she said, and blindly I followed her. When I came out into the cold, someone touched my face and hair. "Ha!" I cried. "Who now?" Then she swiftly clung to me and hushed me. "Someone has touched me," I said aloud, still dazed with sleep. "Oh, hush," she wept. "'Tis snowing." The dogs within the house began to bark. She fled forward, I after her. Coming to the ford of the stream, she ran swiftly over, but I broke through the ice. Then I knew where I was. Snowflakes, fine and rapid, were biting at my face. In the wood there was no wind nor snow. "Listen," said I to her, "listen, for I am locked up with sleep." "I hear roaring overhead," she answered. "I hear in the trees like great bats squeaking." "Give me your hand," said I. We heard many noises as we passed. Once as there uprose a whiteness before us, she cried aloud. "Nay," said I, "do not untie thy hand from mine." And soon we were crossing fallen snow. But ever and again she started back from fear. "When you draw back my arm," I said, angry, "you loosen a wheel on my shoulder." Thereafter she ran by my side, like a fawn beside its mother. "We will cross the valley and gain the stream," I said. "That will lead us on its ice as on a path deep into the forest. There we can join the outlaws. The wolves are driven from this part. They have followed the driven deer." We came directly on a large gleam that shaped itself up among flying grains of snow. "Ah!" she cried, and she stood amazed. Then I thought we had gone through the bounds into fairy realm, and I was no more a man. How did I know what eyes were gleaming at me between the snow, what cunning spirits in the draughts of air? So I waited for what would happen, and I forgot her, that she was there, only I could feel the spirits whirling and blowing about me. Whereupon she clung upon me, kissing me lavishly, and were dogs or men or demons come upon us at that moment, she had let us be stricken down, nor heeded not. So we moved forward to the shadow that shone in colors upon the passing snow. We found ourselves under a door of light which shed its colors mixed with snow. This Martha had never seen, nor I, this door open for a red and brave issuing like fires. We wondered. "It is fairy," she said, and after a while, "Could one catch such? Ah, no." Through the snow shone bunches of red and blue. "Could one have such a little light, like a red flower? Only a little, like a roseberry, scarlet on one's breast. Then one were singled out as Our Lady." I flung off my cloak and my burden to climb up the face of the shadow. Standing on rims of stone, then in pockets of snow, I reached upward. My hand was red and blue, but I could not take the stuff. Like color of a moth's wing it was on my hand. It flew on the increasing snow. I stood higher on the head of a frozen man, reached higher my hand. Then I felt the bright stuff cold. I could not pluck it off. Down below she cried to me to come again to her. I felt a rib that yielded. I struck at it with my knife. There came a gap in the redness. Looking through, I saw below, as it were, white stunted angels, with sad faces lifted in fear. 2 faces they had each, and round rings of hair. I was afraid. I grasped the shining red. I pulled. Then the cold man under me sank, so I fell as if broken onto the snow. Soon I was risen again, and we were running downwards towards the stream. We felt ourselves eased when the smooth road of ice was beneath us. For a while it was resting to travel thus evenly. But the wind blew round us, the snow hung upon us. We leaned us this way and that towards the storm. I drew her along, for she came as a bird that stems, lifting and swaying against the wind. By and by the snow came smaller. There was not wind in the wood. Then I felt nor labor nor cold. Only I knew that darkness drifted by on either side, that overhead was a lane of paleness where a moon fled us before. Still I can feel the moon fleeing from me, can feel the trees passing round me in a slow, dizzy reel, can feel the hurt of my shoulder and my straight arm torn with holding her. I was following the moon and the stream, for I knew where the water peeped from its burrow in the ground, there were the shelters of the outlaw. But she fell, without sound or sign. I gathered her up and climbed to the bank. There all around me hissed the larchwood, dry beneath, and laced with its dry fretted cords. For a little way I carried her into the trees. Then I laid her down till I cut flat, hairy boughs. I put her in my bosom on this dry bed, so we swooned together through the night. I laced her round and covered her with myself, so she lay like a nut within its shell. Again, when morning came, it was a pain of cold that woke me. I groaned, but my heart was warm as I saw the heap of red hair in my arms. As I looked at her, her eyes opened into mine. She smiled. From out of her smile came fear. As if in a trap, she pressed back her head. "We have no flint," said I. "Yes, in the wallet, flint and steel and tinderbox," she answered. "God yield you blessing," I said. In a place a little open I kindled a fire of larch boughs. She was afraid of me, hovering near, yet never crossing a space. "Come," said I, "let us eat this food." "Your face," she said, "is smeared with blood." I opened out my cloak. "But come," said I, "you are frosted with cold." I took a handful of snow in my hand, wiping my face with it, which I then dried on my cloak. "My face is no longer painted with blood. You are no longer afraid of me. Come here, then, sit by me while we eat." But as I cut the cold bread for her, she clasped me suddenly, kissing me. She fell before me, clasped my knees to her breast, weeping. She laid her face down to my feet, so that her hair spread like a fire before me. I wondered at the woman. "Nay," I cried. At that she lifted her face to me from below. "Nay," I cried, feeling my tears fall. With her head on my breast, my own tears rose from their source, wetting my cheek and her hair, which was wet with the rain of my eyes. Then I remembered, and took from my bosom the colored light of that night before. I saw it was black and rough. "Ah," said I, "this is magic." "The black stone," she wondered. "It is the red light of the night before," I said. "It is magic," she answered. "Shall I throw it?" said I, lifting the stone. "Shall I throw it away for fear?" "It shines," she cried, looking up. "It shines like the eye of a creature at night, the eye of a wolf in the doorway." "'Tis magic," I said. "Let me throw it from us." But nay, she held my arm. "It is red and shining," she cried. "It is a bloodstone," I answered. "It will hurt us. We shall die in blood." "But give it to me," she answered. "It is red of blood," I said. "Ah, give it to me," she called. "It is my blood," I said. "Give it," she commanded, low. "It is my lifestone," I said. "Give it me," she pleaded. I gave it her. She held it up. She smiled in my face, lifting her arms to me. I took her with my mouth, her white throat, nor she ever shrank, but trembled with happiness. What woke us, when the woods were filling again with shadow, when the fire was out, when we opened our eyes and looked up as if drowned, into the light which stood bright and thick on the treetops, what woke us was the sound of wolves. "Nay," said the vicar, suddenly rising, "they lived happily ever after." "No," I said. End of The Prussian Officer, A Fragment of Stained Glass, by D.H. Lawrence.
In Algiers by Marjorie Verner Reed. Read for Love Stories, Volume 3 by Daniel Davison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Algiers by Marjorie Verner Reed. Moonlight, the still waters of the ocean, the deck of a ship, romance and beauty. The great liner sailed near the northern coast of Africa. On the deck they had become engaged. The moonlight shone on them. Dusk and bitter cold. A young woman paced up and down in the snow, waiting the coming of a train. It was a small town in the interior of Russia, of the Russia torn by wars and rebellions at home, a sorrow-stricken land. The mystery, the romance of the night, the distant shores of Africa seemed still upon her. She could almost feel the murmur of the water as it splashed against the boat. And the next day, Algiers, the quaint streets, the mosques, flowers, and white-robed Arabs. Very quietly they had been married in the cathedral which bears the name of a whole continent, Notre Dame d'Afrique. The sun had smiled as it shone on the city by the sea. It grew colder. A train came into sight on the vast field of snow. On that train, the man she loved and had married was coming to her. That enchanted period in Algiers. He was returning, perhaps a wreck of his once splendid self, a cripple. War. It had shattered homes, brought skeletons where once children laughed, brought famine, once birds had eaten crumbs. War, horror, dismay. She waited. His eyes were aghast, eyes that had seen death, murder, horror side by side. There was no more laughter. He took Anna into his arms. Then the report was not true. He had not given his right arm. "Anna," he whispered, "my brave Anna." "I've been thinking of Algiers," she murmured. "We planned to have sunshine and roses even among the snows of our country, but we faced blood on the snows of our forests. Ivan, it is bitter cold. Do not go out into the night. To Africa the moon will be making golden streaks upon the water. A rose will be blooming in our garden. His eyes were vacant. Then it was not his arm he had given for Russia. It was... A cry pierced the cold air. The weight of a dead body resounded. I wonder what that was, Ivan mused. Which is the shortest way to the cathedral? These Arab streets are so steep. End of In Algiers by Marjorie Verner Reed. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Violets by Alice Moore Dunbar-Nelson. Read for Love Stories Volume 3 by Daniel Davison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violets by Alice Moore Dunbar-Nelson. Part 1. And she tied a bunch of violets with a tress of her pretty brown hair. She sat in the yellow glow of the lamplight, softly humming these words. It was Easter evening, and the newly risen spring world was slowly sinking to a gentle, rosy, opalescent slumber, sweetly tired of the joy which had pervaded it all day. For in the dawn of the perfect morn, it had arisen, stretched out its arms in glorious happiness to greet the Saviour, and said its hallelujahs, merrily trilling out carols of bird and organ and flower song. But the evening had come, and rest. There was a letter lying on the table. It read, "Dear, I send you this little bunch of flowers as my Easter token. Perhaps you may not be able to read their meaning, so I'll tell you. Violets, you know, are my favorite flowers. Dear little human-faced things. They seem always as if about to whisper a love word, and then they signify that thought which passes always between you and me. The orange blossoms, you know their meaning. The little pink flowers are the flowers you love. The evergreen leaf is the symbol of the endurance of our affection. The tuberoses I put in because once when you kissed and pressed me close in your arms, I had a bunch of tuberoses on my bosom, and the heavy fragrance of their crushed loveliness had always lived in my memory. The violets and pinks are from a bunch I wore today, and when kneeling at the altar during communion, did I sin, dear, when I thought of you? The tuberoses and orange blossoms I wore Friday night. You always wished for a lock of my hair, so I'll tie these flowers with them. But there, it is not stable enough. Let me wrap them with a bit of ribbon, pale blue, from that little dress I wore last winter to the dance, when we had such a long, sweet talk in that forgotten nook. You always loved that dress. It fell in such soft ruffles away from the throat and bosom. You called me your little forget-me-not that night. I laid the flowers away for a while in our favorite book, Byron, just at the poem we loved best. And now I send them to you. Keep them always in remembrance of me, and if aught should occur to separate us, press these little flowers to your lips, and I will be with you in spirit, permeating your heart with unutterable love and happiness." Part 2. It is Easter again. As of old the joyous bells clang out the glad news of the resurrection. The giddy dancing sunbeams laugh riotously in field and street, birds carol their sweet twitterings everywhere, and the heavy perfume of flowers scents the golden atmosphere with inspiring fragrance. One long, golden sunbeam steals silently into the white-curtained window of a quiet room and lay athwart a sleeping face. Cold, pale, still, its fair young face pressed against the satin-lined casket. Slender white fingers, idle now, they that had never known rest, locked softly over a bunch of violets. Violets and tuberoses in her soft brown hair, violets in the bosom of her long white gown, violets and tuberoses and orange blossoms banked everywhere, until the air was filled with the ascending souls of the human flowers. Some whispered that a broken heart had ceased to flutter in that still young form, and that it was a mercy for the soul to ascend on the slender sunbeam. Today she kneels at the throne of heaven, where 1 year ago she had communed at an earthly altar. Part 3. Far away in a distant city, a man carelessly looking among some papers turned over a faded bunch of flowers tied with a blue ribbon and a lock of hair. He paused meditatively a while. Then, turning to the regal-looking woman lounging before the fire, he asked, "Wife, did you ever send me these?" She raised her great black eyes to his with a gesture of ineffable disdain, and replied languidly, "You know very well I can't bear flowers. How could I ever send such sentimental trash to anyone? Throw them into the fire." And the Easter bells chimed a solemn requiem as the flames slowly licked up the faded violets. Was it merely fancy on the wife's part, or did the husband really sigh, a long, quivering breath of remembrance? End of Violets by Alice Moore Dunbar-Nelson.
The Glamour by Oscar Grave. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 3 by Colleen McMahon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Glamour by Oscar Grave. Until the night when Joe arrived home and found Lincoln alighting from a taxicab in front of his door, he had not understood how much more successful than himself Lincoln had been. It was the taxicab that made him realize the fact completely. It seemed a symbol of Lincoln's prosperity. Joe had traveled home to Brooklyn, as usual, in the subway and the elevated, and taxicabs were as much beyond his dreams as French touring cars. "Hello, Joe," called Lincoln when he caught sight of him. "I telephoned your office to see if I could bring you down with me, but you'd just gone." Joe felt an instant's regret as he thought of the effect of his arrival upon his neighbors. "Hello, Link," he replied. "I wish you had called me. The subway was fierce tonight, crowded and hot. Awful hot anyway, isn't it?" They went up the dingy stairs of the flat house together, talking. Joe fumbling for his key while Lincoln's fingers gripped his other arm. It was the same old Lincoln, Joe saw. Nevertheless, there was a new sense of constraint between the two men, which to Joe at least was very palpable. They were at Joe's door before Lincoln asked, with a certain hesitancy in his voice, "How's Mary?" "Pretty good," Joe answered. "Here she is herself." Mary laughed, blushed, and took Lincoln's hat. "Come in, boys," she said, "and go in front. Dinner's almost ready, and I'll call you in a minute." "Now don't fuss, Mary," Lincoln protested. "Anything's good enough for me. When Joe asked me down, I told him I'd come after dinner, but he said that wouldn't do." "Sure, that's right," Mary assured him. "It's a long time since we've eaten together, Link. I mean, we three," she added. The men went into the small front room, the parlor. "Come up and sit by the window, Link, where you can get what breeze there is. I won't light the gas, for that would make it hotter." Lincoln took the green rocker by the window and fanned himself with a newspaper. Both men had removed their coats. "What I should have done, Joe," he said, "was to invited you and Mary down to have supper with me at the island. There's a new Italian table d'hote down there which is first class, Tosti's. Been there?" "No," said Joe shortly. He was thinking that his friend was sorry he had come. Well, he didn't blame him. It certainly would be a relief to get out of these wretched rooms for one night. He remembered some little suppers he had enjoyed down at the island during his bachelor days, with girls whose society he enjoyed, but to whom he owed no— He stopped his reflections at that point and said to Lincoln, "It's just about a month you've been back from Utah, isn't it?" "Yes." "Been around much? Many changes?" "Oh, Lord, yes," Lincoln answered. "Why, even in the 3 years I've been away, the island has become a different place. You remember—" Joe was apparently listening while the other rambled on. Occasionally he nodded yes or no, once or twice he laughed, but all the while his thoughts were spinning their own web. Why had he asked his friend here to show him so plainly his own poverty, his own failure? How ashamed of it he was, of this flat in a cheap neighborhood, of the gaudy furniture bought at ridiculously high prices from an installment house, of everything, of himself, of his wife. Mary's voice calling cheerily, "Come on, come on," interrupted both Lincoln's reminiscences and Joe's reflections. The heat seemed intensified in the dining room. It was too hot there to enjoy the meal. Why couldn't Mary have given them something cold, Joe wondered. The roast lamb, the boiled potatoes, the beans, everything increased his repugnance. Lincoln had his hands at his eyes, a habit of his, But to Joe, the action spoke of concealed distaste and perhaps disgust. Mary hovered about the table, adjusting a plate here, another there, piling more beans on Lincoln's plate. She was unbecomingly flushed, and a strand of wet hair lay across her forehead. "Oh, sit down, Mary," Joe said. She glanced at him quickly. Joe had not been himself lately, but this tone was new. Then she looked at Lincoln to see whether he too had noticed, but Lincoln's gaze was on his plate. She took her seat quietly. There was silence for a time after this. Mary tried to begin a conversation, and Lincoln helped, but Joe sat silent. After a while, Mary and Lincoln had it to themselves. There was a great deal to talk about, for Mary had been a stenographer in the office where both Lincoln and Joe had been clerks. That, of course, was before she had married Joe, and before Lincoln had gone west. "Same old crowd, hey, Joe? Old Williams, Red, Billy Ridge, Jack, and all the rest?" Lincoln finally asked Joe directly. "Same old crowd," Joe answered. "Any changes? About positions, I mean?" Lincoln continued. Joe started. How he wished he could tell him to mind his own business, not to parade his own success before them. But oh, how much more he wished he could tell him he had been made manager, or at least head bookkeeper. But he could not, and it was foolish to get angry. So he answered in a low voice, "Nope, same old thing." Mary tried to get Joe's hand beneath the table. "It's a shame, Lincoln," she said. "Red's been made head bookkeeper, and Joe and I were counting on getting it." Joe was so humiliated that he could hardly remain seated. He felt that he was placed before Lincoln as a visible failure, an object of pity. Why couldn't Mary be still? "That was a shame, Joe," Lincoln said. "You've been there 2 years longer than Red." "And we were figuring just what we could do with that extra $6 a week," Mary went on. "We were going to move down to Willoughby Street, Joe's old neighborhood, so he could save half an hour going and coming from business. Joe's been looking for another position, but he can't seem to find anything. Lincoln, if you should—" "For heaven's sakes, Mary!" Joe had risen, and his chair fell back with a crash. "Don't you know when to shut up?" Afterward, Joe remembered how Mary's face went white at his words, and how she—it seemed ridiculous then— wiped her lips with her napkin again and again. Lincoln also arose and put his arm around Joe's shoulder. "What's the matter, old man?" he said. "Something's wrong. Feel sick?" The three stood silent for a moment, the others waiting for Joe to speak, thinking that he must be ill. Meanwhile, his thoughts were running like red fire through his brain, burning and searing. Yes, he was sick of it all, of his work, of his home, of his married life. If he hadn't been engaged to Mary, he could have gone west with Lincoln. And he, too, could go to dinner at Tosti's and ride in taxicabs and talk casually of prominent men. It was Mary who had robbed him of these things. It was marriage that had killed, or rather crushed, his ambitions, enslaved him, chained him down to poverty and ridicule and— He writhed at the word. Pity. Yes, he was sick unto death of it. He remembered that they were waiting for him to compose himself. He looked up, and his glance went directly past Mary's anxious face. "It's the heat, I guess," he said. "I'm sorry I've been such a fool." He looked around. Oh, to be away from them. "If you don't mind," he continued, "I'll step out into the street for a minute. You wait with Mary, Link, until I return." "Don't you think I'd better go with you, Joe?" Lincoln offered. "Or me," Mary exclaimed. "No, I think it's best for me to go alone." He smiled curiously at them and went into the bedroom for his hat and coat. In a minute they heard him in the hall. "Goodbye," he called out, and they answered together, "Don't be long." Then the door slammed. The heat had been cruel that week. Men lifted their white, sweat-lined faces to the blazing sky apathetically. They were past the triviality of complaint. The sunlight was avoided like a dread thing, and they slunk along the shaded sides of the streets like whipped dogs. The heat stripped the masks from men's faces, stripped them of what lay beneath the masks, of pride, greed, lust, or of love and light, and left the suffering showing naked. Oh, it was unbearably hot that week. But tonight, when Joe came out into the street, the breath of one of those cool waves that suddenly blessed the sun-ridden city was creeping along the sides of the houses and lifting the papers and dust from the gutters. Joe raised his face to it, breathing it in deeply through his open mouth. His thoughts had stopped their mad racing. He was without purpose. All of his subsequent acts that night were without premeditation. He was like an inanimate thing swept on from accident to accident, like one of the scraps of paper that the breeze blew down the street against iron railings, store signs, and lamp-posts. He walked to the corner, and beneath the light of the lamp drew from his pocket what money he had. There was $8.75, including 5 pennies. He divided the amount, throwing the coin left by the division into the street, returned to the entrance of his flat, and dumped half the money into the letter box that bore his name. He then walked down the avenue 10 or perhaps 20 blocks. Presently he boarded a car going in the same direction, and rode until it reached a railway station, where he alighted and went into the station. In the waiting room he read over the bulletins, first consulting a large clock that glared from the wall. It was 8:15. Bulletin number 12 showed that a train would leave at 8:28 for Westbury, Huntington, and Kings Park. He went to the ticket booth. "A ticket for Kings Park, please," he said casually. "And return?" asked the man. "No." The transaction left him with $3 and a few odd cents. He boarded the train and sat without impatience, waiting for it to start. Perhaps the waiting made him think of Mary and Lincoln sitting home waiting for him. He laughed aloud, and people sitting near turned to look at him inquiringly. That night he slept beneath the open sky, sheltered only by what protection a hayrick gave. He had gone to the city from up the state 10 years before, and knew the ways of the country. The next morning he breakfasted on milk stolen from a cow as she stood in a field, and on berries gathered along the roadside. Occasionally, with curious indifference, he thought of Mary and Lincoln. He wondered how they had acted when he had not returned, what they had said, how they had looked. He imagined the scenes in the office, the miserable office. How he hated its routine, its monotony, its deadness. He glanced around him at the smiling golden meadows and wide, high sky, against the blue of which sailed tiny ships of clouds, silvery white as the down picked from a milkweed pod. Well, that was over, that life. He was free. No thought of returning came to him. Marriage had stifled him, but now he was freed from its bonds. No doubt he had taken a cowardly path, but the fact remains that he was free. He was free to build again. He had his chance of success now, as Lincoln had had his. But for the present, all he wanted was rest, time in which to steady his racked nerves. As for Mary, well, he knew she was perfectly capable of taking care of herself, probably better than he had been able to take care of her. He knew his flight would not affect her material comfort. That, at least, could not be marked down against him. Evening found him asking for supper and a bed at the door of a farmhouse. They were given with fair grace, and in the morning he proffered a $1 bill, which, after some demur, was accepted. Still he hesitated. Finally, "Can you give me any work here?" he asked the farmer. The man looked doubtful. "Any references?" Joe shook his head. Mr. Clay, the farmer, did not like to express the doubts he felt. His wife was more favorable. "We need help, Will," she said. Joe had an inspiration. "Here's my watch." He put the heavy gold piece into the farmer's hands. "It was my father's. Keep it for security." The man's misgivings vanished. "Take it back," he said, "and stay." And he gave Joe his hand. Long days of work in the open air, long nights of heavy sleep, unbroken by dreams, brought to Joe swelling muscles and tanned cheeks. They brought more. They dulled memory with its many voices. The door that led to memories was bolted and marked unrest. Sundays, however, were troublesome. All the afternoon there was nothing to do. The farmer had 2 little girls, the younger of whom spent all her spare time with Joe, chatting and asking questions. She helped to pass many hours, and with her tiny hands held shut the door. But Mr. and Mrs. Clay pushed the other way. They were ordinary people, but their quiet content made Joe wonder. They did not say much, but there were glances, instinct, with comfort and pride in each other. They were both nearing 50, yet there was something in their happiness and content that hurt while it swelled the heart. So July and August went by, and September reigned. And one night in September, not from any sudden accident, not from any touchstone remembrance, the door flew open. It was but the natural force that had been gathering behind it. It had been too completely closed and barred. And with the flood that rushed from it, with its accompanying light, Joe saw himself as he was. He saw what had entered his married life, his and Mary's, and he saw what had broken it. He saw that it was not poverty, the daily toil, the commonplaces that mattered. The trouble was that they had neglected the romance. They had stripped away the glamour. There was no mystery, no allurement left. He saw it all clearly, and he saw that while Mary's hands had helped, his had been the more cruel. Suddenly his thoughts turned to Mary, the woman. He thought of the lovely curve of her tinted cheek, the swell of her bosom beneath the cheap print waist, of her round white arms and her lips. He thought of the little intimate things of their married life, and he cried aloud that he wanted her. God, he wanted her. So it was not the spirit alone that was sending him back. The flesh, too, had its part in that wonderful and imperative call to return. and perhaps, after all, that was as it should be. The next morning, at the first opportunity, he told Mr. Clay that he was going. The way in which he told it showed the quality of the light that had entered into his being. "I left my wife," he said simply, "and now I'm going back to ask her to forgive me." Mr. Clay sighed. "Well, you've been a great help, and I'm sorry you have to go. I didn't know." He looked at Joe with curiosity, but the latter's expression, although placid, did not invite questions. "When are you going, Joe?" he asked. "I figured that the best train for me to leave on will be the 6:18. That'll bring me home about 8:30. He said goodbye to them that evening. He kissed the children, and when he came to Mrs. Clay, he took her hand and put it to his lips. The woman flushed and half pulled her hand away. "You've been awful nice to me," Joe explained. He meant more than the words expressed. "Come and see us sometime," Mr. Clay urged. "I sure will," said Joe, "and bring my wife if I can," he added. He left them standing beneath the 2 apple trees that sheltered the front steps. When he had gone a little way, Mr. Clay called after him, "Goodbye, and good luck to you." Joe waved his thanks. Not until he was seated in the train did he have any doubts about finding Mary. His thought visualized the scene on the night he had left. He saw Mary and Lincoln sitting at the disordered table. From the picture leapt the expression of Lincoln's face. Joe suddenly remembered the great tenderness it wore, but he also remembered that the pitying eyes were not on him, but upon Mary. Good old Lincoln, he thought. It was not until half an hour later that the thought of Lincoln made him burn. As the disc of a song revolves on a phonograph, so his mind, in turning, had come upon forgotten incidents in which Lincoln and Mary figured. He recalled Mary saying that Lincoln, a long while ago, had asked her to marry him, and her tender confession that even then he, Joe, was the reason for her refusal. From that time on, the question that continually arose before him was, "What has Mary done since I've been away?" And always intruding on the question was the face of Lincoln, with its tender eyes fixed on Mary's white face. When he finally reached the corner of the street where he had lived, he was so shaken by doubt that he stopped short. Suppose Mary had moved away. Why should she keep the flat? What use would she have for him now, anyway? He felt it idle to go on. And what of Lincoln? Came in a flash. This sent him forward with knitted brows and clenched hands. The powerful springs of jealousy were stronger than the sense of his own unworthiness. He did not stop until he had reached the door of the flat house. There he nearly collided with a man coming out. Both started back, and Joe saw that the other man was Lincoln. The two gazed at each other, with distrust on one side, contempt on the other. After a moment, Lincoln spoke. "What have you come back for?" Joe straightened. "To ask Mary if I can stay?" "I can answer for her, Joe, and spare you both the pain. She's got no further use for you." Joe's light went out, his spirit broken, perhaps too easily. But for the last 2 hours, doubt had fought skillfully. For a moment he felt that he must receive the message from Mary herself. "I must hear her say that myself, Lincoln," he said. "I can't let you, Joe. Mary isn't well. A scene might be dangerous. For her sake, I ask you to go." Is it you now, Lincoln?" "After the divorce it will be." Lincoln's voice was hard and well-controlled, but his face burned red. "Well, goodbye, Lincoln," said Joe, as he turned to walk away unsteadily. He was halfway down the block before he felt Lincoln's wild clutch on his arm and Lincoln's wild voice in his ears crying, "Go back, you fool! I can't. He flung himself over against the wall and stood there sobbing, oblivious of the lighted street and the people passing. Joe did not even glance at him. He turned, and in a walk broken by running, went back. With his mind still dazed, he was at the door of the flat, his home, with hand raised to knock. But his fingers fell on the knob. He turned it, and the door opened. It was very dark inside, and he felt his way along the hall and into the front room, pausing once or twice to listen, wondering why he did not call to her. But he was hardly in the room when he saw that Mary was there, seated by the window, a black silhouette against the gray. He waited for her to speak, but finally he was forced to break the silence with the single word, "Mary." "You've come back, Joe," she answered. "Yes." "Why?" Her tone was lifeless. "To ask you... Oh, Mary, what have you been doing? How have you been living? Have you been well? Have you suffered?" "No," her voice was still calm. "I haven't suffered. I got a position as a stenographer under my maiden name, and I've held it all this time, until last week. I've been quite well." They were silent again, while through the darkness crept the sounds of the street, the cries of children, a woman singing, a man's laugh coarsened by drink and ending in an oath, the sliding buzz of the trolley, the whole composite of sounds that is silence to the city dweller, except moments like these that Joe and Mary were living. Again it was Joe who was compelled to speak. Shall I go away again, Mary? He waited for her answer, but it did not come. Shall I? He repeated. He waited again, peering through the blackness. As his eyes became accustomed to the dark, he saw that her arms were on the windowsill and her head resting on them. Suddenly, he knew that she was crying. He sprang toward her, and after a moment's hesitation, his hand fell on her shoulder. Mary, he said. She swung around, and her hands clutched him. Oh, Joey, and afterward, don't ever go away from me again, Joey. You're the only one for me. Her voice went low and vibrant, so that he had to bend near to hear, and bending, he felt her quiver. And I need you now more than ever. That's why I had to give up my position. Lean nearer, Joey, so that I can whisper in your ear. He sank to his knees before her, his hands in her lap, clasped by her hands. He was thrilled, tender, bold. The woman before him was a mystery, yet as clear to his eyes as a shallow brook running over pebbles. He was a bit afraid of her, yet wonderfully conscious of her love for him. She was as mysterious, as wonderful, as vital to him as life itself, for the romance had returned. End of The Glamour by Oscar Grave.
Mrs. Knowles by J.S. of Dale. Read for Love Stories Volume 3 by Lisa Reichert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Knowles by J.S. of Dale. 1. The great Pasturzen Glacier rises in western Austria and flows into Carinthia and is 14 or 17 miles long as you measure it from its birth in the snowfield or from where it begins to move from the higher snows and its active course is marked by the first wrinkle. It flows in a straight, steady sweep, a grand avenue guarded by giant mountains steep and wide, a prototype, huge and undesigned, of the giant stairway in the Venice Palace. No known force can block its path. It would need a cataclysm to reverse its progress. What falls upon it moves with it. What lies beneath it moves with it, down to the polished surface of the earth's frame laid bare. No blade of grass grows so slowly as it moves. No meteor of the air is so irresistible. Its substant ice curls freely, molds, and breaks itself like water. Breaks in waves, plastic like honey, crested lightly with frozen spray. It winds tenderly about the rocky shore, and the granite, disintegrated into crumbs, flows on with it. All this so quietly that busy, officious little man lived a score of 1,000 years before he noticed even that the glacier moved. Now, however, men have learned to congregate upon its shores and admire. Scientists stick staves in the ground, not too near lest the earth should move with it, and appraise the majesty of its motion. Ladies, politely mystified, give little screams of pleased surprise. Young men, secretly exultant, pace the yard or two between the sticks, a distance that takes the frozen stream a year to compass, and look out upon it half contemptuously. Then they cross it. Carefully, they have enough respect left for that, with their cunningly nailed shoes and a rope. An hour or two they dally with it, till at last, being hungry and cold, they walk to the inn for supper. At supper they tell stories of their prowess, pay money to the guides who have protected them, and fall asleep after tea with weariness. Meantime, the darkness falls outside. But the white presence of the glacier breaks the night, and strange shapes unseen of men dance in its ashen hollows. It is so old that the realms of death and life conflict. Change is on the surface, but immortality broods in the deeper places. The moon rises and sinks. The glacier moves silently, like a timepiece marking the centuries, grooving the record of its being on the world itself, a feature to be read and studied by far-off generations of some other world. The glacier has a light of its own, and gleams to stars above, and the great Glockner mountain flings his shadow of the planets in its face. Mrs. Knowles was a young English bride, sunny-haired, hopeful-eyed, with lips that parted to make you love them, parted before they smiled, and all the soft regions of her face broke into attendant dimples. And then, lest you should think it meant for you, she looked quickly up to Charles, as she would then call him even to strangers, and Charles looked down to her. Charles was a short foot taller, with much the same hair and eyes, thick flossy whiskers, broad shoulders, and a bass voice. This was in the days before political economy cut Hymen's wings. Charles, like Mary, had little money, but great hopes, and he was a clerk in a government office, with a friendly impression of everybody, and much trust in himself. And old Harry Colquhoun, his chief, had given them 6 weeks to go to Switzerland and be happy in, all in celebration of Charles Knowles's majority and the marriage to his young wife. So they had both forgotten heaven for the nonce, having a passable substitute. But the powers divine overlooked them pleasantly and forgave it. And even the phlegmatic driver of their Einspanner looked back from the corner of his eye at the Skone Engländerin and compared her mentally with the far-famed beauty of the Königssee. So they rattled on in their curious conveyance, with the pole in the middle and the one horse out on one side, and still found more beauty in each other's eyes than in the world about them. Although Charles was only 21, Mary Knowles was barely 18, and to her he seemed godlike in his age, as in all other things. Her life had been as simple as it had been short. She remembered being a little girl, and then the next thing that occurred was Charles Knowles. And positively the next thing she remembered of importance was being Mrs. Charles Knowles. So that old Mrs. Knowles, her guardian aunt and his, had first called her a love of a baby, and then but a baby in love. All this, of course, was 45 years ago, for you know how old she was when she went again to Switzerland last summer. 63. They first saw the great mountains from the summit of the Schafberg. This is a little height, 3-cornered between 3 lakes, a natural belvedere for Central Europe. Mr. and Mrs. Knowles were seated on a couch of alpine roses, behind a rhododendron bush, watching the sunset. But as Charles was desirous of kissing Mrs. Knowles, and the rhododendron bush was not thick enough, they were waiting for the sun to go down. He was very slow in doing this, and by way of consolation, Knowles was keeping his wife's hand, hidden in the folds of her dress. Undoubtedly a modern lady would have been talking of the scenery, giving word-color pictures of the view. But I'm afraid Mrs. Knowles had been looking at her husband, and talking with him of the cottage they had bought in a Surrey village not far from Box Hill, and thinking about how the little carvings and embroideries would look there, which they had bought abroad. And indeed, Mrs. Charles secretly thought Box Hill an eminence far preferable to the Venediger, and Charles's face an infinitely more interesting sight than any lake, however expressive. But the sun, looking askance at them through the lower mist, was not jealous. All the same he spread his glory lavishly for them, and the bright little mirror of a lake twinkled cannily upward from below. Finally it grew dark. Then there was less talking. It was full night when they went in, she leaning on his arm and looking up, and the moonbeam on the snowy shoulder of the Glockner, 20 leagues away, came over straight away from the mountain to her face. 3 days later, Charles Knowles, crossing with her the lower portion of the Pasturzen glacier, slipped into a crevasse and vanished utterly from the earth. 2. All this you know, and I was also told more of the young girl, bride and widow at 18, how she sought to throw herself into the clear blue gulf, how she refused to leave Heiligenblut, how she would sit tearless by the rim of the crevasse day after day and gaze into its profundity. A guide or man was always with her at these times, for it was still feared she would follow her young husband to the depths of that still sea. Her aunt went over from England to her. The summer waxed. Autumn storms set in, but no power could win her from the place whence Charles had gone. If there was a time worse for her than that first moment, it was when they told her that his body never could be found. They did not dare to tell her this for many days, but busied themselves with idle cranes and ladders, and made futile pretenses with ropes. Some of the big simple-hearted guides even descended into the chasm, absenting themselves for an hour or so, to give her an idea that something was being done. Poor Mrs. Knowles would have followed them had she been allowed, to wander through the purple galleries, calling Charles. It was well she could not, for all Caspar could do was to lower himself 100 yards or so, chisel out a niche, and stand in it, smoking his honest pipe to pass the time, and trying to fancy he could hear the murmur of the waters down below. Meantime, Mrs. Knowles strained her eyes, peering downward from above, leaning on the rope about her waist, looking over the clear brink of the Boogsgrund. It was the Herr Dr. Zimmermann who first told her the truth. Not that the good doctor meant to do so. The Herr Doctor had had his attention turned to glaciers by some rounded stones in his garden by the Trauntsee, and more particularly by the Herr Privatdozent Splütner. Like Uncle Toby, had his hobby horse, his pet conjuring words, his gods ex machina, which he brought upon the field in scientific emergencies. And these gods, as with Thales, were fire and water. Craters and flood were his accustomed scapegoats, upon whose heads were charged all things unaccountable, and the Herr Doctor, who had only one element left to choose from, and that a passive one, but knew, on general principles, that Splütner must be wrong, got as far off as he could, and took ice. And Splütner having pooh-poohed this, Zimmermann rode his hypothesis with redoubled zeal. He became convinced that ice was the embodiment of orthodoxy. Fixing his professional spectacles on his substantial nose, he went into Carinthia and ascended the great Venice mountains, much as he would have performed any other scientific experiment. Then he encamped on the shores of the Pasturzen glacier and proceeded to make a study of it. So it happened that the doctor, taking a morning stroll over the subject of his experiment, in search of small things which might verify his theory, met Mrs. Knowles sitting in her accustomed place. The doctor had been much puzzled that morning on finding in a rock at the foot of the glacier the impression, or sign manual, as it were, of a certain fish whose acquaintance the doctor had previously made only in tropical seas. This fact seeming, superficially, to chime in with Splüthnerian mistakes, In a most heterodox way, the doctor's mind had for a moment been diverted from the ice, and he was wondering what the fish had been going to do in that particular gallery, and secretly doubting whether it had known its own mind, and gone thither with the full knowledge and permission of its maternal relative. Indeed, the good doctor would probably have ascribed its presence to the malicious and personal causation of the devil, but that the one point on which he and Splüthner were agreed was the ignoring of unscientific hypotheses. The doctor's objections to the devil were none the less strenuous for being purely scientific. Thus ruminating, the doctor came to the crevasse where Mrs. Knowles was sitting, and to which a little path had now been worn from the inn. There was nothing of scientific interest about the fair young English girl, and the doctor did not notice her. But he took from his waistcoat pocket a leaden bullet, moulded by himself and marked Johannes Carpentarius, Juvavianus, AUC, 2590, and dropped it with much satisfaction into the crevasse. Mrs. Knowles gave a little cry. The bullet was heard for some seconds tinkling against the sides of the chasm. The tinkles grew quickly fainter, but they waited in vain for the noise of the final fall.
"May the Splüthner live that he may learn by it," muttered the doctor. "I can never recover it."
Then he remembered that the experiment had been attended with a sound unaccounted for by the conformity of the bullet to the laws of gravitation, and looking up he saw Mrs. Knowles in front of him, no longer crying, but very pale. Zimmerman started, and in his confusion dropped his best brass registering thermometer, which also rattled down the abyss. "You say," whispered Mrs. Knowles, "that it can never be recovered."
"Madam," spoke the doctor, doffing his hat, "how would you recover from a place when the smallest approximation which I have yet been able to make puts the depth from the surface to the bed of the glacier at from 1600 to 1660 meters in distance?"
Dr. Zimmerman spoke very good English, and he pushed his hat upon the back of his head and assumed his professional attitude. "But they were all trying," Mrs. Knowles spoke faintly. "They said that they hoped he could be recovered." The stranger was the oldest gentleman she had seen, and Mrs. Knowles felt almost like confiding in him. "Oh, I must have the body," she closed in a sob, but the Herr Doctor caught at the last word, and this suggested to him only the language of scientific experiment.
"Recover it? If, madam," Zimmerman went on with all the satisfaction attendant on the enunciation of a scientific truth, "we take a body and drop it in the scround of this glacier, and the ice stream moves so slowly at its base, then on the upper part, and the ice will cover it. Even if we could reach the base, which is a mile in depth, then, see you, it is all caused by the motion of the ice."
But at this Mrs. Knowles had given a faint cry, and her guide rushed up angrily to the old professor, who stared helplessly forward. "God will help me, sir," said she to the doctor, and she gave the guide her arm and walked wearily away. The professor still stared in amazement at her enthusiasm for scientific experiment, and the passion with which she greeted his discoveries. Here was a person who utterly refused to be referred to the agency of ice, or even, like Splüthner, of fire and water, and went out of the range of allowable hypotheses to call upon a noumenon. Now both Splüthner and Zimmerman had studied all natural agencies and made allowance for them, but for the divine they had always hitherto proved an alibi. The doctor could make nothing of it. At the inn that evening he saw Mrs. Knowles with swollen eyes. and remembering the scene of the afternoon, he made inquiries about her of the innkeeper. The latter had heard the guide's account of the meeting, and as soon as Zimmerman had made plain what he had told her of the falling body, "Triple blockhead," said he. "Es war ihr Mann." The Herr Professor staggered back into his seat, and the kindly innkeeper ran upstairs to see what had happened to his poor young guest. Mrs. Knowles had recovered from the first shock by this time, but the truth could no longer be withheld. The innkeeper could but nod his head sadly when she told him that to recover her Charles was hopeless. All the guides said the same thing. The poor girl's husband had vanished from the world as utterly as if his body had been burned to ashes and scattered in the pathway of the winds. Charles Knowles was gone, utterly gone, no more to be met with by his girl-wife, save as spirit to spirit, soul to soul, in ultramundane place. The fair-haired young Englishman lived but in her memory, as his soul, if still existent, lived in places indeterminate, unknowable to Dr. Zimmerman and his compeers. Slowly Mrs. Knowles acquired the belief that she was never to see her Charles again. Then, at last, she resolved to go home. Her strength now gave way, and when her aunt left she had with her but the ghost of Mrs. Knowles, a broken figure, drooping in the carriage, veiled in black. The innkeeper and all the guides stood bareheaded, silent, about the door, as the carriage drove off, bearing the bereaved widow back to England. 3. When the Herr Doctor had heard the innkeeper's answer, he sat for some time with his hands planted on his knees, looking through his spectacles at the opposite wall. Then he lifted one hand and struck his brow impatiently. It was his way when a chemical reaction had come out wrong. "Triple blockhead," said he. "Triple blockhead. Thou art so bad as Splutner." No self-condemnation could have been worse to him than this. Thinking again of Mrs. Knowles, he gave one deep, gruff sob. Then he took his hat, and going out, wandered by the shore of the glacier in the night, repeating to himself the Englishwoman's words. "They said that they hoped he could be recovered." Zimmerman came to the tent where he kept his instruments, and stood there, looking at the sea of ice. He went to his measuring pegs, 2 rods of iron, one sunk deep and frozen in the glacier, the other drilled into a rock on the shore. "Triple blockhead," said he again. "Thou art worse than Splutner. The Splutner said the glacier did not move. Thou knowest that it does." He sighted from his rods to the mountain opposite. There was a slight and all but imperceptible change of direction from the day before. He could not bear to see the English girl again, and all the next day was absent from the inn. For a month he stopped at Heiligenblut and busied himself with his instruments. The guides of the place greeted him coldly every day as they started on their glacier excursions or their chamois hunting, but none the less did Zimmerman return the following summer and work upon his great essay in refutation of the Splutner. Mrs. Knowles went back to the little cottage in Surrey and lived there. The chests and cases she brought back lay unopened in the storeroom. The little rooms of the cottage that was to be their home remained bare and unadorned, as Charles had seen them last. She could not bring herself to alter them now. What she had looked forward to with him she had no strength to do alone. She rarely went out. There was no place where she could go to think of him. He was gone, gone from England, gone from the very surface of the earth. If he had only been buried in some quiet English churchyard, she thought, some green place lying open to the sun, where she could go and scatter flowers on his grave, where she could sit and look forward amid her tears to the time when she should lie side by side with him. They would then be separated for her short life alone. Now it seemed to her that they were far apart forever. But late the next summer she had a letter from the place. It was from Dr. Zimmermann. There was no need here to trace the quaint German phrases, the formalism, the cold terms of science in which he made his meaning plain. It spoke of erosion, of the movement of the summer, of the action of the underwaters on the ice, and it told her with tender sympathy, oddly blended with the pride of scientific success, that he had given a year's most careful study to the place. With all his instruments of measurement he had tested the relentless glacier's flow. And it closed by assuring her that her husband might yet be found in 45 years. In 45 years, the poor professor staked his scientific reputation on the fact. In 45 years she might return, and the glacier would give up its dead. This letter made Mrs. Knowles happier. It made her willing to live. It made her almost long to live until old age, that her Charles's body might be given back. She took heart to beautify their little home. The trifling articles she had bought with Charles were now brought out, the little curiosities and pictures he had given her on their wedding journey. She would ask how such and such a thing looked, turning her pretty head to some kind visitor as she arranged them on the walls, and now and then she would have to lay the picture down and cry a little, silently, as she remembered where Charles had told her it would look best. Still, she sought to furnish the rooms as they had planned them in their mind. She made her surroundings as nearly as she could as they had pictured them together. One room she never went into. It was the room Charles had meant to have for the nursery. She had no child. But she changed, as we all change, with the passing of the years. I first remember her as a woman middle-aged, sweet-faced, hardly like a widow, nor yet like an old maid. She was rather like a young girl in love, with her lover absent on a long journey. She lived more with the memory of her husband. She clung to him more than if she had had a child. She never married, you would have guessed that, but after the professor's letter she never quite seemed to realize that her husband was dead. Was he not coming back to her? Never in all my knowledge of dear English women have I known a woman so much loved. In how many houses was she always the most welcome guest? How often we boys would go to her for sympathy. I know she was the confidante of all our love affairs. I cannot speak for girls, but I fancy she was much the same with them. Many of us owed our life's happiness to her. She would chide us gently in our pettiness and folly, and teach us by her very presence and example what thing it was that alone could keep life sweet. How well we all remember the little Surrey cottage, the little home fireside where the husband had never been. I think she grew to imagine his presence, even the presence of children, boys, curly-headed like Charles, and sweet blue-eyed daughters, and the fact that it was all imaginings seemed but to make the place more holy. Charles still lived to her as she had believed him in the month that they were married. He lived through life with her, as her young love had fancied he would be. She never thought of evil that might have occurred, or failing affection, or cares. Her happiness was in her mind alone, so all the earthly part was absent. There were but two events in her life, that which was past and that which was to come. She had lived through his loss. Now she lived on for his recovery. But, as I have said, she changed, as all things mortal change, all but the earth and the ice stream and the stars above it. She read much, and her mind grew deep and broad, none the less gentle with it all. She was wiser in the world. She knew the depths of human hope and sorrow. You remember her only as an old lady whom we loved. Only her heart did not change. I forgot that. Her heart, and the memory of that last loving smile upon his face as he bent down to look into her eyes before he slipped and fell. She lived on and waited for his body, as possibly his other self, who knows, waited for hers. As she grew older, she grew taller. Her eyes were quieter, her hair a little straighter, darker than of yore. Her face changed. Only the expression remained the same. Mary Knowles. Human lives rarely look more than a year or 5 ahead. Mary Knowles looked 45. Many of us wait and grow weary in waiting for those few years alone and for some living friend. Mary Knowles waited 45 years for the dead. Still, after that first year, she never wore all black, only silvery greys and white with a black ribbon or two. I have said that she almost seemed to think her husband living. She would fancy his doing this and that with her, how he would joy in this good fortune or share her sorrows, which were few, mercifully. His memory seemed to be a living thing to her, to go through life with her hand in hand. It changed as she grew old. It altered itself to suit her changing thought, until the very memory of her memory seemed to make it sure that he had really been alive with her, really shared her happiness or sorrow in the far-off days of her earliest widowhood. It hardly seemed that he had been gone already then. She remembered him so well. She could not think that he had never been with her in their little cottage. And now at 60, I know she thought of him as an old person too, sitting by their fireside, late in life, mature, deep-souled, wise with the wisdom of years, going back with her, fondly, to recall the old happiness of their bridal journey when they set off for the happy honeymoon abroad, and the long life, now past, stretched brightly out before them both. She never spoke of this, and you children never knew it, but it was always in her mind. There was a plain stone in the little Surrey churchyard, now grey and moss-grown, with the rains of 40 years, on which you remember reading, Charles Knowles, lost in Carinthia. This was all she would have inscribed. He was but lost. No one knew that he was dead. Was he not yet to be found? There was no grassy mound beside it. The earth was smooth. Not even the date was there. But Mrs. Knowles never went to read it. She waited until he should come, until that last journey, repeating the travels of their wedding days, when she should go to Germany to bring him home. So the woman's life went on in England, and the glacier in the Alps moved on slowly, and the woman waited for it to be gone. 4. In the summer of 1882, the little Corinthian village of Heiligenblut was haunted by 2 persons. One was a young German scientist with long hair and spectacles. The other was a tall English lady, slightly bent, with a face wherein the finger of time had deeply written tender things. Her hair was white as silver, and she wore a long black veil. Their habits were strangely similar. Every morning, when the eastern light shone deepest into the ice cavern at the base of the great Pastürzen glacier, these 2 would walk thither. Then both would sit for an hour or 2 and peer into its depths. Neither knew why the other was there. The woman would go back for an hour in the late afternoon, the man never. He knew that the morning light was necessary for his search. The man was the famous young Zimmermann, son of his father, the old doctor, long since dead. But the Herr Doctor had written a famous tract, when late in life, refuting all Splüthners, past, present, and to come, and had charged his son in his dying moments as a most sacred trust that he should repair to the base of the Pastösen Glacier in the year 1882, where he would find a leaden bullet graven with his father's name and the date AUC 2590. All this would be vindication of his father's science. Splüthner, too, was a very old man, and Zimmermann the younger, for even he was no longer young, was fearful lest Splüthner should not live to witness his own refutation. The woman and the man never spoke to each other. Alas, no one could have known Mrs. Knowles for the fair English girl who had been there in the young days of the century. Not even the innkeeper, had he been there, but he too was long since dead. Mrs. Knowles was now bent and white-haired. She had forgotten herself how she looked in those old days. Her life had been lived. She was now like a woman of another world. It seemed another world, in which her fair hair had twined about her husband's fingers, and she and Charles had stood upon the evening mountain and looked in one another's eyes. That was the world of her wedding days, but it seemed more like a world she had left when born on earth. And now he was coming back to her in this. Meantime, the great Pastösen Glacier had moved on, marking only the centuries. The men upon its borders had seen no change. The same great waves lifted their snowy heads upon its surface. The same crevasse still was where he had fallen. At night, the moonbeams, falling, still shivered off its glassy face. Its pale presence filled the night, and immortality lay brooding in its hollows. Friends were with Mrs. Knowles, but she left them at the inn. One old guide remembered her, and asked to bear her company. He went with her in the morning and sat a few yards from her, waiting. In the afternoon she went alone. He would not have credited you had you told him that the glacier moved. He thought it but an Englishwoman's fancy, but he waited with her. Himself had never forgotten the old day, and Mrs. Knowles sat there silently, searching the clear depths of the ice, that she might find her husband. One night she saw a ghost. The latest beam of the sun, falling on a mountain opposite, had shone back into the ice cavern, and seemingly deep within, in the grave azure light, she fancied she saw a face turned toward her. She even thought she saw Charles's yellow hair, and the self-same smile his lips had worn when he bent down to her before he fell. It could be but a fancy. She went home and was silent with her friends about what had happened. In the moonlight she went back, and again the next morning before dawn. She told no one of her going, but the old guide met her at the door and walked silently behind her. She had slept the glacier ever present in her dreams. The sun had not yet risen when she came, and she sat a long time in the cavern, listening to the low murmur of the river flowing under the glacier at her feet. Slowly the dawn began, and again she seemed to see the shimmer of a face, such a face as one sees in the coals of a dying fire. Then the full sun came over the eastern mountain, and the guide heard a woman's cry. There before her was Charles Knowles. The face seemed hardly pale, and there was the same faint smile, a smile like her memory of it, 45 years gone by. Safe in the clear ice, still unharmed, there lay, O God, not her Charles, not the Charles of her own thought, who had lived through life with her and shared her 60 years, not the old man she had borne thither in her mind, but a boy of 21, lying asleep, a ghost from another world coming to confront her from the distant past, immortal in the immortality of the glacier. There was his quaint coat of the fashion of half a century before, his blue eyes open, his young, clear brow, all the form of the past she had forgotten. And she, his bride, stood there to welcome him, with her wrinkles, her bent figure, and thin white hairs. She was living, he was dead, and she was 42 years older than he. Then at last the long-kept tears came to her, and she bent her white head in the snow. The old man came up with his pick silently and began working in the ice. The woman lay weeping, and the boy with his still faint smile lay looking at them through the clear ice veil from his open eyes. I believe that the professor found his bullet, I know not. I believe that the scientific world rang with his name and the thesis that he published on the glacier's motion and the changeless temperature his father's lost thermometer had shown. All this you may read. I know no more. But I know that in the English churchyard there are now 2 graves and a single stone, to Charles Knowles and Mary his wife, and the boy of 21 sleeps there with his bride of 63, his young frame with her old one, his yellow hair beside her white. And I do not know that there is not some place, not here, where they are still together, and he is 21 and she is still 18. I do not know this, but I know that all the pamphlets of the German doctor cannot tell me it is false. Meantime, the great Pasteurzan glacier moves on, and the rocks with it, and the mountain flings his shadow of the planets in its face. End of Mrs. Knowles by J.S. of Dale.
On the Gulls Road by Willa Cather. Read for Love Stories, Volume 3 by Elena Kennedy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the Gulls Road by Willa Cather. It often happens that one or another of my friends stops before a red chalk drawing in my study and asks me where I ever found so lovely a creature. I have never told the story of that picture to anyone, and the beautiful woman on the wall, until yesterday, in all these 20 years, has spoken to no one but me. Yesterday a young painter, a countryman of mine, came to consult me on a matter of business, and upon seeing my drawing of Alexandra Ebling, straightway forgot his errand. He examined the date upon the sketch, and asked me, very earnestly, if I could tell him whether the lady were still living. When I answered him, he stepped back from the picture and said slowly, "So long ago. She must have been very young. She was happy." "As to that, who can say? About any one of us," I replied. "Out of all that is supposed to make for happiness, she had very little." He shrugged his shoulders and turned away to the window, saying as he did so, "Well, there's very little use in troubling about anything, when we can stand here and look at her, and you can tell me that she has been dead all these years, and that she had very little." We returned to the object of his visit, but when he bade me goodbye at the door, his troubled gaze again went back to the drawing, and it was only by turning sharply about that he took his eyes away from her. I went back to my study fire, and as the rain kept away less impetuous visitors, I had a long time in which to think of Mrs. Ebling. I even got out the little box she gave me, which I had not opened for years, and when Mrs. Hemway brought my tea, I barely had time to close the lid and defeat her disapproving gaze. My young countryman's perplexity, as he looked at Mrs. Ebling, had recalled to me the delight and pain she gave me when I was of his years, I sat looking at her face and trying to see it through his eyes, freshly, as I saw it first upon the deck of the Germania, 20 years ago. Was it her loveliness, I often asked myself, or her loneliness, or her simplicity, or was it merely my own youth? Was her mystery only that of the mysterious north out of which she came? I still feel that she was very different from all the beautiful and brilliant women I have known, as the night is different from the day, or as the sea is different from the land. But this is our story, as it comes back to me. For 2 years I had been studying Italian and working in the capacity of clerk to the American legation at Rome, and I was going home to secure my first consular appointment. Upon boarding my steamer at Genoa, I saw my luggage into my cabin and then started for a rapid circuit of the deck. Everything promised well. The boat was thinly peopled, even for a July crossing. The decks were roomy. The day was fine. The sea was blue. I was sure of my appointment, and best of all, I was coming back to Italy. All these things were in my mind when I stopped sharply before a chaise lounge placed sideways near the stern. Its occupant was a woman, apparently ill, who lay with her eyes closed, and in her open arm was a chubby little red-haired girl, asleep. I can still remember that first glance at Mrs. Ebling, and how I stopped as a wheel does when the band slips. Her splendid, vigorous body lay still and relaxed under the loose folds of her clothing. Her white throat and arms and red gold hair were drenched with sunlight. Such hair as it was, wayward as some kind of gleaming seaweed that curls and undulates with the tide. A moment gave me her face, the high cheekbones, the thin cheeks, the gentle chin, arching back to a girlish throat, and the singular loveliness of the mouth. Even then it flashed through me that the mouth gave the whole face its peculiar beauty and distinction. It was proud and sad and tender and strangely calm. The curve of the lips could not have been cut more cleanly with the most delicate instrument, and whatever shade of feeling passed over them seemed to partake of their exquisiteness. But I am anticipating. While I stood stupidly staring, as if at 25 I had never before beheld a beautiful woman, the whistles broke into a hoarse scream, and the deck under us began to vibrate. The woman opened her eyes, and the little girl struggled into a sitting position, rolled out of her mother's arm, and ran to the deck rail. After putting my chair near the stern, I went forward to see the gangplank up, and did not return until we were dragging out to sea at the end of a long tow line. The woman in the chaise lounge was still alone. She lay there all day, looking at the sea. The little girl, Karen, played noisily about the deck. Occasionally she returned and snuggled up into the chair, plunged her head, round and red as a little pumpkin, against her mother's shoulder in an impetuous embrace, and then struggled down again with a lively flourishing of arms and legs. Her mother took such opportunities to pull up the child's socks, or to smooth the fiery little braids. Her beautiful hands, rather large and very white, played about the riotous little girl with a quieting tenderness. Karen chattered away in Italian and kept asking for her father, only to be told that he was busy. When any of the ship's officers passed, they stopped for a word with my neighbor, and I heard the first mate address her as Mrs. Ebling. When they spoke to her, she smiled appreciatively and answered in low, faltering Italian. But I fancied that she was glad when they passed on, and left her to her fixed contemplation of the sea. Her eyes seemed to drink the color of it all day long, and after every interruption they went back to it. There was a kind of pleasure in watching her satisfaction, a kind of excitement in wondering what the water made her remember or forget. She seemed not to wish to talk to anyone, but I knew I should like to hear whatever she might be thinking. One could catch some hint of her thoughts, I imagined, from the shadows that came and went across her lips, like the reflection of light clouds. She had a pile of books beside her, but she did not read it, and neither could I. I gave up trying at last, and watched the sea, very conscious of her presence, almost of her thoughts. When the sun dropped low and shone upon her face, I rose and asked if she would like me to move her chair. She smiled and thanked me, but said the sun was good for her. Her yellow hazel eyes followed me for a moment, and then went back to the sea. After the first bugle sounded for dinner, a heavy man in uniform came up the deck and stood beside the chaise lounge, looking down at its two occupants with a smile of satisfied possession. The breast of his trim coat was hidden by waves of soft blonde beard, as long and heavy as a woman's hair, which blew about his face in glittering profusion. He wore a large turquoise ring upon the thick hand that he rubbed good-humoredly over the little girl's head. To her he spoke Italian, but he and his wife conversed in some Scandinavian tongue. He stood stroking his fine beard until the second bugle blew, then bent stiffly from his hips, like a soldier, and patted his wife's hand as it lay on the arm of her chair. He hurried down the deck, taking stock of the passengers as he went, and stopped before a thin girl with frizzed hair and a lace coat, asking her a facetious question in thick English. They began to talk about Chicago and went below. Later I saw him at the head of his table in the dining room, the befrizzed Chicago lady on his left. They must have gotten a famous start at luncheon, for by the end of dinner Ebeling was peeling figs for her, presenting them on the end of a fork. The doctor confided to me that Ebeling was the chief engineer and the dandy of the boat, but this time he would have to behave himself, for he had brought his sick wife along for the voyage. She had a bad heart valve, he added, and was in a serious way. After dinner Ebeling disappeared, presumably to his engines, and at 10 o'clock, when the stewardess came to put Mrs. Ebeling to bed, I helped her to rise from her chair, and the second mate ran up and supported her down to her cabin. About midnight I found the engineer in the card room, playing with the doctor, an Italian naval officer, and the commodore of a Long Island yacht club. His face was even pinker than it had been at dinner, and his fine beard was full of smoke. I thought a long while about Ebeling and his wife before I went to sleep. The next morning we tied up at Naples to take on our cargo, and I went on shore for the day. I did not, however, entirely escape the ubiquitous engineer, whom I saw lunching with the Long Island Commodore at a hotel in the Santa Lucia. When I returned to the boat in the early evening, the passengers had gone down to dinner, and I found Mrs. Ebeling quite alone upon the deserted deck. I approached her and asked whether she had had a dull day. She looked up, smiling, and shook her head, as if her Italian had quite failed her. I saw that she was flushed with excitement, and her yellow eyes were shining like two clear topazes. Dull? Oh, no. I love to watch Naples from the sea in this white heat. She has just lain there on her hillside among the vines and laughed for me all day long. I have been able to pick out many of the places I like best. I felt that she was really going to talk to me at last. She had turned to me frankly, as to an old acquaintance, and seemed not to be hiding from me anything of what she felt. I sat down in a glow of pleasure and excitement, and asked her if she knew Naples well. Oh, yes. I lived there for a year after I was first married. My husband has a great many friends in Naples. But he was at sea most of the time, so I went about alone. Nothing helps one to know a city like that. I came first by sea, like this, directly to Naples from Finnmark, and I had never been south before. Mrs. Ebeling stopped and looked over my shoulder. Then, with a quick, eager glance at me, she said abruptly, "It was like a baptism of fire. Nothing has ever been quite the same since. Imagine how this bay looked to a Finnmark girl. It seemed like the overture to Italy." I laughed. And then one goes up the country, song by song and wine by wine. Mrs. Ebeling sighed. Ah, yes. It must be fine to follow it. I have never been away from the seaports myself. We live now in Genoa. The deck steward brought her tray, and I moved forward a little and stood by the rail. When I looked back, she smiled and nodded to let me know that she was not missing anything. I could feel her intentness as keenly as if she were standing beside me. The sun had disappeared over the high ridge behind the city, and the stone pines stood black and flat against the fires of the afterglow. The lilac haze that hung over the long, lazy slopes of Vesuvius warmed with golden light, and films of blue vapor began to float down toward Baiae. The sky, the sea, and the city between them turned a shimmering violet, fading grayer as the lights began to glow like luminous pearls along the waterfront, the necklace of an irreclaimable queen. Behind me I heard a low exclamation, a slight, stifled sound, but it seemed the perfect vocalization of that weariness with which we at last let go of beauty, after we have held it until the senses are darkened. When I turned to her again, she seemed to have fallen asleep. That night, as we were moving out to sea, and the tail lights of Naples were winking across the widening stretch of black water, I helped Mrs. Ebeling to the foot of the stairway. She drew herself up from the chair with effort and leaned on me wearily. I could have carried her all night without fatigue. "May I come and talk to you tomorrow?" I asked. She did not reply at once. "Like an old friend," I added. She gave me her languid hand, and her mouth, set with the exertion of walking, softened altogether. "Grazia," she murmured. I returned to the deck and joined a group of my countrywomen, who, primed with inexhaustible information, were discussing the baseness of Renaissance art. They were intelligent and alert, and as they leaned forward in their deck chairs under the circle of light, their faces recalled to me Rembrandt's picture of a clinical lecture. I heard them through, against my will, and then went to the stern to smoke and to see the last of the island lights. The sky had clouded over, and a soft, melancholy wind was rushing over the sea. I could not help thinking how disappointed I would be if rain should keep Mrs. Ebeling in her cabin tomorrow. My mind played constantly with her image. At one moment she was very clear and directly in front of me. The next she was far away. Whatever else I thought about, some part of my consciousness was busy with Mrs. Ebeling, hunting for her, finding her, losing her, then groping again. How was it that I was so conscious of whatever she might be feeling, that when she sat still behind me and watched the evening sky, I had had a sense of speed and change, almost of danger, and when she was tired and sighed, I had wished for night and loneliness. Part 2. Though when we are young, we seldom think much about it, there is now and again a golden day when we feel a sudden, arrogant pride in our youth, in the lightness of our feet and the strength of our arms, in the warm fluid that courses so surely within us, when we are conscious of something powerful and mercurial in our breasts, which comes up wave after wave, and leaves us irresponsible and free. All the next morning I felt this flow of life, which continually impelled me toward Mrs. Ebeling. After the merest greeting, however, I kept away. I found it pleasant to thwart myself, to measure myself against a current that was sure to carry me with it, in the end. I was content to let her watch the sea that seemed now to have come into me, warm and soft, still and strong. I played shuffleboard with the Commodore, who was anxious to keep down his figure, and ran about the deck with the stout legs of the little pumpkin-colored Karen about my neck. It was not until the child was having her afternoon nap below that I at last came up and stood beside her mother. "You are better today," I exclaimed, looking down at her white gown. She colored unreasonably, and I laughed with a familiarity which she must have accepted as the mere foolish noise of happiness, or it would have seemed impertinent. We talked at first of 100 trivial things, and we watched the sea. The coast of Sardinia had lain to our port for some hours, and would lie there for hours to come, now advancing in rocky promontories, now retreating behind blue bays. It was the naked south coast of the island, and though our course held very near the shore, not a village or habitation was visible. There was not even a goatherd's hut hidden away among the low pinkish sand hills. Pinkish sand hills and yellow headlands, with dull-colored scrubby bushes massed about their bases, and following the drier watercourses. A narrow strip of beach glistened like white paint between the purple sea and the umber rocks, and the whole island lay gleaming in the yellow sunshine and translucent air. Not a wave broke on that fringe of white sand. Not the shadow of a cloud played across the bare hills. In the air about us, there was no sound but that of a vessel moving silently through absolutely still waters. She seemed like some great sea animal, swimming silently, her head well up. The sea before us was so rich and heavy and opaque that it might have been lapis lazuli. It was the blue of legend, simply, the color that satisfies the soul like sleep. And it was of the sea we talked, for it was the substance of Mrs. Ebling's story. She seemed always to have been swept along by ocean streams, warm or cold, and to have hovered about the edge of great waters. She was born and had grown up in a little fishing town on the Arctic Ocean. Her father was a doctor, a widower, who lived with his daughter and who divided his time between his books and his fishing rod. Her uncle was skipper on a coasting vessel, and with him she had made many trips along the Norwegian coast. But she was always reading and thinking about the blue seas of the south. There was a curious old woman in our village, Dame Erikson, who had been in Italy in her youth. She had gone to Rome to study art and had copied a great many pictures there. She was well connected, but had little money, and as she grew older and poorer, she sold her pictures one by one, until there was scarcely a well-to-do family in our district that did not own one of Dame Erikson's paintings. But she brought home many other strange things. A little orange tree, which she cherished until the day of her death, and bits of colored marble, and seashells and pieces of pearl, and a thin flask full of water from the Mediterranean. When I was a little girl, she used to show me her things and tell me about the South, about the coral fishers, and the pink islands, and the smoky mountains, and the old, underground Naples. I suppose the water in her flask was like any other, but it never seemed so to me. It looked so elastic and alive that I used to think if one unsealed the bottle, something penetrating and fruitful might leap out and work an enchantment over Finnmark. Lars Ebling, I learned, was one of her father's friends. She could remember him from the time when she was a little girl, and he a dashing young man who used to come home from sea and make a stir in the village. After he got his promotion to an Atlantic liner and went south, she did not see him until the summer she was 20, when he came home to marry her. That was 5 years ago. The little girl, Karen, was 3. From her talk, one might have supposed that Ebling was proprietor of the Mediterranean and its adjacent lands, and could have kept her away at his pleasure. Her own rights in him she seemed not to consider. But we wasted very little time on Lars Ebling. We talked, like two very young persons, of arms and men, of the sea beneath us and the shores it washed. We were carried a little beyond ourselves, for we were in the presence of the things of youth that never change, fleeing past them. Tomorrow they would be gone, and no effort of will or memory could bring them back again. All about us was the sea of great adventure, and below us, caught somewhere in its gleaming meshes, were the bones of nations and navies. Nations and navies that gave youth its hope, and made life something more than a hunger of the bowels. The unpeopled Sardinian coast unfolded gently before us, like something left over out of a world that was gone, a place that might well have had no later news since the corn ships brought the tidings of Actium. "I shall never go to Sardinia," said Mrs. Ebling. "It could not possibly be as beautiful as this." "Neither shall I replied. As I was going down to dinner that evening, I was stopped by Lars Ebling, freshly brushed and scented, wearing a white uniform and polished and glistening as one of his own engines. He smiled at me with his own kind of geniality. "You have been very kind to talk to my wife," he explained. "It is very bad for her, this trip, that she speaks no English. I am indebted to you." I told him curtly that he was mistaken, but my acrimony made no impression upon his blandness. I felt that I should certainly strike the fellow if he stood there much longer, running his blue ring up and down his beard. I should probably have hated any man who was Mrs. Ebling's husband, but Ebling himself made me sick. Part 3. The next day I began my drawing of Mrs. Ebling. She seemed pleased and a little puzzled when I asked her to sit for me. It occurred to me that she had always been among dull people who took her looks as a matter of course, that she was not at all aware that she was really beautiful. I can see now her quick, confused look of pleasure. I thought very little about the drawing then, except that the making of it gave me an opportunity to study her face, to look as long as I pleased into her yellow eyes, at the noble lines of her mouth, at her splendid, vigorous hair. "We have a yellow vine at home," I told her, "that is very like your hair. It seems to be growing while one looks at it, and it twines and tangles about itself and throws out little tendrils in the wind. Has it any name? We call it love vine." How a little thing could disconcert her. As for me, nothing disconcerted me. I awoke every morning with a sense of speed and joy. At night I loved to hear the swish of the water rushing by. As fast as the pistons could carry us, as fast as the water could bear us, we were going forward to something delightful, to something together. When Mrs. Ebling told me that she and her husband would be 5 days in the docks in New York, and then return to Genoa, I was not disturbed, for I did not believe her. I came and went, and she sat still all day, watching the water. I heard an American lady say that she watched it like one who was going to die, but even that did not frighten me. I somehow felt that she had promised me to live. All those long blue days when I sat beside her, talking about Finnmark and the sea, she must have known that I loved her. I sat with my hands idle on my knees and let the tide come up in me. It carried me so swiftly that, across the narrow space of the deck between us, it must have swayed her, too, a little. I had no wish to disturb or distress her. If a little, a very little of it reached her, I was satisfied. If it drew her softly, but drew her, I wanted no more. Sometimes I could see that even the light pressure of my thoughts made her paler. One still evening, after a long talk, she whispered to me, "You must go and walk now, and don't think about me." She had been held too long and too closely in my thoughts, and she begged me to release her for a little while. I went out into the bow and put her far away, at the skyline with the faintest star, and thought about her gently across the water. When I went back to her, she was asleep. But even in those first days I had my hours of misery. Why, for instance, should she have been born in Finnmark, and why should Lars Ebling have been her only door of escape? Why should she be silently taking leave of the world at the age when I was just beginning it, having had nothing of whatever is worthwhile? She never talked about taking leave of things, and yet sometimes I felt sure that she was counting the sunsets. One yellow afternoon, when we were gliding between the shores of Spain and Africa, she spoke of her illness for the first time. I had got some magnolias at Gibraltar, and she wore a bunch of them in her girdle, and the rest lay on her lap. She held the cool leaves against her cheek and fingered the white petals. "I can never," she remarked, "get enough of the flowers of the south. They make me breathless, just as they did at first. Because of them I should like to live a long while. Almost forever." I leaned forward and looked at her. We could live almost forever if we had enough courage. It's of our lives that we die. If we had the courage to change it all, to run away to some blue coast like that over there, we could live on and on until we were tired. She smiled tolerantly and looked southward through half-shut eyes. "I am afraid I should never have enough courage to go behind that mountain, at least. Look at it. It looks as if it hid horrible things." A sea mist, blown in from the Atlantic, began to mask the impassive African coast, and above the fog the grey mountain peak took on the angry red of the sunset. It burned sullen and threatening until the dark land drew the night about her, and settled back into the sea. We watched it sink while under us, slowly but ever increasing. We felt the throb of the Atlantic come and go, the thrill of the vast, untamed waters of that lugubrious and passionate sea. I drew Mrs. Ebling's wraps around her and shut the magnolias under her cloak. When I left her, she slipped me one warm, white flower. Part 4. From the Straits of Gibraltar we dropped into the abyss, and by morning we were rolling in the trough of a sea that drew us down and held us deep, shaking us gently back and forth until the timbers creaked, and then shooting us out on the crest of a swelling mountain. The water was bright and blue, but so cold that the breath of it penetrated one's bones, as if the chill of the deep underfathoms of the sea were being loosed upon us. There were not more than a dozen people upon the deck that morning, and Mrs. Ebling was sheltered behind the stern, muffled in a sea jacket, with drops of moisture upon her long lashes and on her hair. When a shower of icy spray beat back over the deck rail, she took it gleefully. "After all," she insisted, "this is my own kind of water, the kind I was born in. This is first cousin to the pole waters, and the sea we have left is only a kind of fairy tale. It's like the burnt-out volcanoes. Its day is over. This is the real sea now, where the doings of the world go on." "It's not our reality, at any rate," I answered. "Oh, yes it is. These are the waters that carry men to their work, and they will carry you to yours." I sat down and watched her hair grow more alive and iridescent in the moisture. "You are pleased to take an attitude," I complained. "No, I don't love realities any more than another, but I admit them, all the same. And who are you and I to define the realities? Our minds define them clearly enough. Yours and mine, everybody's. Those are the lines we never cross, though we flee from the equator to the pole. I have never really got out of Finnmark, of course. I shall live and die in a fishing town on the Arctic Ocean, and the blue seas and the pink islands are as much as a dream as they ever were. All the same, I shall continue to dream them." The Gulf Stream gave us warm blue days again, but pale, like sad memories. The water had faded, and the thin, tepid sunshine made something tighten about one's heart. The stars watched us coldly, and seemed always to be asking me what I was going to do. The advancing line on the chart, which at first had been mere foolishness, began to mean something, and the wind from the west brought disturbing fears and forebodings. I slept lightly, and all day I was restless and uncertain, except when I was with Mrs. Ebling. She quieted me, as she did little Karen, and soothed me without saying anything, as she had done that evening at Naples when we watched the sunset. It seemed to me that every day her eyes grew more tender and her lips more calm. A kind of fortitude seemed to be gathering about her mouth, and I dreaded it. Yet when, in an involuntary glance, I put to her the question that tortured me, her eyes always met mine steadily, deep and gentle, and full of reassurance. That I had my word at last happened almost by accident. On the second night out from the shore, there was the concert for the sailors' orphanage, and Mrs. Ebling dressed and went down to dinner for the first time, and sat on her husband's right. I was not the only one who was glad to see her. Even the women were pleased. She wore a pale green gown, and she came up out of it, regally white and gold. I was so proud that I blushed when anyone spoke of her. After dinner, she was standing by her deck chair, talking to her husband, when people began to go below for the concert. She took up a long cloak and attempted to put it on. The wind blew the light thing about, and Ebling chatted and smiled, his public smile, while she struggled with it. Suddenly his roving eye caught sight of the Chicago girl, who was having a similar difficulty with her draperies, and he pranced half the length of the deck to assist her. I had been watching from the rail, and when she was left alone, I threw my cigar away and wrapped Mrs. Ebling up roughly. "Don't go down," I begged. "Stay up here. I want to talk to you." She hesitated a moment and looked at me thoughtfully. Then, with a sigh, she sat down. Everyone hurried down to the saloon, and we were absolutely alone at last, behind the shelter of the stern, with the thick darkness all about us, and a warm east wind rushing over the sea. I was too sore and angry to think. I leaned towards her, holding the arm of the chair with both hands, and began anywhere. You remember those 2 blue coasts out of Gibraltar? It shall be either one you choose, if you will come with me. I have not much money, but we will get on somehow. There has got to be an end of this. We are neither one of us cowards, and this is humiliating, intolerable. She sat looking down at her hands, and I pulled her chair impatiently toward me. I felt, she said at last, that you were going to say something like this. You are sorry for me, and I don't wish to be pitied. You think Ebling neglects me, but you are mistaken. He has had his disappointments too. He wants children and a gay, hospitable house, and he is tied to a sick woman who cannot get on with people. He has more to complain of than I have, and yet he bears with me. I am grateful to him. And there is no more to be said. Oh, isn't there? I cried. And I? She laid her hand entreatingly upon my arm. Ah, you. Don't ask me to talk about that. You. Her fingers slipped down my coat sleeve to my hand and pressed it. I caught her 2 hands and held them, telling her I would never let them go. And you mean to leave me day after tomorrow? To say goodbye to me as you will to the other people on this boat? You meant to cut me adrift like this, with my heart on fire and my life unspent in me? She sighed despondently. I am willing to suffer, whatever I must suffer, to have had you, she answered simply. I was ill, and so lonely, and it came so quickly and quietly. Oh, don't begrudge it to me. Do not leave me in bitterness. If I have been wrong, forgive me. She bowed her head and pressed my fingers entreatingly. A warm tear splashed upon my hand. It occurred to me that she bore my anger as she bore little Karen's importunities, as she bore Ebling. What a circle of pettiness she had about her. I fell back in my chair and my hands dropped at my side. I felt like a creature with its back broken. I asked her what she wished me to do. Don't ask me, she whispered. There is nothing that we can do. I thought you knew that. You forget that I am too ill to begin my life over. Even if there were nothing else in the way, that would be enough. And that is what has made it all possible, our loving each other, I mean. If I were well, we couldn't have had even this much. Don't reproach me. Hasn't it been at all pleasant for you to find me waiting for you every morning? To feel me thinking of you when you went to sleep? Every night I have watched the sea for you, as if it were mine and I had made it, and I have listened to the water rushing by you, full of sleep and youth and hope. And everything you had done or said during the day came back to me, and when I went to sleep, it was only to feel you more. You see, there was never anyone else. I have never thought of anyone in the dark but you. She spoke pleadingly, and her voice had sunk so low that I could scarcely hear her. And yet you will do nothing, I groaned. You will dare nothing. You will give me nothing. Don't say that. When I leave you day after tomorrow, I shall have given you all my life. I can't tell you how, but it is true. There is something in each of us that does not belong to the family or to society, not even to ourselves. Sometimes it is given in marriage, and sometimes it is given in love, but oftener it is never given at all. We have nothing to do with giving or withholding it. It is a wild thing that sings in us once, and flies away and never comes back. And mine has flown to you. When one loves like that, it is enough, somehow. The other things can go if they must. That is why I can live without you, and die without you. I caught her hands and looked into her eyes that shone warm in the darkness. She shivered and whispered in a tone so different from any I ever heard, from her before or afterwards. Do you grudge it to me? You are so young and strong that you have everything before you. I shall have only a little while to want you in, and I could want you forever and not weary. I kissed her hair, her cheeks, her lips, until her head fell forward on my shoulder, and she put my face away with her soft, trembling fingers. She took my hand and held it close to her, in both her own. We sat, silent, and the moments came and went, bringing us closer and closer, and the wind and water rushed by us, obliterating our tomorrows and all our yesterdays. The next day, Mrs. Ebling kept her cabin, and I sat stupidly by her chair until dark, with the rugged little girl to keep me company, and an occasional nod from the engineer. I saw Mrs. Ebling again only for a few moments when we were coming into the New York harbor. She wore a street dress and a hat, and these alone would have made her seem far away from me. She was very pale, and looked down when she spoke to me, as if she had been guilty of a wrong toward me. I have never been able to remember that interview without heartache and shame, but then I was too desperate to care about anything. I stood like a wooden post and let her approach me, let her speak to me, let her leave me. She came up to me as if it were a hard thing to do, and held out a little package, timidly, and her gloved hand shook as if she were afraid of me. "I want to give you something," she said. "You will not want it now, so I shall ask you to keep it until you hear from me. You gave me your address a long time ago, when you were making that drawing. Some day I shall write to you and ask you to open this. You must not come to tell me goodbye this morning, but I shall be watching you when you go ashore. Please don't forget that." I took the little box mechanically and thanked her. I think my eyes must have filled, for she uttered an exclamation of pity, touched my sleeve quickly, and left me. It was one of those strange, low, musical exclamations which meant everything and nothing, like the one that had thrilled me that night at Naples, and it was the last sound I ever heard from her lips. An hour later I went on shore, one of those who crowded over the gangplank the moment it was lowered. But the next afternoon I wandered back to the docks and went on board the Germania. I asked for the engineer, and he came up in his shirt-sleeves from the engine room. He was red and disheveled, angry and voluble. His bright eye had a hard glint, and I did not once see his masterful smile. When he heard my inquiry, he became profane. Mrs. Ebling had sailed for Bremen on the Hobenstaufen that morning at 11 o'clock. She had decided to return by the northern route and pay a visit to her father in Finnmark. She was in no condition to travel alone, he said. He evidently smarted under her extravagance. But who, he asked, with a blow of his fist on the rail, could stand between a woman and her whim? She had always been a willful girl, and she had a doting father behind her. When she had set her head with the wind, there was no holding her. She ought to have married the Arctic Ocean. I think Ebling was still talking when I walked away. I spent that winter in New York. My consular appointment hung fire. Indeed, I did not pursue it with much enthusiasm, and I had a good many idle hours in which to think of Mrs. Ebling. She had never mentioned the name of her father's village, and somehow I could never quite bring myself to go to the docks when Ebling's boat was in, and ask for news of her. More than once I made up my mind definitely to go to Finnmark and take my chance at finding her. The shipping people would know where Ebling came from. But I never went. I have often wondered why. When my resolve was made and my courage high, when I could almost feel myself approaching her, suddenly everything crumbled under me, and I fell back as I had done that night when I dropped her hands, after telling her, only a moment before, that I would never let them go. In the twilight of a wet March day, when the gutters were running black outside, and the square was liquefying under crusts of dirty snow, the housekeeper brought me a damp letter, which bore a blurred foreign postmark. It was from Niles Nanestad, who wrote that it was his sad duty to inform me that his daughter, Alexandra Ebling, had died on the 2nd day of February, in the 26th year of her age. Complying with her request, he enclosed a letter which she had written some days before her death. I at last brought myself to break the seal of the second letter. It read thus: "My friend, you may now open the little package I gave you. may I ask you to keep it? I gave it to you because there is no one else who would care about it in just that way. Ever since I left you, I have been thinking what it would have been like to live a lifetime caring and being cared for like that. It was not the life I was meant to live, and yet, in a way, I have been living it ever since I first knew you. Of course you understand now why I could not go with you. I would have spoiled your life for you. Besides that, I was ill, and I was too proud to give you the shadow of myself. I had much to give you, if you had come earlier. As it was, I was ashamed. Vanity sometimes saves us when nothing else will, and mine saved you. Thank you for everything. I hold this to my heart, where I once held your hand. Alexandra. The dusk had thickened into night long before I got up from my chair and took the little box from its place in the desk drawer. I opened it and lifted out a thick coil, cut from where her hair grew thickest and brightest. It was tied firmly at one end, and when it fell over my arm, it curled and clung about my sleeve like a living thing set free. How it gleamed, how it still gleams in the firelight. It was warm and softly scented under my lips, and stirred under my breath like seaweed in the tide. This, and a withered magnolia flower, and 2 pink seashells. Nothing more. And it was all 20 years ago. End of On the Gull's Road by Willa Cather.
The River Stairs by Rabindranath Tagore. Read for Love Stories Volume 3 by Anamika. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The River Stairs by Rabindranath Tagore. If you wish to hear of days gone by, sit on this step of mine and lend your ears to the murmur of the rippling water. The month of Ashwin, September, was about to begin. The river was in full flood. Only 4 of my steps peeped above the surface. The water had crept up to the low-lying parts of the bank, where the kachu plant grew dense beneath the branches of the mango grove. At that bend of the river, 3 old brick heaps towered above the water around them. The fishing boats, moored to the trunks of the babla trees on the bank, rocked on the heaving flow tide at dawn. The path of tall grasses on the sandbank had caught the newly risen sun. They had just begun to flower, and were not yet in full bloom. The little boats puffed out their tiny sails on the sunlit river. The Brahmin priest had come to bathe with his ritual vessels. The women arrived in 2s and 3s to draw water. I knew this was the time of Kusum's coming to the bathing stairs. But that morning I missed her. Bhuban and Swarno mourned at the ghat. They said that their friend had been led away to her husband's house, which was a place far away from the river, with strange people, strange houses, and strange roads. In time she almost faded out of my mind. A year passed. The women at the ghat now rarely talked of Kusum, but one evening I was startled by the touch of the long familiar feet. Ah, yes, but those feet were now without anklets. They had lost their old music. Kusum had become a widow. They said that her husband had worked in some far-off place, and she had met him only once or twice. A letter brought her the news of his death. A widow at 8 years old, she had rubbed out the wife's red mark from her forehead, stripped off her bangles, and come back to her old home by the Ganges. But she found few of her old playmates there. Of them, Bhuban, Swarno, and Amala were married and gone away. Only Sadath remained, and she too, they said, would be wed in December next. As the Ganges rapidly grows to fullness with the coming of the rains, even so did Kusum day by day grow to the fullness of beauty and youth. But her dull-colored robe, her pensive face and quiet manners drew a veil over her youth, and hid it from men's eyes as in a mist. 10 years slipped away, and none seemed to have noticed that Kusum had grown up. One morning such as this, at the end of a far-off September, a tall, young, fair-skinned sannyasi, coming I know not whence, took shelter in the Shiva temple in front of me. His arrival was noised abroad in the village. The women left their pitchers behind and crowded into the temple to bow to the holy man. The crowd increased day by day. The sannyasi's fame rapidly spread among the womankind. One day he would recite the Bhagavad, another day he would expound the Gita, or hold forth upon a holy book in the temple. Some sought him for counsel, some for spells, some for medicines. So months passed away. In April, at the time of the solar eclipse, vast crowds came here to bathe in the Ganges. A fair was held under the babla tree. Many of the pilgrims went to visit the sannyasi, and among them were a party of women from the village where Kusum had been married. It was morning. The sannyasi was counting his beads on my step, when all of a sudden one of the women pilgrims nudged another and said, "Why, he is our Kusum's husband." Another parted her veil a little in the middle with 2 fingers and cried out, "Oh, dear me! So it is! He is the younger son of the Chatilgu family of our village." Said a third, who made little parade of her veil, "Ah, he has got exactly the same brow, nose, and eyes." Yet another woman, without turning to the sannyasi, stirred the water with her pitcher, and sighed, "Alas, that young man is no more. He will not come back. Bad luck to Kusum." "But," objected one, "he had not such a big beard." And another, "He was not so thin." Or, "He was most probably not so tall." That settled the question for the time, and the matter spread no further. One evening, as the full moon arose, Kusum came and sat upon my last step above the water, and cast her shadow upon me. There was no other at the ghat just then. The crickets were chirping about me. The din of brass gongs and bells had ceased in the temple. The last wave of sound grew fainter and fainter, until it merged like the shade of a sound in the dim groves of the far bank. On the dark water of the Ganges lay a line of glistening moonlight. On the bank above, in bush and hedge, under the porch of the temple, in the base of ruined houses, by the side of the tank, in the palm grove, gathered shadows of fantastic shape. The bats swung from the chatim bows. Near the houses the loud clamor of the jackals rose and sank into silence. Slowly the sannyasi came out of the temple. Descending a few steps of the ghat, he saw a woman sitting alone, and was about to go back, when suddenly Kusum raised her head and looked behind her. The veil slipped away from her. The moonlight fell upon her face as she looked up. The owl flew away hooting over their heads. Starting at the sound, Kusum came to herself and put the veil back on her head. Then she bowed low at the sannyasi's feet. He gave her blessing and asked, "Who are you?" She replied, "I am called Kusum." No other word was spoken that night. Kusum went slowly back to her house, which was hard by, but the sannyasi remained sitting on my steps for long hours that night. At last, when the moon passed from the east to the west, and the sannyasi's shadow, shifting from behind, fell in front of him, he rose up and entered the temple. Henceforth I saw Kusum come daily to bow at his feet. When he expounded the holy books, she stood in a corner listening to him. After finishing his morning service, he used to call her to himself and speak on religion. She could not have understood it all, but, listening attentively in silence, she tried to understand it. As he directed her, so she acted implicitly. She daily served at the temple, ever alert in the gods' worship, gathering flowers for the puja, and drawing water from the Ganges to wash the temple floor. The winter was drawing to its close. We had cold winds, but now and then in the evening the warm spring breeze would blow unexpectedly from the south. The sky would lose its chilly aspect, pipes would sound, and music be heard in the village after a long silence. The boatmen would set their boats drifting down the current, stop rowing, and begin to sing the songs of Krishna. This was the season. Just then I began to miss Kusum. For some time she had given up visiting the temple, the ghat, or the sannyasi. What happened next I do not know, but after a while the two met together on my steps one evening. With downcast looks, Kusum asked, "Master, did you send for me?" "Yes. Why do I not see you?" Why have you grown neglectful of late in serving the gods?" She kept silent. "Tell me your thoughts without reserve." Half averting her face, she replied, "I am a sinner, master, and hence I have failed in the worship." The sannyasi said, "Kusum, I know there is unrest in your heart." She gave a slight start, and, drawing the end of her sari over her face, she sat down on the step at the sannyasi's feet and wept. He moved a little away and said, "Tell me what you have in your heart, and I shall show you the way to peace." She replied in a tone of unshaken faith, stopping now and then for words. "If you bid me, I must speak out. But then, I cannot explain it clearly. You, master, must have guessed it all. I adored one as a god, I worshipped him, and the bliss of that devotion filled my heart to fullness. But one night I dreamt that the lord of my heart was sitting in a garden somewhere, clasping my right hand in his left, and whispering to me of love. The whole scene did not appear to me at all strange. The dream vanished, but its hold on me remained. Next day, when I beheld him, he appeared in another light than before. That dream picture continued to haunt my mind. I fled far from him in fear, and the picture clung to me. Thenceforth my heart has known no peace. All has grown dark within me." While she was wiping her tears and telling this tale, I felt that the sannyasi was firmly pressing my stone surface with his right foot. Her speech done, the sannyasi said, "You must tell me whom you saw in your dream." With folded hands she entreated, "I cannot." He insisted, "You must tell me who he was." Wringing her hands, she asked, "Must I tell it?" He replied, "Yes, you must." Then crying, "You are he, master," she fell on her face on my stony bosom and sobbed. When she came to herself and sat up, the sannyasi said slowly, "I am leaving this place tonight, that you may not see me again. Know that I am a sannyasi, not belonging to this world. You must forget me." Kusum replied in a low voice, "It will be so, master." The sannyasi said, "I take my leave." Without a word more, Kusum bowed to him, and placed the dust of his feet on her head. He left the place. The moon set, the night grew dark. I heard a splash in the water. The wind raved in the darkness, as if it wanted to blow out all the stars of the sky. End of The River Stairs by Rabindranath Tagore.